Welcome to the Full Story series right here at Comicstorian. My name is Benny and I'll be your narrator. So today we're going to be doing a 5-hour plus full story for you. If you're wondering what a full story is, you see here at Comicstorian we narrate the plots to your favorite comic books. There's a storyline called Smallville Season 11, which tells you the entire story of what happened after the ending of Smallville, the television show. We did it over the course of like 6 or 7 months, and this is the compilation of all of that. So you get a 5-hour plus full story right here. Keep in mind, this was recorded over the course of multiple months, so the recording quality may go up and down, my voice may change here and there, but overall, I hope you guys enjoy, and let me know what you think at the end of the video. The sun begins to shine over the skyline of Metropolis. It's been 6 months since the day that everyone calls contact, and down on the city streets, people are going about their normal routines. Above, Oliver Queen is looking over the city from his high-rise balcony. Long night? Chloe asks as she steps out, clad in nothing but a blanket, holding 2 cups of coffee. Quiet as ever, he smiles. She wraps her arms around him from behind, trying to talk him into getting some sleep. Oliver agrees, but he just wants to see him first. In the apartment that she shares with her fiancé, Lois Lane rolls over in her sleep, mumbling about a barista that stole her rabbit and offering tacos. And a gentle breeze blows through the open window. In the penthouse office of LexCorp Tower, Lex Luthor looks out the window. It is a ritual for him, a routine. He waits every morning, waiting for him. And in the distance, the red and blue blur goes flying by, and Lex leans even closer to the glass. Right on schedule, he mutters. In space, a space station slowly orbits the planet, with one cosmonaut working on the exterior, while inside, the rest continue to monitor their equipment. Nothing out there as far as the eye can see, Alexei. One of the monitors calls to the cosmonaut on the radio. No UFOs, no giant planets, no nothing. But Alexei yells over the radio. In the distance, a massive light can be seen, and space is suddenly filled with incoming objects. Projectiles cut through the station, severing Alexei's line and sending him spinning into space. The space station trembles as the projectiles cut through it, leaking pressure into the endless vacuum. And outside, Alexei's endless spin is suddenly halted as a hand reaches out, grasping him. Inside of the station, the rest of the cosmonauts are shocked to see Alexei suddenly sitting amongst them, as the cabin is suddenly pressurizing again. This will just be another moment, ladies and gentlemen, Superman tells them as his heat vision seals the side of the station. The rest of the crew begin to thank him in Russian, their words mixing with excitement. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to learn Russian yet, but I promise I'll get right on that, he says with a smile. He turns to the rest of the crew. Does anyone happen to know English? One man steps forward offering help, and quickly, Superman points to the side of the station that he sealed. He tells the man to contact their mission control since his repair won't last forever. Now, where can I find the nearest airlock? He finishes. Quickly, the rest of the crew point him in the right direction, and Superman takes off, leaving them all stunned. Later, in their apartment, Superman explains to Lois that the strange lights in space were there 1 minute and gone the next. They then talk about their postponed wedding and Clark's new suit, with Lois grabbing her husband in a warm embrace. Missed you this morning, she tells him after a kiss. The two have been little more than ships passing in the night for a while now, with Lois's late nights of writing and Clark's early mornings of superheroing. The conversation turns to how Clark thinks he can do more. You're inspiring people. That was the point of putting on the cape, wasn't it? I'd like to take it further. And have me tell the world that Superman is far beyond the stars? I'm an alien, Lois. Plain and simple. Lois explains that after the attack that took place 6 months ago, the world needed a breather from aliens for a while. Clark listens while suddenly zipping away in a streak, returning before the end of her sentence, fully dressed in his suit. He still believes that the world could stand to know that there is light in the universe alongside all the dark. But back in LexCorp Towers, Lex Luthor pours himself a cup of coffee as he explains his stance to the general sitting in his office. Mr. Luthor, you've been very public about your opinions of the military's perceived lack of response during contact, the general tells him, and he smiles. It got you into my office, didn't it? You're no doubt aware that we need to defend ourselves, he asks as he hands the general coffee. Like the Russians are trying to do? The general leans back in his chair, staring up at the billionaire, not giving a response. As far as the American military is concerned, the Russians are placing privatized research labs into orbit, he states simply. Lex turns away, looking over his city. The Russians were afraid to let the public know that they were putting a weapon into orbit. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I know that humanity needs to defend itself from outside threats. This is LexCorp proposing a joint venture, he tells the officer, but the general stands, shaking his head. The last thing they want to do is scare the American people any more than they already have. That much power is an open door for abuse, Mr. Luthor, he tells him. Lex suddenly turns, anger and possibly insanity in his eyes. Isn't that all Superman is? The general merely takes a sip from his coffee. Believe me when I say that as soon as I have a cause to intervene, Superman will be dealt with. Later, at a port in Metropolis. Hurry up, boys! Someone shouts as the men offload packages from one of the containers. Everyone's worried that Superman is going to show up, when suddenly an arrow slices through the air, cutting open one of the shipping bags, sending the packages everywhere. Now I'm just offended, Green Arrow calls as the thugs grab their weapons. I was here kicking ass long before that Big Blue slapped on his fancy pants. The thugs open fire, yelling for everyone to kill the vigilante. At least you guys remember me. Slightly less offended. He quips as he flips through the air, bullets flying around him. He comes out shooting, firing twin crossbows and wrapping up one of the thugs. But the rounds keep coming and he's forced to jump behind a barricade. It's 11-on-1, Queen! I'm fine with those odds. The group moves forward with the boss smiling in the front. You ain't been out on town in months. You got married, he snares. To that little nobody. Behind the wall, Oliver does some quick calculations in his head, aiming his bow upward. The arrow sails into the air, exploding over the goons' heads. Ha! You missed! And suddenly, small projectiles rain from the sky, stabbing into everyone, tasing them. Don't talk about my wife, Oliver states as he stalks forward. Suddenly, the boss cries out, and Oliver turns to see another thug on a shipping container, aiming a rocket launcher at him. The world seems to slow as the explosive flies forward, but a blue and red streak is suddenly there as the rocket detonates on the chest of Superman. I think you missed your calling, Oliver smirks as they both look at the cops picking up the thugs later on, having changed back into his civilian clothes. They both begin to walk back through the city, discussing Oliver's impending move back to Star City. Wherever you go, I can guarantee the trouble won't be far behind, Clark states, extending his hand to his friend. I'll miss you, big guy. Up in the watchtower, Chloe Sullivan Queen waits for her computer to finally finish scanning. I built you, I know you're faster than this, she grumbles. I guess this is exactly the wrong time for coffee. Lois laughs as she comes walking in. The two discuss idle chit-chat while Chloe continues to try and figure out where the strange space rift that Clark saw came from and went. Finally, the computer beeps that it's finished, and both women stare in shock at the image that has appeared on screen. What is that? Lois asks. Chloe just shakes her head. Proof that I won't be leaving town as soon as I thought, she says, as they look at an image of a spacecraft entering orbit. Something, or someone, came down in the storm. Inside Metropolis General Hospital, Lex Luthor exits the MRI machine and he starts to get dressed. You did great, Mr. Luthor, the doctor tells him when he comes in with the test results. Your MRI shows that your brain, while fully grown, is essentially new, he says with amazement. He hands over the results to Lex, showing the scan of his brain. The neurotoxin that you were exposed to may have erased your memories, but it also left your mind operating at a higher percentage than normal. My father always said that I had potential to be extraordinary, Lex mused, putting down the results. Luthor turns back to the doctor. If nothing's wrong, and I am in fact more than normal, why am I hallucinating? He asks. The doctor isn't quite sure, though. He does believe that learning about his sister's suicide may have been taking more of a psychological toll. Have you considered consulting a therapist? Lex merely rubs the bridge of his nose, his sister sitting against the window a few feet away, smiling. Gotta tell you, didn't know I had it in me, she smiles. Lex ignores her, turning back to the doctor, shaking his hand and making sure that he can enjoy his discretion. Just as Metropolis General will enjoy new lab equipment that LexCorp is donating. The doctor answers with a nod. As he leaves the lab, Lex is followed by his sister, who questions whether he is scared that the world will find out that he is a lunatic, or that he is cloned from one. Finally, he turns on her. Let's cut to the chase, sis. Are you a hallucination or a ghost? He hisses. Tess seems to stare off into nothing, memories of Lex stabbing her and her dosing it with neurotoxin flashing through her mind. Next thing she knew, she was standing next to him on the street. Besides, if I was a ghost, do you honestly think that you would be the one that I would choose to hunt? Strangely, Lex manages to push his sister against the wall. If you're not a hallucination, then what are you? She doesn't know. But she does know that they could figure it out if Lex would focus on it instead of worrying about whether or not it was going to murder everyone. Lex turns away, his mind once again occupied. It's only a matter of time before someone with the level of power the Superman wields begins to abuse it. Suddenly, Otis is there interrupting. No offense, Mr. Luthor, but I don't think that's the best way to open up your press conference. Lex orders his assistant to get any research on the neurotoxin that Tess dosed him with. He pushes aside the idea of postponing the press conference. We can't waste any more time. If the military won't take steps to keep us safe, someone has to. Superman, meanwhile, is floating in orbit with Chloe coming in over the comms. How's the scan going? She asks. She begins scanning with the equipment that they gave her, but he tells her that he honestly doesn't see anything. He's already ran through his full vision spectrum and he hasn't found anything yet. With the scans complete, Superman pops into Star Labs before Chloe and Dr. Emil Hamilton can finish their apologies for sending him into space. Happy to help, he tells them. Just let me know when you two find the trajectory of that ship. Looking down at his super beeper, he sees messages that tell him that he is late for the Luthor press conference. A frown crosses his face as he looks back up at his friends. Why is it I never find myself looking forward to any news coming out of Lex's mouth? Chloe just nods. Because you know better. Behind his podium, Lex clears his throat as he stands in front of the press and he begins his speech. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I'd like to thank you for joining me on what promises to be a historic. But his words are interrupted almost immediately as a hand shoots up from the crowd. Mr. Luthor, the voice calls out. Typically, the question and answer portion of one of these takes place once information has been provided from which questions can be derived. Lex states, not even breaking stride as Lois Lane stands up. Where were you, Mr. Luthor? She asks, ignoring the looks around her. Lex merely smiles at the crowd. Before this, I had a rather nice meal at a quaint establishment called the Ragout's. Lois pushes forward, asking where he was after his sister had declared him dead and before she died. Lex stares at the woman, telling the press that he went away for his own protection from his family's legacy, and that he had to return once he received a final phone call from his sister that showed him she wasn't well. From behind, Clark slips into the crowd, whispering his apologies to his fiancée. Now back on track, Lex points to the slides behind him, letting the press know that his time away was spent on reflection of the so-called heroes that were there to save humanity. Images of the attack by Apocalypse come next, and Lex points out that the very heavens have turned against them. In 2 days, LexCorp will launch the first Guardian Defense platform into orbit. He finishes. The press immediately jumps in for questions, everyone fighting to be heard, but Lex ignores them all, turning his attention to Lois. Perhaps now you have a relevant question, Miss Lane, he asks. Just where do you intend to find someone to get that into orbit on such short notice? She nods. Lex breaks into a smile at the question, and he introduces the astronaut who will fly the mission, Commander Hank Henshaw. Later, Clark Kent sits down with Commander Henshaw for a one-on-one interview at the launch site's cafeteria. The man sits eating a large collection of foods. Forgive me for being rude, Commander Henshaw, he starts, but that's an awful lot of food. Henshaw waves off the comment, telling Clark that it's all a silly pre-flight superstition. The feeling of taste, touch, and other sensations like going into orbit, those are what truly make you feel alive. The only thing better than hugging my wife when I get back from a mission, he tells him, looking out the window at the shuttle. He turns back to Clark, telling him that he thought his time in space was over, that he was done. But now Luthor has given him a new purpose that he didn't think that he would have again. If I could keep the world safe in the process, all the better, he tells him. Clark smiles. The world's not as bad as Luthor makes it out to be. But Hank just smiles, asking if Clark is a Superman fan. He knows what that guy's trying to do, but thinks that it's just a little too reactive. Sometimes the only way to make people see the light is to force them to look at it. The interview ends and the two shake hands, with Hank leaving to go prep for the lunch as he walks through the cafeteria. Get home safe, Hank, Clark calls out to him. What goes up must come down, right? Hank calls over his shoulder. And at Star Labs, Chloe is watching the screens that show the impending launch. At least we know where one spaceship is about to streak through the Kansas sky, she mutters to herself. But Dr. Hamilton motions her over to his screen. That's not all we know, Chloe, he tells her, pointing at the data. The data that Superman collected gave them the trajectory of where the ship landed. He points to the location on the map, which makes Chloe roll her eyes. Why would anything crash anywhere else? At the launch site, Clark and Lois watch as the rocket sails into the sky under a jet stream of fire. Clark reaches out with his powers, hearing Hank send status updates to Mission Control. The boosters from the rocket disconnect, falling back to Earth as the shuttle pushes further. Preparing for fuel tank separation in 3, 2, Hank calls, his voice betraying the smile on his face. When suddenly the alarms begin to beep within the shuttle, and Hank's smile disappears. What the hell? He mutters. Something's gone wrong, Clark says back on the ground, and suddenly Lois and Clark watch as the shuttle begins to flare with an explosion. Over in the cornfield in Smallville, the pilot of the mysterious craft that landed looks up into the sky, seeing the flare. This looks like a job for Superman, they whisper. On the ground, Clark puts his suit on in a flash, taking to the sky as Superman. Watchtower, I need a rundown, he calls over his comms as he races through the fiery sky. Chloe comes online immediately, telling him that the shuttle has 6 crew members who are all within the forward cabin. Readings indicate a misfire in the platform of the cargo bay. You need to put it out before it hits the fuel tanks, she tells him. Working on it, he cries as he flies through the fire from the engines. A blast of super breath freezes it quickly, and he reaches out, ripping the fuel tanks free of the shuttle, tossing them back to the ground. After a brief moment, he pauses, watching the shuttle streak away. But a quick scan with his X-ray vision shows a massive radiation leak from the platform's power cell. Even if they hit orbit, the crew won't survive, he tells Watchtower as he takes off after the shuttle again. Patch me through to mission control. Superman comes up fast on the shuttle's left side, with Henshaw turning, having already connected through the comms. What can I do for you, Superman? He asks, his voice strained. You can survive, Commander. I'm giving you fair warning that your cabin is about to be depressurized. Superman tells him that he needs to open the cabin so that he can start ferrying the crew back to Earth. Henshaw nods. He needs to keep the shuttle going. It can't fall back to Earth with this much radiation. Do it, Superman! Save the day already! He shouts. Superman makes 2 trips, dropping the astronauts off with each landing. And finally, he speeds back up to the shuttle, pushing himself as fast as he can go. The air quakes behind him, and the sound of the sound barrier breaking echoes below. And on board, the oxygen is almost at zero, with the radiation burning through Henshaw. He looks at his hands, the skin beginning to flake off. All he can say as he gasps is, "It burns." Superman flies faster. Hell of a last thing, Hank whispers as he stares out the window into space, his vision beginning to dim. To feel. Superman flies faster than he ever has before, with the EMTs hitting Henshaw with the defibrillator outside of LexCorp. As Superman's standing close behind them, the machine begins to beep and the drivers begin to scramble, but Superman tells them to take him to Star Labs where they can help him. Superman! Superman! Lois yells as she comes running over, ducking beneath the police tape. Anger crosses the Man of Steel's face, and he tells her simply, I have a message from Clark Kent. He won't be home for breakfast. On top of the LexCorp building, Luthor stares off into space, a smile on his face. Otis comes up trying to tell him about the Neurotoxin, but Lex tells him it can wait. He and Superman are about to have a very interesting conversation. Outside of Smallville, Chloe and Oliver were searching through the field with a ship that had crashed earlier in her story had supposedly crashed. But she commented that there wasn't a lot to see here. I'll probably fix that, Oliver tells her, pulling out a special arrow. The arrow sails into the air and pops open, illuminating the area with a flare. More handy than the boxing glove one, Chloe says with a smile. It was a prototype and you know it. The two continue to press through the field, finally coming along the crashed ship. Okay, didn't see that one coming, Oliver whispers as his lights illuminate the side of it, showing a Queen Industries logo. You tell me if you built a spaceship, right? Chloe asks as they circle the vehicle. Oliver tells her that he would, but he's never seen this before. All of their R&D is wrapped up into putting the Watchtower on the moon. The pair turn, shining their lights onto a set of footprints that move away from the craft, heading deeper into the field. Meanwhile, back at Star Labs, Lois has come to visit Commander Henshaw and his wife. She stands with Dr. Hamilton outside of the room, looking in on Henshaw. His burns are severe. He's lost motor functions, Emil tells her. He tells her that Henshaw is literally trapped in his own body. He'd be better off in a coma. Mrs. Henshaw puts her hand on the plexiglass wall of her husband's chamber, whispering to him that they'll make it together before she is interrupted to speak with Lois. But Lois isn't here to conduct an interview, just merely check in on how the Henshaws are doing. My husband is in some kind of walking coma behind a wall of an isolation tent. Things are awful, she tells her, emotions barely contained. All I want to do is hold his hand. Is that so wrong? Lois can do little more than shake her head and agree. Both women then turn to look at the man laying in the chamber. There's just one thing I don't understand, Mrs. Henshaw tells Lois finally. Why didn't Superman get to him in time? Tears falling down her eyes. Lois tries to console her, telling her that Superman did everything that he could while her husband kept the shuttle flying. But anger flashes across the woman's eyes, and a finger stabs out at Lois. Superman pushed a planet away from Earth with his bare hands, she cries. Lois can do little more than tell her that she's sorry, and if Superman was here, he would say the same thing. At LexCorp, Lex Luthor pushes open the doors to his office, stepping inside, and he crosses the room, pouring himself a drink before he's interrupted by a knock on the window. Superman, I presume, he says, as he turns around to see the Man of Steel floating outside the window. Can I have a word with you? Superman asks. Lex starts to respond when the windows shatter as Superman claps his hands, sprinkling the glass around the room, knocking Lex to the floor. Fortunately, I'm insured, Lex remarks on the floor. You activated the Guardian program mid-flight, Superman accuses him. But Lex denies it. He agrees the program was rushed, but believes that if the military actually did something, he wouldn't have had anything to do with this. Anger flares up in Superman's eyes, but Lex merely smiles. I would do a great many things if I were you, but attacking me would not be one of them. Superman's fists clench and he snarls that Lex should give him a good reason not to. When suddenly the office is flooded with lights and Superman turns to see 3 military choppers hovering outside of the window, weapons trained on him, ordering him to step away from Lex. It would seem that your blood is thumping so loud that you didn't hear the telltale whoomp of General Lane's vanguard, Lex remarks as he takes a sip of his drink. Superman turns confused as to why the military is even tracking him, and Lex merely smiles and explains it. First, the Russian space station explodes and Superman is there. Next, a shuttle explodes and Superman is there. And something tells me that Superman just attacked a major building in city center. The general comes over the loudspeaker again, ordering Superman to stand down and turn himself in for questioning. I'm afraid I can't do that, he tells them, and the weapons systems on the choppers begin to spin up. Lois pulls up to the Daily Planet, getting out of her car, shouting into her cell phone. I don't care who you are or who he is, but put me through to him right now, she shouts. In the helicopter overhead, the pilot motions to General Lane that they are patching his daughter through. Sweetheart, you do understand that I'm in the middle of something, right? Lois proceeds to yell at him for what he is doing, and then Lane explains that they merely wanted to ask Superman a few questions, which brings more shouts from Lois. You shot first, she cries. He'd be out of his mind to stop by for a chat. Finally, Lane tells his daughter that he is following orders and she needs to stay out of it. But Lois stares at the phone after the line is disconnected, finally looking up to see Clark speed by overhead, a rocket following close behind him. She taps her phone again and Clark picks up. Hey, hun, what you doing? She asks. Oh, you know, cats and trees. He turns, grabbing the rocket out of the sky, twisting it into nothing. The choppers have caught up, their floodlights bathing him in their fluorescence. Your father is a psychopath, he mutters. Superman, we have you surrounded, General Lane yells over the loudspeaker, but Clark just holds up his hands, telling them that there isn't any need for more property damage. Inside, General Lane doesn't seem to want to continue either, but he has his orders. Fire, he whispers. Clark screams for Lois to get undercover as the miniguns begin to spin, the rounds bouncing off of him, ricocheting through the city. Down below, Lois begins to run as stray rounds crack against the pavement around her. She dives to the underside of her car, hoping that it will protect her. But one of the rounds then hits the helicopter, taking out the rear rotor, bringing down the whole thing. Clark turns, seeing that it's going to crash onto the car that Lois is underneath, and he flies down fast. He pulls her free at the last second, with the car crumbling under the weight of the chopper. Hey, you, they both say with a smile as the car explodes beneath them. General Lane stares in shock as Superman flies away with his daughter, ignoring the question of whether they should alert command that he has taken a hostage. But at his shattered window office, Lex Luthor looks down at the destruction of the fight, and behind him, Tess suddenly materializes. He questions how she keeps coming and going, if she can even control it. And she tells him that she goes nowhere. It's merely moments for her. She's simply there and then she's not. Interesting, though not unexpected, Lex comments. He turns, activating a video questioning whether she did any research into the neurotoxin that she used. Her research into the toxin shows that it was used on the inmates of the Belle Reve prison. The doctor who created it was stabbed, and an inmate then claimed that he could see the doctor afterwards. They were bonded somehow, Tess remarks, and Lex nods. All of my increased intelligence, my higher brain capacity, it's my way of handling having a second consciousness, Lex concludes. He smiles at his sister, letting her know that he is taking steps to remedy their situation. At Star Labs, Dr. Hamilton and Mrs. Henshaw are talking outside of Hank's isolation chamber when Lex suddenly walks into the room. Mrs. Henshaw, LexCorp is going to do everything that we can to help your husband get back on his feet. I'd like to make you a proposition, but first, turning to see the drones that Dr. Hamilton has created in the other room, I'm going to need to purchase one of Dr. Hamilton's drones. Later, the procedure is deemed a success, as Hank opens up his eyes to see his wife staring down at him, yet something is wrong with his vision. Static moves across it. The world has strange outlines. Terry? His voice sounds strange. I'm right here, Hank, she tells him, but something is wrong. Why can't I feel your hand? He asks her. Lex Luthor is in his vision now, standing beside his wife. We're admittedly still trying to work out the kinks, but we've given you a new lease on life, Commander, he tells him. His vision begins to change again, turning red as Hank's hand lashes out, gripping Lex by the throat. Why? Why did you do this to me? He screams as he lifts Lex off the floor while Terry tries to stop him. Dr. Hamilton sees the attack, reaching for his Superman signal watch and activating it. I've always wondered when I get to use this thing, he mutters. But back in Metropolis, the firefighters can't seem to find any fires from the destruction that the military has caused, just notes from Superman apologizing for the mess. The army turn, their weapons coming up as Superman descends from the sky. Stand down, boys. Given what we've just witnessed, we wouldn't even make a scratch, General Lane orders as he comes striding over. I come in peace, General, Superman says as he lands in front of the officer. Lane thanks him for rescuing his daughter and questions why he was in Luthor's office in the first place. He may have made me angry, Superman says, hanging his head. Lane just looks at him for a moment. Men in our position can't afford to lose our tempers, son. Lane tells him that the people in Washington are scared of what Superman can even do. If you're gonna stick around, we're gonna have to figure out a way to make this all work. Superman flinches for a brief moment as his super hearing picks up the high-pitched whine of Dr. Hamilton's watch, so he turns away, bringing a question of surprise from Lane. Excuse me, General, he says as he leaps into the sky and speeds for Star Labs while Emil fills him in. At the lab, Henshaw is lifting Luthor higher and higher. Please keep in mind, I did save you, he struggles to say as the drone crushes his windpipe. Saved me! He screams as he throws the billionaire through a window. I can't feel anything! I'm electricity running through circuits! Luthor struggles to crawl away, trying to reason with the former commander. Look where you were 6 hours ago, he gasps. Henshaw crosses the room, seeing his former body laying on a hospital bed. My God, he whispers as he stares down at his lifeless husk. Radiation burns covering his body. Terry comes up behind her, hand taking his shoulder, trying to calm him. Hank reaches out, touching his own cheek. I feel like I should cry, he whispers, anger flashing on the screen that acts as his face. But I can't. The drone's weapons activate and the table explodes with his body on it, and he screams in anger as Terry is pulled clear by Luthor. The fire sprinklers kick in, raining down on the group as Hank turns, suddenly calm again. I'm sorry, I didn't know that would happen, he says. We should return to the lab so that we can help you adjust, Luthor tells him. Anger taking hold again, Hank crosses the room, grabbing Luthor by the shirt. Which we wouldn't have to do if you didn't fry the platform, he snarls. He knows that Luthor doesn't make mistakes. But Terry steps forward, trying to reason with her husband. She knows that this wasn't Luthor's fault. It was Superman's. Suddenly there's a gust of wind as the man in question arrives on the scene. Superman himself. Blame me all you want, Commander, but no more innocent people have to get hurt. Luthor is thrown aside as Hank turns on Superman, rockets activating on his back, and he launches forward, throwing a punch. Superman dodges, throwing the drone through a wall. He floats in, seeing the shattered remains of the drone body. Seconds pass, though, and the body begins to pull itself back together. You should have saved me! Hank hisses as he stalks forward, his body somehow stronger. I can't save everyone, Superman tells him, and the two begin to trade blows, knocking each other through the city. Henshaw! Superman yells as he shatters through another building. Stop! I'm not gonna fight you! He tells him as the drone catches up, but another blow knocks Superman to the streets below, creating a crater. He responds with a backhand, knocking the drone through another wall, slamming him hard. Let me help you! He yells, and the two continue to fight as Superman tries to reason with Henshaw, his fist slamming into him hard, knocking him across the city again, landing at the port. Superman hovers in front of the downed drone. Hank Henshaw is your name. It is time for you to go home, he tells him. Believe me when I say that I'm saving you now. He floats forward. From who? Henshaw questions as the Man of Steel reaches out. Yourself, and his vision goes black. Later at Star Labs, Superman is standing outside of a guarded room, speaking with Terry Henshaw. He tells her that he has made arrangements and that they'll do everything that they can. Thank you. He'd like to speak with you before you go. So the doors open up and Superman steps into a dark room. Superman, the head of Hank Henshaw says from the computer that it's hooked up to. I'm sorry. I thought I was doing the right thing and I lost myself. But back in the field, Chloe and Oliver have discovered what they've been following. They split up, hoping to get a drop on whoever it is. And finally, Oliver comes across the pilot of the ship. Why is my name on your ship? He questions, holding the person at bow point. The pilot suddenly turns, knocking the crossbow aside, spinning a kick into his midsection. Because your wife built it for me, a female voice tells him, and the two begin to trade blows, countering each other easily. But another kick takes him down, and the pilot stands over him, her boot at his throat. Where is Clark Kent? She questions, when suddenly a shot from Chloe's silenced pistol takes the pilot in the arm and she falls, clutching the wound. Chloe comes out of the woods, reaching for the attacker, but as her hand draws close, energy suddenly explodes between them, throwing them both clear and back into the cornfield. The pilot struggles to stand, but she looks up as a shadowy figure stalks towards her. You have to run far and fast, Survivor, the figure tells her, but this world will soon die just like the last. Oliver picks Chloe up off the ground and they both turn as another energy blast can be seen in the field. And without hesitation, the two run forward, seeing a strange being silhouetted by the light of the blast. The pilot lies on the ground, a smoking wound in her chest. Reaching down, Oliver pulls the helmet from her head, revealing a brunette Chloe. "She's me!" Chloe cries in shock, and the other Chloe stares sightlessly into the sky, words trying to escape her trembling lips. "Earth! The other Earth!" Adara looks down at her, questioning what she means about Earth 2. "It's gone." The next morning, Lex sits in his office as workers try to fix the window behind him. He smiles as Superman walks through the door. "Using the door now, are we?" Superman has come here to apologize for what happened yesterday, that he's man enough to admit that he was wrong. "I'd like to think that everything that has happened is from a desire to do good, in your own way," he tells him. Superman extends his hand, but Lex just stares at it, and at that moment, the screen comes alive behind Superman, showing a satellite image of the LexCorp building in real time. Superman's fist clenches as he realizes that the image shows him, and Lex explains that the radiation from the platform had a bonus effect. "Anyone with the right kind of satellite will probably be able to follow your every movement for the next 500 years or so," he says with a smile. Superman stands there telling Lex that he has no right to track him, but Lex merely waves off the statement. The scary thing about gods, old and new, is that they came and went as they pleased. Superman merely shakes his head. "I am not a god." Lex turns a smile on his face and he tells Superman, "You're free to go about your business, unless you don't want people to know where you rest your head at night." He smiles, promising that this isn't over. Superman speeds out of the building. Later, he hovers over the Daily Planet as Lois finally comes walking out. He tells her what happened and that he has to disappear for a while. Anger flashes on her face and she turns away from him. "I'll paint his face with my fist," she snarls. But they embrace for a final moment. At the hospital, the other Chloe has passed. Oliver comes out to his wife, who sheds a tear for her double. And in her last moments, the second Chloe was trying to deliver a message. "The crisis is coming," Oliver tells her. That night, Lex lays asleep, the image of his sister sitting by the bed. She concentrates and nothing happens. She tries again, nothing. Finally, Lex's finger twitches as she tries to move it forward, and she smiles. Standing in their apartment, Lois looks out the window into the night sky. She knows that he can hear her. "I wanted to say, I love you." She watches as Superman suddenly flies across the night sky. Within the Fortress of Solitude, Lois Lane stirs from the crystalline bed of Superman. She looks over at her fiancé, Clark Kent, working on one of his alien computers. "Sorry, I couldn't sleep," he tells her as she crosses the chamber. She understands, but it is the first night in weeks that they were able to spend together since Lex Luthor dosed him with the radiation that allows him to track his every movement. He's been using every bit of knowledge that the Fortress's computers have to try and figure out a way to clean his body of that radiation, but to no avail. "Why can't a meal work on this?" Lois asks, as she tries to pull Clark back into bed, yet he doesn't budge. He explains that Star Labs is busy working on the crashed ship from Earth 2 right now, the one that the other Chloe died next to, and he's simply being proactive. Despite everything that's going on, the two decide to go back to bed, with Clark apologizing in advance if he's back at the computer when she wakes up. But meanwhile, rain comes falling down in the streets of Gotham City. In a dark alley, a van backs up with a group of thugs gathering around it. The seller steps forward, a smile on his face, as he types in the code to unlock the back of the van. "Ladies and gentlemen, your hero problems end tonight." He smiles, revealing the cache of high-tech weapons for sale. "The Batman won't stand a chance," one of the thugs laughs. And from the darkness above, a voice calls out. "You guys talk about Batman like you know him," the shadows call. "Have you met him?" Guns drawn, fear crosses everyone's face, and batarangs fly, disarming several of the goons. See, Batman's just like you, except he's got a tank, a helicopter, and a really low tolerance for jaywalking. The voice continues as another goon is dragged into the dark shadows of the alleyway. Suddenly, Nightwing reveals herself on the fire escape above them, and leaping into the fray, her feet and Eskrima sticks start making short work of the entire crew. One of the thugs fires one of the big guns in the back of the van, forcing Nightwing to dodge and land hard on the ground. She rolls, throwing her electrically charged Eskrima stick at the still-smoking laser. The weapon overcharges, forcing the goons to jump away as the entire arsenal overloads and stuns them. The seller pulls away in the van, forcing Nightwing to call out a runner in her headset. The van gets halfway down the alleyway before another batarang hits the ground in front of it, taking out the tires and swerving it hard into the wall. "Never should have come to Gotham," the seller pants as he begins to make a break for it. "I agree," a gravelly voice calls from the shadows above them, and Batman swoops low, grabbing the goon, pulling him into the night. When Nightwing catches up to them, she finds the seller dangling from the scaffolding 10 stories up. She smiles, poking the criminal while he squeals for her to keep that monster away from him. "You mean that little ray of sunshine?" "Enough!" Batman growls. Stop showboating and do the job. Nightwing explains that she ran into some troubles when the GCPD showed up downstairs. Batman ignores her, crossing back to the cellar before grabbing him hard. He pulls him in close, wanting to know, who is your Intergang connection? The thug stammers, trying to remember the guy's name, and it finally comes to him. Joe Chill! He screams out. That's when memories of the night that his parents were taken away from him flash through Batman's mind. Pearls, gunshots, blood. He lets the man swing away and he stands silent for a moment, ignoring Nightwing's questions. Prep a travel package, he finally tells her. We're going to Metropolis. The next morning in the penthouse office of Lex Luthor, Otis comes striding through the door, whistling to himself, brushing the crumbs from his breakfast off his shirt. He stops short, startled to find Lex asleep at his desk. Lex stirs, seemingly surprising himself, and he begins to get dressed. Otis quickly runs through the day's schedule with him, and as they both ignore the strange meeting, finally, he asks, Did you not make it up to the penthouse last night? It would seem that is the case, Lex confirms, and Otis expresses his concern that Lex might be letting this whole Superman business get the better of him. Yet Lex muses that he isn't the only one, noting that Superman's acts of heroism have gone up considerably since Lex started watching him. Which begs the question, what was holding him back before? At the Daily Planet, Lois Lane is suddenly dropped into a side office by a red and blue blur. Never gets old, she smirks, as she walks into the main office to find her former intern Jeff sitting at Clark's desk. She pushes him aside, questioning why the office is so empty, and quickly, Jeff fills her in that with Superman's uptick in heroic acts, everyone is out grabbing up stories. Jeff smiles, questioning what Clark has been up to on his extended vacation. Oh, he stays busy, Lois remarks. And across the town, the police have set up a barricade, calling over the loudspeaker to the bus that is dangling from a construction crane. To the person controlling the bus, Turpin calls. We have received your demands and are willing to negotiate terms. Just let the children go. The criminal holding the kids hostage turns towards the window, looking out at the sea of cops. I don't know, kid. What do you think? He asks the frightened children around him. And in the back, one of the children ignores the whispers of his friends standing up. Walking down the middle aisle, he pulls up his shirt, revealing a Superman symbol underneath. And he taps the man in the back. You are a mean man and you're gonna let us go, he orders. The man seems startled for a moment before sticking the barrel of his pistol into the young boy's face. What are you gonna do, kid? Zap me with your heat vision? The boy concentrates hard, trying to use the superpower. Okay, kid, stop, it's getting weird now, the criminal remarks, when suddenly he drops the gun as it heats up in his hand. He lets out a scream and a curse before a hand rips through the roof of the bus, yanking him out. I think these children have gone through enough without having to hear you swearing, Superman remarks as he holds him aloft. He turns to the child watching him from the bus, telling him, this man is merely misguided. Suddenly, the man teleports away, popping across the city block rapidly. Seatbelts on and stay put, Superman orders the children as he flies away. With the cops trying to fire, the perp teleports again. Superman is forced to stop the cops from shooting themselves. Finally, the criminal stops as Superman flies up to him. The man tells Superman that he and his crew don't want to hurt the children, but they knew that they needed to distract Superman, which is why he has a bomb that will drop the crane and the bus of kids. Before he can finish explaining though, Superman freezes him with his super breath, and then he takes a minute before freezing the man's head. Did you just freeze me? The teleporter gasps. Quickly, Superman uses his X-ray vision to check the teleporter vest, knowing that he can't have such dangerous tech loose on the streets. He isn't surprised to find that the vest also has a LexCorp logo on the inside. A few moments later, the press gathers around as the teleporter makes an apology for what he did and for any pain that he caused the children. The kids respond by booing him in the background. Turpin stands up, smirking, as he asks if Superman wants anything else. It's as close to genuine as you're going to get, Detective Turpin, Superman confirms, and with that, the cops load the criminals up. As Superman flies away, Bruce Wayne and Barbara Gordon look on from the crowd. You saw him, right? She asks. Bruce nods, and the two begin walking through the streets of Metropolis, with Bruce wanting to get this visit over with quickly. Metropolis is, unnerving, he tells her. But Barbara thinks that he thinks that because it's so bright and sunny here. The two keep talking as they head off to Bruce's lunch meeting. At the trendy restaurant, Lex smiles, telling Bruce to not be a slave to the menu. But Bruce believes that the menu is set for a reason and simply orders the health plate. The two quickly catch up, but since their families go way back. At a side table, Otis and Barbara smile as they eat their own lunch, with Barbara quickly filling Otis in on what the billionaires are discussing. Wayne Industries is building a super collider and looking for partners. Lex admits that while it is a good idea, he needs to be looking for stability in his company right now, with everything that his late father and sister did. Bruce agrees, admitting that he did this as simply a courtesy for how long their families have known each other. Suddenly, Otis's warning goes off, and he jumps up to warn Lex, but it's too late. Superman is hovering over them. Mr. Luthor, forgive me for interrupting your meeting, but there's an urgent matter we need to discuss. Back at LexCorp, Lex explains that while his company did make the computer chips in the vest, they did not build the vest themselves. Superman is disappointed in hearing that Lex isn't lying from the sound of his heartbeat. The chips were stolen a few weeks back when Green Arrow and Superman stopped a burglary at their docks. Knowing this, Superman only has one other guess as to who might be responsible. At Stryker's Island, Superman stands with the Warden, watching the cameras that look into the Toyman's cell. The Warden confirms that Toyman has had no human contact and hasn't left his cell. Puzzled, Superman watches the camera. What am I missing? He muses to himself. Elsewhere in the prison, Mannheim is looking down at the crime Bible in his hands, muttering to himself and ignoring the guards' cries for lights out. The block goes black around him, yet still he continues his prayers. Suddenly a light goes on and Mannheim opens up his eyes, gasping at his salvation. Not quite, a voice growls in the shadows, with screams filling the cell block as the guards come running down to find the cell empty. The guards get on the radio yelling for the Warden, but down another hallway, Batman slams Mannheim hard against the wall, the fallen guards around him. I changed, he pleads, and Batman shoves his arm into the man's throat. Don't lie to me. Where's Joe Chill? He snarls, driving his fist into the criminal's gut. Mannheim makes a joke and gets another punch to the stomach. Batman pulls him in close, his teeth grinding in anger. Where is Joe Chill? Maybe he'll listen to me. Superman calls over Batman's shoulder. Can I have a word? The Man of Steel asks the Dark Knight. Batman releases Mannheim, pounding his gauntlets together, activating a red glowing light in his fists. For you? You could have two! He snarls as he punches Superman hard in the face, the blow knocking the Man of Steel away and drawing blood. Batman attacks again, and with that, Batman comes in swinging again. But while that is going on, at the Watchtower, Oliver Queen comes into his wife, ending a call with Emil Hamilton. It seems that Star Labs is beginning to make headway with the Earth 2 rocket that came in with the alternate Chloe on board. Knowing that his wife is tired and worried, he offers her a distraction in the form of a strange cryptic email that he has been receiving. Suddenly, they're interrupted as an alert comes across the computer about an incident at Stryker's Island. You've got your distractions, I got mine, Oliver tells her as he runs out of the room grabbing his Green Arrow gear. But back at the prison, Superman suddenly gets knocked into a wall. Okay. Getting back on his feet, brushing off the blood. That one stung a bit. He dashes at Batman fast, but the Caped Crusader is strangely fast, managing to avoid him. Superman pauses, realizing that there are bat bombs on his back now, and the explosion knocks him to the ground. This is getting old real fast, Batman, he growls as he gets back on his feet. I'll admit, it was an expensive gamble. Batman notes, avoiding another blow. Superman reaches out, taking Batman by the shoulder. He tries to flip him, but Superman won't budge. I suppose you have some variable density control, Batman asks, and Superman smiles. That's what my doctor tells me. And he flicks Batman across the room. But Batman rolls, firing a grappling hook that the Man of Steel easily catches. He tosses him across the room, destroying a pillar with his body. And as Superman tries to dig him out, he finds Batman gone. He scans the room as Batman taunts him. He's been working for months to test Superman. He knows that he's an alien. I have to apologize, Superman tells him after he's found him and drives him through the floor. You've obviously spent more time worrying about me than I have you. Superman asks if they can stop fighting now, but Batman tells him, it's not about fighting. It's about misdirection. Mannheim runs towards the prison guards, hoping that they will protect him from the Batman. Suddenly, Nightwing lands on the catwalk before them. She's knocked to the ground as an arrow explodes before her. Haha, let's dance! Green Arrow and Nightwing say at the exact same time, and they engage in battle. Back on the ground, Batman launches away with a grappling hook, but Superman suddenly realizes who he's dealing with, shooting out heat vision and snapping the line. Enough, Mr. Wayne, he tells him as Batman lands in front of him. Good for you, kid. Batman smiles. Superman slams him hard into the wall, breaking his red sun bat symbol. He then pulls him up by the throat, questioning, why did you attack Mannheim? But Batman explains, I was only after information about the man who killed my parents. Above them, Green Arrow and Nightwing continue to trade blows, their fight evenly matched, when finally Superman is floating above them. Stand down, he orders them, both of you. He lands with Mannheim running forward, begging to be saved from the Batman, but Superman reaches out, grabbing him by his jumpsuit, lifting him into the air. Warden Draper, I'm gonna need to borrow Mannheim for a moment, he tells the Warden before leaping into the sky, taking the prisoner with him. Moments later, Batman and Nightwing are in their hovercraft, moving away from the prison. Barbara apologizes for letting Mannheim get away, but she knows the interrogation is important to Bruce. He smiles, telling her, it still is. Why are you smiling? She questions, an uneasy look on her face as she glances at her boss as he removes the cowl. I assure you, Miss Gordon, that it's from relief more than anything else. Well, that's creepy. Stop. Bruce keeps smiling. He just squared off against the Man of Steel and walked away relatively unscathed. Telemetry from your suit kind of shows a hairline fracture, like everywhere. Barbara steers the Batplane towards the tracker that Bruce planted on Superman's suit during their fight. Bruce nods when Barbara notes that he probably won't like that. I think he likes me. He didn't throw me into space, Batman notes. Even farther above them, Superman continues to climb with Mannheim's breath puffing out in the cold air. Why are you doing this? The criminal gasps. I apologize for the extreme measures, Mr. Mannheim. Superman tells him that it has been brought to his attention that the Intergang has been peddling high-tech weapons through both Metropolis and Gotham. Like I told Batman, I don't know anything about it, he cries, looking down at the world below him. Superman looks down in disappointment. My better half is gonna read me the riot act about this. Superman sighs. So Mannheim questions what he means as Superman lets him go, and he begins to plummet back to Earth. Bruce and Barbara watch as he sails past them in the Batplane. Now he's just trying to impress me. Superman catches Mannheim noting that he could keep doing this, but doesn't want to. Neither does the criminal, and he starts to spill his guts. Mannheim tells Superman that a few of his old buddies came to him asking for help with weapons that could take down the superheroes, but Mannheim told them that he was out. He did point them in the direction of an old-timer, though, Joe Chill. Where's Chill? Superman asks. So Mannheim tells him that Chill went off-grid. Rumor has it that he was thinking of rolling over on Intergang, that he went to the feds. Superman holds up the tracker that Bruce planted on him. You copy that, Batman? He asks. He gets his answer as the Batplane flies off into the clouds. Back at the Watchtower, Chloe notes how Oliver was beaten up by a 19-year-old girl. Okay, she was like at least 20, Oliver notes. And they begin to move downstairs, discussing the issue of the strange emails that Oliver has been getting sent. Chloe tells him that they're encrypted and they just seem to be gibberish. Elsewhere, Lois Lane is standing on the roof of the Daily Planet watching Clark through the telescope, talking to him on the phone. He was right in the fact that she isn't happy that he dropped Mannheim out of the sky. But she did some digging and found that Joe Chill is still in federal custody, although she couldn't figure out where. As far as how the weapons are being made, she discovered that she discovered that only one person ever tried to visit the Toyman in prison, and his name was Oswald Loomis. You're planning on keeping your pointy-eared pal in the loop on this one, aren't you? She asks. It's going to require further conversation, he tells her, looking down at the ship at the dock that he's hovering over. Just how exactly do you plan on getting a hold of him? Clark smiles. I have a few ideas. Inside the ship, Barbara comes walking into the main chamber to find Bruce sitting at the computer. She questions whether Bruce has found the location of Joe Chill's safe yet, before laughing about how Superman has discovered his secret identity. A quiet alarm causes Bruce to turn at his chair before getting up to walk to the door. He tells Barbara to run point from the hub, staring into the night sky, and he sees a bat signal shining into the night sky over Metropolis. A reasonable approximation, he notes as he lands on the rooftop with the light. Though I could assume that metalwork isn't one of your finer skills. Superman steps out, telling Batman that he knows they found the location of the safe house. And he tells him that Chill has cut a deal and will receive justice from the feds. Cutting a deal isn't justice, Batman growls, stepping forward. Batman tells him, I've been doing this a lot longer than you. I can respect that, but you're in my city now. Batman, I won't have a one-man army tearing apart the slums of revenge. Batman turns, looking into the lights of Metropolis. What do you suggest? So Superman suggests a partnership. They take down Intergang and find out who's manufacturing the weapons. He holds his hand out to Batman. Metropolis and Gotham will be better for it. Batman stares for a moment before accepting Superman's hand. At LexCorp, Lex is watching the video of Batman fighting Superman and Green Arrow fighting Nightwing when Oliver Queen comes barging through the door. Lex smirks, noting that Oliver didn't have to come all this way to wallow in his shame. The video has a comments section, but Oliver just throws copies of emails on his desk, questioning why Lex is sending him cryptic emails in the first place. Believe me, if I wanted to harass you, I would have done it directly and with purpose, Lex notes after a brief pause. He stares at the copies once Oliver has left, shock on his face as he realizes that they were all sent in the middle of the night. Finally, he turns to Otis, telling him that he doesn't have any plans for the night and he should find a comfy chair. Elsewhere in the city, cozy, isn't it? Superman notes as he looks at the safe house. Do you always talk this much? Batman asks, never taking his eyes off the building. Superman scans the building, noting the 24 guards within. Not to be outdone, Batman notes the 3 snipers in the back that he missed. Quickly, Batman descends onto the building before Superman can say anything. He slips through the hallway, avoiding the guards quietly, when suddenly Superman is beside him in a blur. The two stand ready as Batman opens up the door to discover an old man in a wheelchair. You coulda knocked, Joe Chill remarks calmly. At the LexCorp building, Otis suddenly comes to awake in his chair as the elevator door slides open. Lex comes walking out quietly, seemingly in a daze. He reaches out, caressing Otis's face before going into the office and sitting at the desk. The keys begin to clack as he writes his email. I was young once, Joe tells the two superheroes. I made a lot of mistakes. Batman leans in close, growling at Joe. You killed my parents! Son, I killed too many people to remember. You stole my life! Joe casts his eyes downward at this. I'm sorry. But anger fills Batman and he kicks the wheelchair across the room, slamming it into a wall. I don't want an apology! Superman is in his way now as Batman makes to go after Chill. Don't you dare. He growls at the Man of Steel as he steps in the way. Stand down, Superman orders him with a flick of his hand. Superman turns back to the elderly man, asking him about the weapons that have been getting into the city. They need to know who made them. Closer than you think, a voice calls from the door. The man named Oswald Loomis stepping into the room, a pistol in his hand. Batman, Superman begins, but Batman is already throwing his batarangs. Already on it! But the weapons are shot out of the air by a blast of freezing cold energy. Friend of yours? Superman remarks as Mr. Freeze stomps into the room. Perhaps you should tell your friend, the cold kills everything! The gun fires out of Oswald Loomis's hand, the bullets traveling along a blast from Mr. Freeze's ice ray, forcing Batman to leap to the side. He reaches for his utility belt, throwing a handful of tiny explosives that bring down a section of the ceiling onto the villains. You really are faster than a speeding bullet, aren't you? Batman asks, turning to Superman, who seemingly hasn't moved. I used to be faster, before I could fly, the Man of Steel tells him. Batman quickly fills Superman in on who Mr. Freeze is, while the Man of Steel tries to figure out why Loomis went from weapons designer to supervillain. Perhaps I can shed some light on the situation, the man states as he pulls himself free of the rubble, dusting himself off. I'd like to prove to Intergang why the prankster is a worthwhile investment. He smirks. The two villains turn, aiming their weapons at our heroes. Quickly, Superman tells Batman to get Joe Chill to safety before turning back to the enemies. Mr. Freeze, Loomis, I'd recommend you both stand down. I don't want anyone getting hurt, he tells them. Mr. Freeze fires, but the cold barely slows the Man of Steel down. Loomis smiles, firing his own pistol, but Clark merely stands his ground as the bullets sail across the room. At the last second, they twist and turn down the hallway, chasing Batman and Joe Chill. Superman claps his hand, sending the villains through the walls as he calls for Batman to watch out. The Dark Knight stops mid-run, turning, avoiding the bullets at the last second. They crash through the wall, turning again in midair to hunt their targets. They keep moving. Batman hooks a grapple gun to Chill's chair, lifting him to safety as the bullets hone in on them once more. He stands his ground, letting the rounds impact his Kevlar cape, smoke filling the room. As Loomis pulls himself free of the rubble once again, he pops the magazine from his pistol and reloads a fresh one. My dear Superman, now I understand why Toyman had such a good time dueling with you, he says with a smile. The man aims the pistol, firing again, but heat vision crosses the room, burning through the lead bullets to reveal the kryptonite beneath. The bullets find their mark. Elsewhere in the building, Batman tries to push away the smoke that fills the room. He can't see, and he's needing to activate his bat vision. Staring ahead, he finds that Mr. Freeze stands before him, ice cannon aimed. Getting paid somehow makes this moment less exquisite, the villain notes before firing. Goodbye, Batman. Meanwhile, over at LexCorp Tower. So you're saying I touched your face? Lex states, looking at Otis. The pair are interrupted as the phone buzzes, and Lex answers to reveal an irritated Oliver Queen. In the Watchtower, Chloe tells Oliver to keep Lex talking. She needs time to hack Lex's satellite to figure out where Clark is. I got another one of your charming coded emails about an hour ago, Oliver tells Lex. On the other side, Lex makes a face, telling Oliver about how they just discovered that he has been sleepwalking. Maybe my subconscious is trying to tell us something, Lex says with a small grin, but a shock appears on his face when Oliver answers with, seems like your subconscious is trying to tell me something. Lex quickly hangs up and tells Otis to go home for the night. It would seem my sister and I have to have a little talk. In the Watchtower, though, it's quickly becoming apparent that Superman is down. In the federal safe house, Loomis taps on the icy wall of a frozen Batman, and the two villains take their leave of the scene. The ice cracks and begins to melt, though, as Batman's suit heats up. He frees himself, gasping for air, and then he quickly gives chase, following the two crooks upward, stopping, though, gasping when he finds Joe Chill. The man who killed Bruce Wayne's parents lays dead on the floor. Anger fills the Dark Knight, and he begins to drive his fist into the icy chunks that were once Joe Chill. He moves quickly downstairs to find Superman on the ground, his body shriveling from the kryptonite poisoning. He leans over the body, calling Nightwing on the comms. "Superman's down," he explains, bullets in his chest and abdomen. Lead shielding in his insignia is keeping any of it from hitting his heart. But he's in bad shape, lost a lot of blood. Nightwing warns him to get out of the building. The feds are closing in fast. Batman stops though, taking time to remove the bullets from the hero. "Air cover is thick for me to get the hoverbat in," Nightwing warns him, but Bruce just stops looking around. "No, send the car." Green Arrow revs the motor on his motorbike, letting Watchtower know that he is coming in as backup. He turns at the sound of engines, throatily rumbling behind him though. You've got to be kidding me. Outside of the safe house, the head agent's phone suddenly rings and an unknown voice comes over the line. "I highly recommend you and your men clear a path for an incoming emergency vehicle," Nightwing tells him as the agents yell at her over the phone. The agent and Lois turn as the Batmobile rumbles onto the scene, throwing police cars out of the way like they're nothing. It smashes through the side of the building, throwing rubble everywhere, and Batman drags Superman across the floor as the federal tactical team kicks through the door. Suddenly, the Batmobile comes out of the building, screeching away into the night, as someone tells Lois that Batman has a wounded Superman. "Like hell he does," she hisses, grabbing one of the police bikes giving chase. The Batmobile rumbles down the road, and a line of flashing police lights follow it. Lois yells over her comms as Chloe continues to change traffic lights so that no civilians get caught in the chase. Suddenly, Oliver Queen is alongside Lois's bike. "How's your boy?" he asks over the whipping wind. "My fiance is bleeding out in a tank, driven by a man dressed as a bat," she screams at him. Inside the Batmobile, Batman takes a screeching turn that shifts and brings a groan of pain from Superman. "Good, you're not dead yet," he growls. "Stay with me, Superman," he orders when suddenly Clark groans his name to the Dark Knight. "Good to meet you, Clark. How do I fix you? Tell me who to call." Outside, Chloe patches through to Lois, letting her know that they are on a party line. "Miss Lane, this is Batman's associate, Nightwing." Nightwing quickly fills her in on the situation, asking that she trust them. Nightwing to Batman. "Miss Lane says that you need yellow sunlight." "Perhaps you didn't notice, but I have my hands full," he growls as the Batmobile rumbles towards a line of police cars, yelling at them to get out of his way, but the cops are moving. "Fine," he hisses as he turns the wheel, sending the car into a drift. The Batmobile goes into a tumble, and he begins to slam a few buttons. The cops watch as the Batmobile tumbles over their heads, the wheels twirling until the car comes to a rest on the other side of them and keeps going. So that happened," one of the officers notes. "If I'm going to get these slugs out of him," Batman tells the group coming on the party line, "someone's going to have to give me some breathing room." Oliver nods, telling Batman that he'll buy him some time. He fires an arrow into the air, leaping forward onto the windshield of a police chopper. "Can I bug you for a second?" he asks with a grin as he taps on the glass, bringing a surprised look from the pilot. Inside the Batmobile, Batman adjusts as Nightwing takes control of the car. He shifts, pulling out a scalpel, and he begins to go to work on the bullets in Superman's skin. "I've only ever pulled bullets out of myself, Clark. I can't guarantee that this won't suck," he tells him as he goes to work. But then, with the bullets removed, Batman reverses his suit's red sunlight generator to shine yellow light onto Superman. In the Watchtower, Chloe breathes a sigh of relief as Clark is out of the woods. She gets on the comms telling Oliver to let the cops know that Batman is innocent. "You bet, as soon as I get a chance," Oliver tells her as he kneels on the ground, his hands behind his head as the officers train their weapons on him. "Let's get my lawyer on the phone too, just for fun, Chloe." In their base, Oswald Loomis turns with a smile to Victor Fries as the crook walks down the stairs. His breath comes out in icy puffs as he motions to the screen that he's watching. Batman is alive. Superman is wounded. The world might not know that they've gone to lick their wounds, but thanks to my homing bullets, we do. He grins as the satellite shows him an image of Batman's tanker at the docks. The next morning, Lex Luthor comes into his office watching the news from last night's chase. Finally, he asks Otis to leave before turning to make himself a drink. "It's a shame that you couldn't get the typing thing figured out," he says to Tess as he pours. "Fine motor skills aren't that easy to master when you're driving from the back seat," she notes on the couch. Luthor smiles though. Everything is going well in his world. Superman is wounded and Batman is hunted. He turns, crossing the room, letting Tess know that she will no longer be taking control while he's asleep. He lets her know that he'll begin sleeping from now on, strapped to a bed in a room that is locked from the outside. You'll be getting out no further warnings, garbled or otherwise, to Queen. At the docks, on board Batman's tanker, the Leviathan, Clark opens his eyes to a shining light and Lois leaning over him. Where am I?" he asks as he sits up. Lois explains that Batman saved him and that they're on his really big boat now. Lois isn't overly happy about their secrets being revealed, but Clark felt it was necessary. Think of it as a professional courtesy, he tells her, but she's still not happy. But at least he's fine and she'll have a hell of a story to write. Clark tells her to hold up on that though, with the world thinking that he's dying. It gives me the element of surprise when we go after Loomis and Freeze, he explains. Barbara Gordon comes walking in, offering Superman a glass of orange juice and introducing herself to Lois. He leaves them to the discussion as he heads off to find Bruce, finding him and offering the juice to him. Again with the juice, he growls. Barbara is worried about your vitamin C intake. She's worse than my butler. First world problems. The two set about trying to locate the lair of Loomis and Freeze. Victor needs extreme cold to survive outside of his suit, so Clark points Bruce to the Hobbs River shipping area. We've got refrigerated facilities and spades. Quickly, they begin to look for a cold area that also gives off radiation from the meteor rock that Loomis is using, and they find the spot. There we go, Bruce notes, tapping the spot on the screen. He gets up, heading back into the armory. They should know that Clark won't last with that much kryptonite in one place, and Bruce can't survive at low temperatures. You didn't think that I was down here welding for my health, did you? He asks, reaching for the pieces of armor that he was working on. In the kitchen, Barbara and Lois turn away from the conversation that they were having to see an armored Superman and Batman standing before them. Ladies, Batman and I are going to step out for a bit, Clark tells them. A few moments later, the duo are traveling through the underwater tunnels in the Bat boat. Shortly afterward, the docks are invaded by a group of Intergang hitmen. Let's go pay Superman a visit, one of them smiles as the crew load up their weapons. Back at the base, Loomis watches as the kill squad moves in on the boat, a large smile on his face. Beside him, Freeze finishes putting his armor on, informing Loomis that he plans on taking the money that they earned from this job and returning to Gotham, where he will pay for the next round of treatments for his beloved Nora. But Loomis just smiles, pulling out a remote control from his pocket, reminding him about all the upgrades that he put into the suit. Pain lashes through Freeze's body as the suit begins to move without his control. What have you done? He cries out, and Loomis just laughs, welcoming Mr. Freeze to Puppet Town. I'm not finished yet, he tells him, leaning over Freeze's body. You still have quite a role to play, he tells him. I'm about to show everyone what it really means to get pranked. At the Nellis Air Force Base, 50 miles outside of Metropolis, all the drones suddenly come to life. The crews begin to run through the hangar trying to figure out what is happening. And inside the tower, the toys that Loomis smuggled into the kids' meals of the tower control finished giving them access to everything. Back at Loomis's hideout, Batman and Superman survey the scene. Looks like the happy couple have had a spat, Superman notes. But suddenly, Superman senses a heartbeat and the two turn as the wall behind them explodes. I see you boys went shopping, Loomis notes as he steps through the wall in the new battle suit. So did I! The villain takes a swing, forcing the heroes to dodge away. Great, another robot, Superman notes. You get used to it. Loomis points at one of his monitors, telling him how Mr. Freeze is stalking through downtown Metropolis right now. His power cells are about to overload and they're going to freeze everything within a mile. Batman wastes no time heading back to the Batboat. Can you handle Freeze? Superman calls over his shoulder. In my sleep. Loomis tries to stop Batman, but Superman steps in his way, blocking the Crook's attack. Prankster laughs, opening his chest to reveal a chunk of kryptonite, but Superman just grins behind the protective shielding of his new suit. Back on the Leviathan, Barbara stretches into another yoga pose as suddenly the ship's alarms begin to blare. Lois storms in, seeing the kill squad beginning to move through the ship. Are you ready for a fight? Lois calls over her shoulder, and as she turns, she sees Barbara is now dressed in the Nightwing costume. No, I'm ready for an ass kicking. Both women pause and Lois raises an eyebrow. I know what I said, Barbara says, embarrassed. Meanwhile, in Metropolis, the police duck behind their cars as Freeze sends another blast their way. He tries to call out to them, telling them that he is not in control of his actions. I have no quarrel with the people of Metropolis, he tells the officers who yell for him to stop shooting then. An explosion suddenly slows the Crook down and Green Arrow looks down on the scene, firing another arrow, this one topped with a bright red boxing glove. I had two choices, he notes. Yell, chill out, or nail you with a boxing glove arrow. Freeze struggles to his feet, letting Green Arrow know that he appreciates the variety. I would advise you to stand clear, he tells the Emerald Archer. I'm about to explode. All around them, things begin to freeze and massive ice spikes begin to pierce objects. Green Arrow starts running, trying to get the civilians clear of the area. This is a fight, we can't win, he calls. Aboard the Leviathan, Nightwing and Lois press back to back, breathing heavy. What's your count? Barbara asks, looking over her shoulder. 8, you? The two jump back into action, throwing their fists and kicks at their attackers, calling out a new number every time one of the thugs goes down. Nightwing knocks Lois to the side as a gun goes off, throwing batarangs to disarm the attacker. They pause briefly before a new group shows up, aiming their weapons at the pair. You know we're screwed, right? Barbara asks as she drops into a combat pose. Never let them see you sweat, Lois tells her as she rushes into the room. Back at Loomis's lair, though, Superman is thrown through another wall as Loomis moves in for another attack. He manages to get a hold of Superman again, and using his suit's strength, he rips the lead armor off of him. Everything's coming up, Loomis! The villain smiles as Superman falls to the ground, the kryptonite immediately weakening him. He lunges, though, ripping free some of the wires from Loomis's suit. The torn wires begin to send sparks flying through the combat armor, bringing it down hard. Suit or not, the meteor rock will kill you! Loomis cries as he pulls himself free, but Superman doesn't care anymore. He grabs the crook and begins to pull him out of the room. Not if I take it out of the equation, he tells him. Turning back, he uses his heat vision to bring the roof down on the kryptonite before turning back to Loomis. Was working with Intergang worth it? And Loomis smiles. It was awful. I never liked working with them, he tells him. Superman is confused, but Loomis just smiles more. He knew that eventually Intergang would get tired of him, so he decided to deal with them. Don't worry, their blood will soon be on your hands, he grins. Superman pulls him in close. What did you do? Back at the harbor, though, the drones come in fast, aiming for the Leviathan. Missiles launch, sailing across the sky and detonating hard. Nightwing, Lois, and the thugs are tossed as the ship lurches in the water, and then the whole ship begins to capsize as it takes on water. Meanwhile, in the city, Green Arrow and the cops duck behind cover as Freeze's suit overloads and a blizzard whirls around them. What do we do? The cop asks. I don't know, Green Arrow tells them honestly, when suddenly Batman lands on the ground next to them with Green Arrow shocked by his thermal armor. Better than a boxing glove taped to an arrow. The Dark Knight notes. He crosses through the storm, his armor protecting him. Freeze tries to warn him about the overloading power cells, but Batman knows and plans to take them out of the equation. He pops the power cells free, and Freeze falls to his knees on the snow-covered street. Batman, your ingenuity never ceases to amaze me. Later, as the police are taking Freeze away, Green Arrow comes up to the Dark Knight and lets him know that he paid for all the damages from the police chase the other night. Where do I send the bill? He asks. Batman stares at him for a second before turning away. I left my checkbook in my other tights, he informs him. Suddenly, the pair see Superman rip past overhead. Batman launches into the air as Arrow heads to his bike. Inside the sinking ship, both Lois and Nightwing continue to save the Intergang thugs that tried to kill them. You see the irony of this, right? Lois asks as Nightwing helps pull her out of the water. But they're stuck now. Both women turn to their would-be assassins, letting them know the plan. They're going to open the door to the hold and let all the water in, and then they're going to swim for it. That plan is awful, one of the goons comments. Never stopped me before, both women note in unison as they head to the door. Suddenly, the whole ship shakes again and everyone is thrown to the ground. What the hell was that? And outside, Batman and Green Arrow look as Superman lifts the boat over his head. You guys mind giving me a hand? He calls out to them, and both men look confused as Arrow shouts up, How? Clark looks around. Help find me a place to set this down. Later, in the aftermath, Lois looks down on the article about Superman and Batman saving the day. You don't think he'll mind getting second billing, do you? She asks Clark over the phone. Naming him in the headline is probably more than he'd like, Clark tells her. He hangs up the phone with Lois, and he descends on Gotham City. He finds Bruce Wayne in Crime Alley, the place where his parents were shot. How did you know where to find me? He asks. Alfred told me where to go. Bruce knows that he's lying. Alfred would never give up his position, but he knows that he didn't want to get Barbara in trouble. The two talk, telling of their parents. Clark knows that Bruce doesn't just leave flowers for his parents, though. He leaves them the piece of him that died that day as well. You might have a knack for the detective thing after all, Kent, Bruce tells him before turning to shake his hand. Give me a call if you ever need anything. Clark asks for one thing, though. He wants to know what Bruce did with Freeze's power cells. Back in Metropolis, Oliver and Chloe are walking through the city streets. Oliver's a little jealous that Green Arrow didn't even get mentioned for helping save the day. But he doesn't have a tank, so... But he does think that maybe he needs a sidekick. Never thought of myself as a father figure, though, he notes when suddenly Superman flies overhead. Chloe looks shocked as snow begins to fall from the sky as Clark crosses by with Freeze's power cells. The couple pull each other in for a hug, and Chloe finally tells Oliver, I'm pregnant. So they hug again, and the snow falls all around them. Daddy, wait! Young Tess cries at the front steps as the limo carrying her father pulls away. Daddy, I love you. She steps off of the front steps, running after the car in the rain, and the car stops, and a smiling Lex Luthor gets out. We've got sisters, sis. He smiles at his young sister. The older Tess then appears by her younger self, a stab wound still in her stomach when Lex killed her. She grabs her younger self's hand, pulling her back into the large house. Lex follows, strolling through the long hallways that is his mind. I'd say my brain is a bit of a dump. He begins to run, chasing after the two girls, but he can't extract his sister from his mind until he learns everything that she knows. Tess slams the door behind them, locking Luthor away. He knows that he can piece much of his memories together from the media, but there is one thing that he still can't seem to learn. He doesn't quite know who is Superman. Tess turns as the memories flash before her eyes. Clark Kent and his history with Lex, something that she is hiding from him in the dark corridors of his mind. A voice blares down the hallway and Lex ceases his assault on the door. Mr. Luthor to red door, Mr. Luthor to red door. He turns away, strolling back the way that he came. Sit tight, Tess, he tells her as he reaches for the doorknob. This conversation is far from over. Lex's eyes open to see a man shining a light into his eyes, and quickly he is unstrapped from the machine and questions Otis on why he was awakened. Sorry, Mr. Luthor, there's a situation outside that Superman is trying his hardest to control. Down the street below, a young child calls to his mother for help as the garbage truck comes sailing towards him. But suddenly a red and blue blur plows into that truck, altering its course and saving the child. Thanks, Superman! The kid calls out as the mother pulls him away. The Man of Steel turns to the culprit and floats before him. I think that's quite enough, Dr. Jones. Jones floats before him, his eyes pulsing with purple light and spheres whirling around him. Call me Simon, he intones. Okay, Simon, just calm down. No, it's Simon with a silent P. From the destruction, Lex Luthor comes strolling down the street, trying to calm the villain down. But a peaceful solution doesn't seem to be working. Peacefully went out the window when your drugs made my brain too big for my skull, the villain shouts, removing his hat, revealing the strange glows and holes in his scalp that pulse with purple glow and reveal his brain. While Lex doesn't remember the events, he promises that he'll be happy to help Simon find a cure. Superman moves in fast, pulling Lex away from Simon's anger outburst, which would have killed him. The Man of Steel drops Lex off at a nearby roof, letting him know that eventually, the evils of his past are most likely going to catch up with him. Lex sneers at Superman's concern. If you need me, you know where to find me, he tells him before taking off to continue the fight. He comes barreling in hard, his fists connecting with the ground where Simon stood moments before. Simon dodges, slamming one of his spheres into Superman, able to dodge him by reading the synaptic firing within his mind to anticipate his movements. Suddenly, a blur comes out of nowhere, slamming Simon, moving faster than he could predict. Simon stumbles as the blows rain down upon him and he falls, blood dripping from his broken jaw, asking, "How did Superman get so fast?" There's always been someone faster. Superman grins. Simon is knocked out, and in the blink of an eye, everyone on the scene is holding ice cream cones. A little early for ice cream, isn't it? Superman asks, turning to Bart Allen. Need my calories, amigo? Bart grins. The speed thing is a killer. Meanwhile, over at LexCorp Tower, Lois Lane storms into Lex's office, beginning to question him about the failed experiments that led to Simon being created. In the shadows of his mind, Tess watches the interaction as Lex coolly dodges Lois's questions. While Lex continues to answer, his hand slowly begins to pick up a pen and write on a post-it note. He continues to walk unaware of the post-it note on his desk, and finally, Lois stands to leave, taking the note with her. As she leaves the room, she turns back to Lex. You might not remember your ghosts, but they sure as hell remember you, she tells him before leaving. Standing before the elevator, she looks down at the note in her hands, which has a single word on it. Help. Elsewhere in the world, you know, you used to be faster than this, Bart tells Clark, as the two of them race across the ocean, the waves kicking up in their wake. Clark explains that he got slower once his ability to fly kicked in. Bart just laughs and tells him, so flying isn't that special. Put your money where your mouth is. Me flying, you running, Superman tells him as he leaps into the sky. Loser buys lunch. And with a great boom, the Man of Steel is gone. Superman finally stops in Mumbai, where the kids swarm around him for an autograph. But he's stunned to see Bart already there playing a game of soccer. Later, the two are sitting on the park bench as Clark fills Bart in on everything that has happened to him since the last time they met. Finally, after a little brotherly bonding, Superman's watchtower comms buzz to interrupt them. I know you boys are catching up, but there's a situation in Paris, Chloe tells them. I'll give you a head start, Bart grins as he begins to stretch, and with a boom, Superman is gone. Suddenly, Bart hears a strange whisper calling out his name. He turns, but there is no one there. He ignores it with a crackle of energy. He takes off after Superman. At Stryker's Island, Lex Luthor stands outside the hyper-solitary cell of Simon. The villain screams at Lex, telling him to stay away from him. How tight do they have that thing screwed on? Lex asks, motioning to the strange helmet that is dampening Simon's powers. He motions to the guards to lower the power on the helmet, and he leans in. You have to know that no matter what I did or didn't do to you in my old life, I don't remember any of it, Lex tells him. Who was I, Simon? What was I? Simon finally looks up, staring at Lex, and behind him, he sees Tess, with the stab wound still in her stomach. She looks at him, putting a finger to her lips, telling him to keep quiet. Simon leans forward, telling him to turn the helmet back on. He doesn't need his power to know what Lex is or was. You were and always will be a monster, an animal. In Paris, Superman and Impulse have just arrived on the scene, and they quickly get updated on the situation. Suddenly, an explosion rips apart a wall of the Louvre, and a giant gorilla carrying a brain in a jar on its back comes storming out. "See us, Superman," the brain says through its voice box. "Monkey," Clark notes as the chimps begin to pour out of the windows. You know, this almost never happens in Mexico, Bart says as the two heroes jump into battle. Superman picks one up, turning to Bart as he asks if it's okay to hit him. "Yes, we can hit them!" Bart yells as he suddenly punched through a wall. Superman moves in for the big gorilla, telling Bart to get the civilians to safety. Bart begins to move fast, the world seemingly slowing down to a standstill around him. As Bart pulls the people free of danger, Superman locks into battle with the ape, and while they fight, the brain explains that they are lovers who found each other despite the fact that they were experimented on. "I'm happy you found each other, but you need to stop this before anybody gets hurt," Superman tells them. The gorilla pulls out a machine gun and begins to fire into the crowd. Luckily, Bart has returned and begins to pull the bullets out of the air before anyone can even notice. More bullets are fired and the Speed Force crackles around Impulse as he pushes himself faster. He saves the people, but the energy won't stop building. And when he stops to catch his breath, he sees that he's pushing himself too fast. Suddenly, the world stops, and he hears the voice again. Bart. It calls out to him. Not now. He whispers, not again. He turns as the creature that seems to be made of an ever-shifting living shadow races towards him. It is time. It hisses as it speeds forward, with the creature drawing nearer, its shadow and clawed hand reaching out for Bart. Meanwhile, Superman punches the gorilla away, finally using his super clap to knock the rest of the monkeys down. He floats over to Bart, who is panting with exhaustion. It almost had me, he hisses. Later, Clark is carrying Bart across the ocean with him. This isn't helping, you know, Bart tells him, but Clark won't let Bart start running so that the creature will attack him again. Bart tells him that the creature is always waiting for him every time he uses his super speed. Why haven't you mentioned it before? So Bart tells him that it wasn't always there. He didn't see it until Lex tortured him, and he had to run faster than he ever has before. That's when he saw it, watching him and waiting. This thing, this speed demon, the Black Racer. Now, even when I'm not running, I see it. I wanted to race you, Clark, because if you didn't see it, maybe you just are crazy, Clark finishes his sentence. He doesn't think that Bart's crazy, though. We need to find some way for you to come face to face with your boogeyman, he tells him as they arrive at Metropolis. Meanwhile, outside of Metropolis, Lois's phone begins to buzz. Hage from the Daily Planet informs her that she has a missed call from Simon at Stryker's Island. She notes it before heading into one of the abandoned LexCorp factories outside of the city. She can't get past the guard, though, and inside, more of LexCorp employees are cleaning up meteor rocks. Suddenly, energy begins to crackle, and one of the workers leans in to get a better look. Lois tries to push past the guard as the energy grows in strength, and the man is suddenly tossed across the room. Lois rushes in, hoping to help the man as she yells for someone to call for an ambulance. But when she looks through the protective face mask, she sees the face of an old man staring back at her. But meanwhile, inside the dark reaches of Lex's mind, he and Tess look over the city. He turns to her, telling her that they have pinpointed the spot in his brain that her consciousness resides in. Tell me everything you know about Superman, or I give myself brain damage. She doesn't reply, staring at her brother wordlessly. And finally, Lex wakes up in his lab. He exits the room and he turns back to the technician. We do the procedure tomorrow morning. Later, as Lex is exiting the building, Otis is explaining what happened at the site to him. Lois, though, disguised as that guard, snags those key cards off of Otis's rings as they're walking out. She moves through the building and is finally blocked by a door that says level 3 on it. She flips through the cards, finding the one that Otis wrote level 3 on. They don't make henchmen like they used to. She smirks. She turns back to see a laser grid suddenly pop up behind her And at that same moment, her watchtower comms buzz. I can only assume that my wonderful cousin just saved my bacon, Lois asks Chloe. In all fairness, you weren't exactly being discreet. Chloe smiles on her end. But Lois disagrees. No one would recognize her in a baseball hat. Lois quickly fills her cousin in on the weird note and the strange energy that aged the man at Lex's sight. Hence why she is snooping around. Meanwhile, at Star Labs, Bart and Clark are hooked up to 2 treadmills. Clark's should speed him up to Bart's level and hopefully allow Clark to see the speed demon. I'm right there beside you, Bart, he tells him with the young man expressing no urge to run. Finally, the 2 of them take off, energy crackling around them. Bart continues to speed up, with Superman keeping pace. In his office, Dr. Hamilton's computers begin to overload, and a large explosion fills the room. From the floor, Clark struggles up, smoke billowing and shifting around him until he finally looks up and sees the Black Racer. Your speed is not pure, the creature hisses at him. The creature disappears and Bart is there helping Superman to his feet. Did you see it? He asks quickly. Clark stares at the place where the creature stood before turning to his friend. I have to find some way to save you, Bart. I have to. That night, Superman sits atop the Daily Planet with Lois as they both have one of their secret rendezvous and eat Chinese takeout. He fills her in on the day's events and she lets him know about the strange energy storms. And it turns out that they've happened in other places as well. Keystone, Mexico, Miami, Metropolis. Clark is stunned as he realizes that these are all places that Bart Allen has been. As if the storms are following him. It's like they're chasing Bart, Lois says. Or hunting him, Clark says. Before they can end their evening, one of the interns opens the door and Clark is forced to fly away in a blur. The intern is stunned for a moment, but Lois's irritated voice shocks him out of it. They run the handwritten note that Lois had earlier, and it seems to match the Daily Planet's old owner, Tess Mercer. Back at Star Labs, Oliver Queen walks in with Emil Hamilton. Inside of the lab, Chloe has been hooked into a brain machine that Oliver previously stole from LexCorp, along with her deceased doppelganger. You know I hate all of this, right, Emil? Oliver tells him as he sees his wife hooked into the machine. Emil tells him that it should be safe and the transfer should allow Chloe to see the last memories that flashed before Earth 2 Chloe's mind. Right before she died. Elsewhere in the world, an elderly Mrs. Hunkle places a key in an old door. I'm sorry that we've woken you, Mrs. Hunkle, Superman tells her. Now, Superman, you know this is what I do, the old woman says with a smile. Inside the darkened foyer, the old woman pushes her eye against a scanner, opening a second doorway. The 2 heroes peer into the darkness. Okay, Stretch, you got me. What is this place? Bart asks as they enter the room, and Clark tells him that it is a monument to the heroes' past. The Justice Society of America. Bart doesn't understand how a history lesson is going to help them stop this creature, but Clark informs him that they're looking for someone. You weren't the first hero to break the sound barrier, Clark informs him. We had to find Jay Garrick. Back at Star Labs, Chloe has been hooked into the machine and the power has been turned out. Her eyes go wide as the memories of her doppelganger begin to flood her mind. She's walking through a street of destruction, and around her, fires rage and people are running in terror. Her name is called out and she turns to see Lois running down the street, yelling for her to get to her ship. From above, a beam of energy discharges and Lois is burned to nothing but ash. Chloe looks up to see a great ship looming overhead, and in the lab, Earth 1 Chloe screams. Meanwhile, over in Mumbai, a speed storm crackles around the children playing soccer. In Paris, an officer is thrown away from his car. At the watchtower, Chloe glances at her computers as more speed storms are beginning to pop up on the screen. Whatever this countdown on Bart is, it's speeding up and the death toll is rising. Oliver phones Clark, letting him know. Elsewhere, Clark and Bart stand outside the deserted home of Jay Garrick. We really need this old hermit to help us, Bart asks as the 2 heroes walk up. Only one way to find out. And from the shadows of the front door, a set of boots can be seen. Can I help you boys? The voice questions them. We're looking for Jay Garrick, Bart tells the old man. The chair creaks as the man stands up, a cane supporting him. I'm Jay, or at least I used to be. More memories begin to flash through Chloe's mind back over at her adventure. The memories of Smallville high school graduation, of people running in fear through the halls, of Clark following them, his eyes burning bright with anger, heat vision arcing outward, burning those that have been affected by meteors. His arm lashes out, severing the head of another student. It's like I told my father, why hunt you down when I can just wait for graduation? He stalks through the school, but behind the desk, Chloe hides, waiting in fear. As she draws closer, the effects of the kryptonite that she has on her takes hold, and quickly Clark runs, leaving Chloe to cry. But in the real world, in our current timeline, in the home of Jay Garrick. The old man begins to make a cup of tea. So you're the little pain in the ass that stole my identity a few years back, he notes to Bart. He knocks Bart's feet off the coffee table as he asks him, "Why me, boy? Why steal my identity? Never seen you before," he tells him, settling into his chair. But Bart can't tell him. He doesn't remember anything before he woke up with his abilities. There was a bright flash and suddenly Bart was there with Jay's name in his head, along with Barry Allen and Wally West. I haven't stopped running ever since. Superman tries to ask Jay for help. He knows that Carter Hall was thinking of restarting the Justice Society, that he wanted to help the younger generation of heroes. "What do you know about the Black Racer?" Bart finally blurts out, and for a second, the old man stares, stunned at Bart. "When the feds rounded up the JSA, they broke my leg," he tells them. But Clark doesn't understand it should have healed by now. And anger fills Jay's voice as he throws his teacup into the sink, shattering it. "I don't want it fixed!" Bart understands. "Because you've seen it. You've seen the Black Racer!" Jay comes limping back into the room, some anger having left his voice. "Of course I've seen it! Damned monster laughing at me, haunting me every time I broke into a run." He turns to Bart, a haunted look in his eyes. "Got to be out here and whispering my name, breathing down my neck even when I was sitting still. We ride the lightning, son. We sure as hell don't own it." Jay tells the two that the speed storms are the creature's way of calling out to Bart, telling him that it's time to collect. Jay stares out the window at the vast emptiness around them. He beat the creature when he stopped running. If Bart refuses to do that, there's only one answer. The old man turns back to the young heroes with sadness in his gruff voice. "The boy's gotta die." Jay Garrick stares at the window at the vast emptiness around them with an injured leg that he doesn't want to let heal, stating that he beat the creature when he stopped running, but if Bart refuses to stop running, there's only one answer. The old man turned back to our young heroes with sadness in his gruff voice. "The boy's gotta die." Clark refuses to believe that. There has to be a way to stop this without Bart having to die. "Speed Force burns you up. That thing is just a debt collector," Jay tells them. While the two discuss this, Bart sits, looking out of the emptiness around them. He can hear it, whispering for him. The black flash is always there. Jay explains that the Speed Force storms are the creature's way of becoming desperate, trying to ignite another speedster so that it can feed. But only a few of us are able to handle it. That's why so many normal people are dying, Bart notes, finally standing and joining the discussion. "I wasn't the first, and you won't be the last," Jay tells him with a nod. Anger suddenly fills Bart. He wouldn't have to deal with the creature if Jay had just faced it back in the day. But their argument is interrupted as Watchtower comes over the comms. Chloe tells them that there's a Speed Force storm forming up in Vegas. This one's Category 5, and it's not slowing down. Bart takes off, but Superman stomps him. "The racer is there! It's waiting for me!" Bart yells, pointing to the flashes of Speed Force lightning in the distance. "He's been calling me!" Superman continues to talk to Chloe, telling her that they haven't found a way to deal with this creature as he picks Bart up and carries him back inside. Emil Hamilton comes over the comms telling Superman that they may have found a temporary solution. They've created an energy containment suit for Superman that would allow him to fly closer to the sun, but they've since adapted it to contain Speed Force energy. So in the background of Star Labs, Emil's scientist begins to load the suit into a rocket, and he gets clear of the area. "Hooray for science," Emil jokes, as the rocket suddenly takes off. "You also might want to take 2 steps to your left, Superman," he tells him. Jay and Bart look up into the sky as the rocket suddenly falls to the earth in Jay's front lawn. The pod cracks open, revealing the new suit. "Why don't I have scientists?" Bart asks as he looks on. A short time later, Superman comes to a stop in Las Vegas, Speed Force energy crackling around him. "Okay, ugly, time for round 2. People try to run as the energy cracks through the city. Superman is there, though, running faster than ever. With every person that he saves, he absorbs more of the Speed Force. Lightning shooting off of him as he orders the people to run and get out of the city. "I'm still not running fast enough," he says as he finds another person that the Speed Force has killed. And suddenly, he looks up, with the Speed Force connecting with the mock-up of the Eiffel Tower. People begin to run and scream, but suddenly, they're outside the city. "Are we dead?" one person asks. Superman is standing there, his eyes burning with the energy of the Speed Force. "No one else dies today," he tells them, and in a blur, he's gone. never moved this fast before. He struggles as the Speed Force comes off him in waves. He's back in the city in a flash, catching the falling tower. The Speed Force cracking again, filling him with energy. You! The black voice calls out to him. Superman turns and the black racer is standing before him. Dark energy coursing from its lean form. You are not of speed, yet I shall consume you all the same. It hisses. That's kind of the point, Clark notes as he races towards the creature. The two collide, sending off a burst of energy that Bart can see all the way to Jay Garrick's house. Enough, he hisses, getting up on the front steps. Jay tries to stop him, but Bart Allen refuses to let anybody else fight his battles for him. He begins to stretch, and Jay finally tells him, Bart, I've heard your name before. Impulse turns back, questioning the old man. The first time that Jay woke up with lightning in his veins and 400 miles per hour at his back. He woke up with names in his head. Max Mercury, Barry Allen, Wally West, and Bart Allen. Speed Force isn't just what fuels us, it's what binds us, he tells him coming off the front porch. You aren't alone. Bart turns back to the flashes of energy that spring from the city. The only kind of family that he has needs him right now. With a blur, the boy is gone, and Jay looks out at the cloud of dust in his wake. Godspeed, son. But meanwhile, over with more memories of Earth 2, something that Oliver Queen and Chloe have been dealing with ever since the Earth 2 Chloe showed up and died. In these memories, Oliver Queen is holding up a press conference telling the world that Ultraman is in fact Clark Luthor. The villain arrives, pulling the billionaire into the sky, and in the distance, Chloe is armed with a rifle and a kryptonite bullet, but she can't fire, not with Oliver Queen in the way. Which is a shame, Clark Luthor notes, his eyes burning with anger, and in a quick flick, Oliver's neck is snapped all the way around. Back in the watchtower, a tear falls from Chloe's eyes as she begins to remember these Earth 2 memories from her dead self, and she remembers that Oliver wasn't hers. Her Oliver walks in. Another bad memory? He asks. But Chloe doesn't want to talk about it. The pair instead focus on the whereabouts of Impulse. The boy is literally running around the entire world. He's running faster than he's ever run before, she tells him. Bart is continuing to run, pushing himself faster and faster. He is passing speed storms, collecting their energy and using it to go even faster. His vision blurs, and it's as if he's running through a speed tunnel. The energy cracks off of him. The lightning begins to swirl. His eyes blaze, and suddenly he hears voices in the Speed Force, others running alongside him. Bart, we need to talk, they tell him. But back at Las Vegas, Superman takes another run at the creature. Okay, Ugly, that one hurt, he tells the monster as he charges in for another attack. Speed does not belong to you. The monster hisses as Superman comes at him again, cracking him, knocking him away. The monster is fast, but it's behind him now. Superman grabs it, throwing it into another wall, and the monster leaps forward, driving its fist into Clark's gut with super speed. This is not your fight! It throws Superman to the ground, energy snapping off of it as it raises its clawed hand. You want speed? Bart screams as he suddenly comes to a halt within the city. The Speed Force is coming off of him in waves, and lightning is swirling around him. I'll show you speed! The racer releases Superman, standing before Impulse. Your speed is pure! But Bart is already running. He passes the racer, grabbing Superman and moving forward. I need all your speed too, Stretch, he tells his friend. Superman tries to talk him out of the fight as Bart drops him outside of the city, but he knows that he can do this. A few birdies told me, but Superman won't let him do it alone. I'm not. I've never truly been alone, Bart tells him with a smile, and then suddenly, gone in a blur. Superman rockets into the sky, trying to catch up to his friend. Damn it, Bart! Slow down! Clark yells as his friend outpaces him, but Bart smiles. Not this time, amigo. The racer watches as Bart gets closer and closer. Finally, it is time! It growls, and Bart suddenly stops directly in front of the monster. You want speed? Here's all of it, he tells the racer. Smell you later! The explosion of Speed Force rips through the city, launching Superman back before he can reach his friend. Finally, the light dims, and Superman races forward again, trying to see what happened. Where is Bart? But he finds nothing. The smoking crater in the shape of a lightning bolt. Bart, Clark whispers as he falls to his knees, feeling as though he's failed. Meanwhile, memories are flashing before Chloe's eyes again as she is confronting her doppelganger in a cornfield outside of Smallville. The Earth 2 Chloe is thrown away, and she looks up as a stranger steps through the field. "You have run far and fast, survivor," the Monitor notes. "But this world will soon die, just like the last." The Monitor turns away, staring into the quiet night around them. "The lengths to which you have traveled to warn this world in vain are impressive." He holds out his hand to her, a strange power filling the field. The Monitors maintain order, while existence itself is pure chaos. "So all of existence shall be brought to an end," he tells her, as Chloe begins to gurgle and fall. "Farewell, Chloe Sullivan of Earth 2. You may now join your world and all others in oblivion." Chloe awakens on the floor, with Oliver helping her to her feet. Over the comms, Superman tells them that Impulse is gone. She looks up at her husband, not sure how they can bring a child into the lives that they lead, with Crisis on its way. Back in the old brownstone building that once housed the JSA, Superman stares into one of the glass cases that holds the memories of the heroes. "I'm sorry, Superman," Jay tells him, his cane clicking against the ground as he walks in. "I should have faced the Racer long ago. With all due respect, sir, we don't know if it would have ended with you. The Racer was a force of nature," Clark tells him. "Everything ends, no matter how hard we try to stop it." The two men are then interrupted as Emil Hamilton walks in. Jay heads off with Mrs. Hunkle to make some tea. Quickly, Emil shows Superman the biometrics off the suit that he used to contain the Speed Force. It seems that it accelerated his body's ability to draw energy from the sun as well as speed up his healing. "Clark, Bart may have done more than save the world." Later, Lois plops down on the couch as Clark tells her that he plans on making a statue for Bart and having a service for him. She tells him that she can tell him all about her day once he does his flying bug. "I don't think I'll be doing that anymore," he tells her as there's a knock at the door. Lois answers and drops her phone in surprise as Clark is standing before her. "Honey, I'm home," he smiles. Tears spring up in her eyes and she leaps into his arms. "Bart's speed fixed me," he tells her. While she's thankful for Bart's sacrifice, Lois tells Clark to get back into his suit. They're not done for the night. Lex walks into his office, flicking the lights to find nothing. "Otis, the lights aren't working," he says, but no reply comes from the shadows. "My intel tells me you fired Mr. Berg," Superman states, his eyes glowing and lighting the room. He steps forward, forcing Lex to draw his phone and realize that his Superman tracker is no longer working. "You won't be keeping an eye on me any longer." Lex moves to his liquor closet, but another voice calls from the darkness. "Here you go, Lex." Green Arrow smiles, holding up a glass. "And for the record, you used to buy better scotch." Lex stands in his office facing the two heroes. "What can I do for you gentlemen?" he questions, but the heroes are there to do a favor. "We're here to take back somebody who belongs to us," Oliver tells him. Lex tries to leave, threatening to go to the press, but behind the door is Lois Lane. "We're all over it," she says with a smile. Superman steps forward, telling Lex that they've already lost one hero today. It's time to welcome back another hero. Before Oliver can tase Luthor, though, Lois steps forward, knocking him out. Later, Luthor awakens to Otis pulling him at his feet, noting that Luthor still needs looking after. "Where is she?" Luthor bellows as he storms through his office. "Where is my sister?" Back at Star Labs, Emil turns on the machine as Clark, Lois, and Oliver watch on. A hologram begins to activate and a bright red version of Tess stands before them. "Hey there, stranger. Sorry we took so long." Clark tells her with a smile, and she smiles back at her friends. "Thank you." On the balcony, Clark comes out to find Chloe looking over the city. She tells him everything that they learned about the Monitors and the upcoming crisis. She doesn't know how to stop them, but she does know that her and Oliver need to leave the city. "What is it, Chloe? There's something you're not telling me," Clark asks her. She tells him to use his hearing, and that's when Clark hears the second heartbeat. He grabs her in a hug, floating in the air in excitement. "We'll miss you," she tells her best friend. "Oh, we'll miss you too." The snow of Antarctica crunches under the feet as a group of scientists continue to run. "Go, go, go, go!" One screams to those around him. They have to keep running until the thing stops chasing them. "Stop right there!" The small silver orb orders, bringing the runners to a stop. The robot known as Skeets asks the people if they need assistance, while they look over their shoulders with frightened faces. "Do you have any idea what is chasing us?" one asks. Well, he doesn't. Skeets is more than sure the boss man can handle it. A yellow light suddenly comes screaming across the sky, crashing into the snow as Skeets begins his entrance. "He's the gold standard for Earthbound rescue 2 years running. He's..." Small fireworks begin to pop as cameras flash. "A booster gold!" The scientists all look disappointed. They were hoping for the Blue Beetle or somebody. Anybody. Booster ignores their groans and leans in close. "What exactly is the problem?" he says with a big smile on his face. Suddenly, the snowdrift behind them explodes and a large hairy monster is charging towards the group. Booster pushes the scientists away and launches at the beast. Incoming alert. The Legion ring on his finger then says. Booster looks down at it confused. It's never talked before. He's got no time to argue though as he flies at the monster firing energy beams. Protocol 6 activated. Non-Legionnaire detected. Initiating shutdown. Booster's flight ring suddenly stops and he tumbles out of the sky and into the snow. The beast lets out a roar and charges at our hero, seeing him depowered. Shall I document your immediate death, sir? Skeets asks as Booster is picked up by the monster. Tell the world my story! He gasps, but the creature is knocked away by a beam of energy that separates them. Wounded, it flies off into the snow as Blue Beetle lands. Everyone okay? The hero asks as the scientists cheer. They are now. Blue Beetle begins to shake everyone's hands while Booster and Skeets stand off to the side trying to figure out why the Legion ring suddenly deactivated. What good am I without my stuff? Booster asks. What is Legion Protocol 6 anyway? Skeets hovers over his friend. He has no idea, but he knows someone who might. Later, Clark Kent is entering the Daily Planet after spending the morning saying goodbye to Lois, who's traveling for a story. As he walks through the bullpen, he's greeted by his co-workers who haven't seen him since he took off a few months ago. One person isn't happy to see him, however, and Kat Grant stands angrily in front of his office. What's up? He asks her, only for her to stand aside and reveal who is in his office. We gotta stop meeting like this, Booster says with a large grin on his face. Clark glares at the hero before dragging him off to the rooftop. I'm at work, Booster, he tells him, pushing him onto the rooftop. I know, back to work after a bit of a hiatus. Booster smiles, quickly taking the ring off and tossing it to Clark, asking if he's ever heard of Protocol 6. Authorized user present, the ring suddenly says, as it comes in contact with Clark. The two heroes look at it in shock as a strange energy begins to glow around them. Prepare for mandatory recall. And with a flash, our heroes are gone and Skeets is floating above an empty rooftop. Sirs? He asks the air. Clark suddenly comes to wake up on the ground, groaning as he asks Booster if he's okay. Never better! The hero groans as he struggles up, asking Skeets what happened. I don't think he was invited, Clark tells him as they get back to their feet and they look around. A crumbling statue of Superman lays before them as hovercars and spaceships fly over the futuristic city that they both still recognize as Metropolis. At least we're in Kansas, Booster remarks. Back in the past, Skeets floats around the city trying to find someone who can help him. Luckily, he knows the way to the Watchtower, where he meets the newly digitized version of Tess Mercer and quickly fills her in on the situation. I still don't know how I'm supposed to help you, given my situation, she tells him, but Skeets already has a solution, and he just needs to borrow a little money. I need to purchase land with a 1,000-year lease, he tells her. Back in the 31st century, Clark and Booster are interrupted as Skeets suddenly explodes out of the ground. Skeets, how did you get here? Booster asks as the drone circles them. Skeets lets them know that he buried himself in a time capsule for 1,000 years. I didn't want to let you down, Booster, he tells them. As the three look around the area, Clark questions that if the rings are recalling Legionnaires, then where's the rest of the Legion? But Booster's face suddenly looks shocked as he stares up into the sky. You're so worried about the wrong thing right now, he tells them, and he points, getting Clark's attention at the giant spaceship that is plummeting towards them. Now this has Superman written all over it. Clark rips open his shirt, ordering Booster to get all of the civilians away from the crash zone. Why? Booster questions, but Clark just glances at him, determination in his eyes. I've never caught a spaceship before. He rockets into the sky, leaving Rubble and Booster behind. Inside of the spacecraft, Lightning Lad tries his hardest to break free of his shackles, while Brainiac 5 is trying to control the ship. Alarms begin to sound all around them. The vessel is going, Brainiac confirms with a nod. Lightning Lad curses the hero, telling him that they should never have rehabilitated him. But Brainiac just glances over his shoulder as his partner manages to finally get off his cuffs. But without Brainiac 5, who would rescue Lightning Lad? He asks with a smile. The two Legionnaires make their way through the ship, stopping short as a flash grenade suddenly goes off in front of them. The blast barely stuns them, though, as the two heroes look up at the approaching guards. You take the 5 on the right, Lightning Lad orders as electricity crackles around him. The two make short work of those guards, with Garth cursing about why they just can't kill them, but that the guards are allowed to shoot at the heroes. As they fight their way to the bridge, the heroes are shocked to see a red streak flying towards them from the city below. Is that a missile? Garth asks, but Brainiac smiles as his robotic eyes zoom in on a familiar symbol. Yeah, not quite. Outside, Superman rockets forward, colliding with the spaceship, crumpling the front end in his effort to slow it down. The metal strains and crumples forward as Superman pushes further. And in the streets below, Booster is having little success at evacuating the people. Finally, they look up and they see the incoming craft, and they begin to run, screaming. "You're clear, Superman!" Booster shouts upward. At last, Superman pushes with all of his might, slowing the ship enough to do little more than crack the ground and create a small quake. "Remind me to tell Oliver that I caught a freaking spaceship," he gasps on the ground. The two Legionnaires exit the ship, flying to Superman. Garth immediately shakes the hero's hand, not having seen him since he last time traveled. And after exchanging some pleasantries, Clark turns and sees the destruction around them. "Why did you two crash a spaceship?" But Garth explains that they weren't trying to crash it, they were trying to escape it. The heroes' reunion is interrupted as the soldiers of Earth government suddenly surround them. "Down to the ground," they order, training their weapons on them. Confused, Clark obeys the command, but the three heroes then drop to their knees with their hands on their heads. Is the Legion at war with Earth?" He questions the two Legionnaires, but Brainiac tells him that it isn't that simple, and he points upward into the sky above them. "Behold the enemy of your precious Earth, New Krypton." Meanwhile, in the crowd, Booster is fighting his way forward, and as he breaks free, he sees his friends are currently in trouble. "You up for a Hail Mary?" he questions, and Skeets wonders if he'll ever be more than cannon fodder. And Booster chucks himself at the group of soldiers, letting out a burst of energy over their heads. Skeets is able to stun the group of soldiers long enough for the heroes to get away. Later, though, after they've disguised Clark, the heroes hide out in a Legion safe house. So Booster and Clark look over the field that the safe house is located in, with Clark upset that it took them so long to get here and help. "We came as soon as your protocol was activated," Booster tells them. "They literally couldn't get here sooner though." Brainiac is confused by this as he walks across the room, taking the ring from Superman. "You have me at a disadvantage, gentlemen," the Legionnaire tells them, studying the ring. "We have enacted no such protocol." Garth nods, his energy holding a baseball in front of him. While things are strange between New Krypton and Earth, it isn't bad enough that they would need to recall every Legionnaire from everywhere, or every when? Both Clark and Booster seem confused since time travel doesn't even make any sense. Brainiac stands in front of Booster, questioning who the hero is. "I'm the greatest hero you've never heard of," he tells them, and the robot glances up and down the hero. "Dubious," he tells him. Skeets hovers over his friend's shoulder, quietly suggesting that they have a statue erected. Clark finally separates the heroes, asking why in 1,000 years, Earth is under attack from a planet called the New Krypton. So Brainiac explains that a lost colony of Kryptonians, known as Argo, applied to be a part of the United Planets. Clark sent them there after Zod tried to take over the Earth. When they arrived on Argo, the Kryptonians thrived for 1,000 years. However, their request to be included into the United Planets was declined because they were too young. "That hardly seems like enough to merit a full-scale war with Earth," Clark remarks. And behind him, Garth turns to Brainiac and lets him know that he should tell Clark the whole truth. Meanwhile, inside of the Earth government holding facility floating above Earth, Minister Nightwing stands before the Earth Council demanding that they allow him to move the prisoner. Yet they do not believe it necessary, as their war is not with the Legion. Angrily, Nightwing begins to shout at the screens. He needs to be able to stop the Kryptonians and the Legion, and he shows them an image of Superman's symbol, believing it to be a Kryptonian that aided in his prisoner's escape and fled. "It's only a matter of time before he comes for the one we've captured," he tells the council. As if on cue, the entire ship suddenly shakes and the screens flash. Power flickers as Nightwing runs down the hallway, stopping short as the walls are ripped apart in front of him. "I believe you have something that doesn't belong to you," Superman tells him, anger in his face. Nightwing hits the alarm on the wall, shouting over the comms that there is a Kryptonian in the base, and the guards come down the hallway, clicking off the safeties on their weapons. Superman moves, but he is slowed. Red sunlight. He hisses as the grenade is thrown his way. The flash goes off and the corridor is bathed in the red light. That should keep him down for a few seconds. "Move!" Nightwing orders, but even powerless, Superman is not useless. He slams into the first guard, throwing him off balance, his powers quickly returning. He leaps up once more into the air and his heat vision arcs out and the guards are knocked out of a falling wall. Clark grabs Nightwing, pulling him close, heat flaring from his eyes as anger fills his voice. "Where is she?" Nightwing caves as Superman quickly flies through the base, finding the cell that he is looking for. He rips through the wall, finding a room bathed in red sunlight. "Clark?" a weak voice asks, and Clark looks at his cousin as she struggles across the room. "Kara!" The two float in orbit, with Clark supporting his cousin as she bathes in yellow sunlight. He apologizes to her, having not even realized that she was missing. "I kind of always run off mid-sentence," she tells him with a smile. finally feeling stronger and flying herself. She was told that she couldn't help him when Zod arrived, and Jor-El ordered her to leave Earth so that Clark could assume his destiny. She points to the symbol on his chest. And from the looks of things, you did it. Quickly, Kara fills Clark in with what happened to her. You see, she arrived in the 31st century 6 months ago and joined the Legion of Superheroes. They discovered New Krypton, and the Legion was sent on a diplomatic mission to visit them. Yet someone from the Earth government sabotaged this mission, blowing up the vessel, and from there, war began between the people of Earth and New Krypton. Why would the Earth government sabotage a mission to meet the Kryptonians? Clark questions, anger filling Kara's voice as she answers him. Fear. Her heat vision arcs through space, and suddenly a collection of space buoys appear. She tells Clark that they are gravity buoys that aid her in traveling through space. The only way for Kryptonians to travel through space with any kind of a purpose. Clark questions why these were placed in space waiting for her. And she tells him, Clark, I wasn't a prisoner. I was a spy. She hits the gravity buoys in flight and suddenly takes off into space. Meanwhile, on the world ship New Krypton, Cosmic Boy glances around nervously. We're not exactly blending in here, but Saturn Girl just nods. With her power, she can see them as little more than shadows in her peripheral vision. Cosmic Boy nods, watching the Earth government spies that they've been following. He's more worried about them than anything else. The two spies suddenly drop a package, and the Legionnaires decide against stealth, racing across the crowded square. The two spies then pull their weapons, but Cosmic Boy uses his powers to yank them free. Nice try, gentlemen, he tells them. The men give up, and Saturn Girl quickly disarms the bomb that they were trying to plant. Suddenly, alarms begin to blare all around them, with Saturn Girl diving, pushing Cosmic Boy out of the way as a group of individuals land hard in the square. The smoke clears, revealing a group of Kryptonian eradicators. You are hereby taken into custody and charged with terrorism against New Krypton and the people of Argo. Eradicator Bayosk informs them. The two Legionnaires try to explain their actions, but the Eradicators do not believe them and they begin to round them up. Legionnaire Roke speaks the truth. A voice calls from the skies above them. Clark and Kara hover above the streets of New Krypton, and the Eradicators are stunned. Kal-El, the last son of Krypton! Bayosk suddenly turns to the crowd around him. Kneel before Argo's salvation! He orders them, and the people obey without question. Later, Clark stands before the Chancellor of New Krypton. Excuse me, Chancellor Pavel, he asks, slightly stunned. Isn't this a bit much? The Chancellor merely smiles as he motions to the hall of statues that they stand in. He explains that each statue is a monument to the 1,000 years of lives and society that happened thanks to Clark's actions in liberating them from the tyranny that was Zod. Clark questions why this war has even taken place, if the Kryptonians believe themselves to be an enlightened people, but the Chancellor explains that they only meant to recover the body of their god. The two fly upward, viewing one of the largest statues, which depicted a woman holding a baby in her arms. I thought Ra was Krypton's red sun, Clark questions, but the Chancellor explains that the ancient Kryptonians worshipped Ra, but the people of New Krypton worship a more relevant god. Shock fills his face as he realizes who the statue depicts. I believe you knew her once, the Chancellor remarks. Above the planet, Saturn Girl opens up comms with Brainiac 5 back on Earth. She informs him of the events that took place on New Krypton, and she believes that things are escalating too fast. What do you suggest? Brainiac asks. Saturn Girl suggests that they enact Protocol 6 and bring every Legionnaire through time in space. Fascinating, Brainiac notes, and from the corner, Booster shakes his head. I hate time travel. I know, sir, Skeets agrees. Above the city, Cosmic Boy and Supergirl soar, and Roke questions what Kara learned as a spy for her people. Help us stop the violence, he asks her. But Superman suddenly arrives, telling Kara that she doesn't need to betray her people. Chancellor Pavel informed me, he tells them, floating above the group. This war isn't about politics. Clark tells Kara and Roke that the Kryptonian people are looking for the tomb of Feyora, the former wife of Zod and the mother of Doomsday. Back in Metropolis, Booster Gold looks down on the city below them. Stupid future, our future's so much better, he tells Skeet, and suddenly he sees an alien woman being attacked by a group of soldiers. He leaps into the air, ordering Skeets to give him some anti-gravity to slow his descent. The soldiers stop, launching a net that captures the woman, but Booster lands in front of them, blocking their path to this woman. What the hell are you two doing? He asks as Skeets works behind him to free her. She's a little girl. He stops, turning back to the woman. You are a little girl, right? She runs off as the soldiers rush Booster. Dodging one, he throws a punch that knocks the man down, but a stun blast from the others put him down quick. Skeets drops in and the soldiers all begin to round up the heroes to be taken before Minister Nidrai. Later, Clark and Kara fly over the Amazon jungle, the great trees swaying below them in the night air. Clark feels that New Krypton should have a piece of their history returned to them. While Kara is sick of being used and lied to, Clark promises that he will help her figure out everything before the world ends. But suddenly, Kara is shot out of the sky as 2 Earth government ships hover into view. "Kryptonians, stand down!" they order. "I'm afraid I can't do that," Superman tells them, launching into action. He dodges the incoming fire from the ships, only to watch as they are cut in half from a blast of his heat vision. "Kara!" Anger burning in her eyes, she flies back into view. "They shot me!" she snarls, and Clark understands but zips down quickly to save the pilots. "We don't need another diplomatic incident on our hands," he tells her as they pull the soldiers clear. They pull their weapons though, uselessly opening fire, and with a quick gust of his breath, Superman freezes them to the ground. "I promise to thaw each of you out when my cousin and I have what we came for," he tells them. Kara huffs behind him. She doesn't. Quickly, the two find the ancient tomb and push through the entrance, discovering the massive throne room within. He must have built this to be his seat of power once he conquered the world, Clark remarks as they move through the building. The throne looks out over a pit and the heroes descend to find the crystallized remains of Feyora, the murdered wife of Zod. Zod did not know that the woman that he was murdering was pregnant with his child when he killed her. According to Pavel, their culture has long held that the unborn child was a sacred thing, Clark explains to his cousin as he stares down at the preserved body. Conceived from Kryptonian clones under a yellow sun, if that child had been born, he may have held the key to understanding the limits of our DNA. Kara motions to a device that sits below the tomb, telling Clark that she doesn't believe that Argo will be the first to find out. She holds up the device, showing it to her cousin. These are cartridges from a DNA extractor. The two stand before it, trying to figure out why the Earth government would want the DNA of an unborn Kryptonian baby. Meanwhile, in Section 31 of the Earth Government Lab, Minister Nidra enters the chamber to demand a report from his scientists. He stares into the chamber as they explain that the child's DNA was integrated into Subject Zero. Nidra smiles as he looks at the massive green-suited form that is shackled in the chamber below. The Xenos will be undone by a weapon of their own design. Later, the minister stands before Booster Gold, who is locked into position by an energy beam. Why would the Legion allow a measly human to join their ranks, he questions. At the end of the day, we all bleed the same. Booster struggles, a smile on his face. He screams as Nidra hits him with an energy surge, sending a course of pain through his body. He looks through the records, discovering no trace of Booster's DNA markers. The minister turns back to Booster, informing him that his partner was more forthcoming with information, and he motions to the disassembled Skeets on the table. All your secrets lay bare. Booster stares in horror at his friend as the minister is called away, leaving the room. Booster struggles against his restraints as the guards close in. Over at Earth, the recalled members of the Legion of Superheroes float before Cosmic Boy, who knows that neither the Earth government nor the Kryptonians want their help, but both need them. He asks if the Legion is with them, and they all give a rousing cheer. Long live the Legion! Inside the Legion safe house, though, both Brainiac and Saturn Girl are missing the speech. No time, Brainiac tells her. His sensor has discovered that the Earth government spies on New Krypton have left something other than a bomb behind. A piece of technology that hasn't been seen in this universe in 1,000 years. On New Krypton, a group of Eradicators stand prepared for the day when suddenly a strange pinging noise fills the chamber. Ping, 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 and Chancellor Pavel stands in the Ministry of Conflict, a frown on his face. Though he doesn't wish it, they have no choice. Prepare the gravity bomb for launch, he orders. Suddenly the room is thrown into chaos as alarms are sound, and the tech reports energy spiking on the planet. It has begun, Pavel intones. Back on Earth, Kara springs out of the tomb, ripping one of the soldiers free of the ice that they left him. Who defiled the tomb? She snarls, her eyes burning with anger. But the soldier is pulled from her grasp as Clark sets him back on the ground. Kara doesn't understand. Even after everything that he has seen, everything that the Earth government has done, why are you still protecting them, Clark? Anger fills her and she launches at her cousin, her blow knocking him across the field. Maybe our people are right, she tells him. Maybe Earth does not have to step away for a while. She rushes her cousin again, but Clark merely grabs her arm, twisting and throwing her harmlessly. We can't punish an entire race for the actions of a few, he tells her. But she recovers, colliding with Clark's back, throwing him to the ground again. She then lets loose a blast of heat vision, telling him that humanity is never going to change. When I get home, I'll just have to work harder to make it happen, he tells her, blocking her heat vision with his hand until she stops, tears in her eyes. Clark tells her that the people who defiled the tomb will be punished for what they did, and he embraces his cousin. Sorry I lost my temper. she tells him, and they both look around at the destruction that they have caused. You might want to plant a few extra trees when we get back. Suddenly, both of their comms come to life and the Chancellor and the Legion inform them the new Krypton is now under attack. Quickly, the pair take to the skies, meeting with the Legion in orbit. Incoming WMT from the world's ship, Brainiac informs them. Launched in response to Minister Nidra sending Doomsday at New Krypton. Clark is stunned hearing the name of Doomsday. The heroes stop seeing the gravity bomb come sailing towards Earth. Kara pulls their cousin in close. Clark, we have fought the beast before. Ride the buoy line back to New Krypton, she tells him, and he nods, questioning what she'll do. I'll manage, she informs him. Supergirl turns away from her cousin, heading towards Earth. Legionnaires, with me! Meanwhile, back on Earth, the soldiers are dragging Booster through the prison. Should we ask for an autograph? They laugh. But the hero springs into action, headbutting one before twisting and punching into the others. A final kick, taking out the last one. On the house, he snarls, crossing the room to the remains of Skeets, plugging wires in. Restart, 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 he whispers gently, concerned for his friend. I was never deactivated, sir. Playing possum, Skeets tells him as he rises off the table, easily putting himself back together. The robot quickly informs Booster of the situation on New Krypton and Earth. What do we do now? And without hesitation, Booster runs into the room looking for the rest of his gear. Whatever it takes, Skeets. Over on New Krypton, though, Clark and Saturn Girl survey the damage that the monster known as Doomsday has wrought. The creature holds the body of an Eradicator in his hands, snarling with rage. Link me to the people of New Krypton, Clark tells Imra. He launches across the city, impacting the beast and throwing it away. He fights, avoiding blows and knocking the monster away. Yet for every blow that he avoids, Doomsday connects, throwing him into buildings. With Saturn Girl's telepathy, he tells the people of New Krypton the history of Doomsday. He tells the people to fight alongside the Eradicators, to stand up for themselves. Superman tries to fly the monster into orbit, but Doomsday knocks him back down, and then stands over him, snarling. But that's when we hear it. We hear the people cry, "For Argo!" And the city of Kryptonians rise up against Doomsday, launching themselves at the monster. This isn't working, Superman tells Pavel as the man helps him to his feet. Despite their numbers and strength, Doomsday is too powerful. He looks into the sky and orders Pavel to redirect the gravity buoys towards the sun. Even you can't withstand the gravity of the sun, Pavel warns him as Clark hits Doomsday with another blow, standing over the beast as it's momentarily stunned. I know. On Earth, the Legion chases the gravity bomb, hoping to stop it before it could explode. But they're too late, and the device detonates over Metropolis, pulling the frightened citizens up into the air. From his stolen ship, Booster watches as the people and objects are pulled into the sky, and he sees the frightened looks on their faces. Orders, sir? Skeets asks. Booster just nods his head. Find out where the tractor beams are and start opening some windows. Kara sees this, directing the various Legionnaires to take the people they are snatching out of the sky into the ship. Garth turns, seeing an armada of Earth government ships incoming, and his energy begins to crackle as a voice comes over the loudspeakers. Legionnaires, stand down. We are not your enemy, not today anyway. This is a rescue operation. The Legion turns to Kara for her word, and she nods. There's been enough destruction for a few lifetimes. Everybody, rescue everybody else. Suddenly, a message comes over the comms from Chancellor Pavel. They need Kara's help. Superman and Doomsday are plummeting towards the sun, still trading blows in the vastness of space. Saturn Girl, can you hear me? Clark asks, her thoughts entering his mind. She knows what he wants. He nods. Another blow knocking the monster closer to the sun. Aside from telling Lois, please make sure that Booster and Kara find their place in this world. It doesn't have to be this way, Clark, she tells him as he uses a final blow to knock the monster away. He floats briefly in peace before continuing his fall into the hot sun, a smile on his face as he closes his eyes. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, grasping Clark's, stopping his descent. Clark's eyes open, and he sees the smile of the face of Rock. Are you out of your mind? You'll be pulled down with me. Clark yells telepathically, but the hero smiles, nodding over his shoulder at a string of Legionnaires that are slowly pulling them away from the sun. That's why we practice the buddy system. You didn't think that we were letting your destiny go without a fight, did you? Finally free, the collection of heroes fly away from the sun. Long live the Legion. Time turns, as it always does, and later, a mother chases a son through the streets of Metropolis, calling for him to stop. The boy smiles, not looking where he's going, running straight into the Man of Steel. Listen to your mother, young man, Clark says with a smile, and the boy stomps briefly before taking off again. and the mother screams after him, "Bartholomew Allen, you wait right there!" Stunned, Clark watches the familiar-looking young boy run away before he's interrupted by Brainiac. The Legionnaire fills Clark in on the peace talks before giving him back his Legion ring. He still needs to hold on to it for just a little longer, so that it can end up in the museum that Booster steals it from. "I hate time travel," Clark tells him with a smile. He finds Kara in space above the planet, looking out on both worlds. He offers her a ride back to the 21st century, but she declines. She isn't ready to leave. She finally has her own mission, not somebody else's. "What mission is that?" he questions. And his cousin smiles. She doesn't know yet, and she couldn't be happier about that. The plane streaks across the sky over the Atlantic Ocean. "So what's he really like?" a small voice asks Lois over the seat behind her. "Who?" she asks, turning to see the young blonde-haired girl staring back at her wearing a Superman shirt. "Superman, duh?" Lois leans in with a smile, whispering to the little girl that he's faster than a speeding bullet, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, but the little girl just pouts. She knew all of that. "I mean, is he nice or not?" she asks, and Lois nods and smiles. "He is the nicest, sweetest, most caring man in the world," she told her. She stood up, heading towards the plane's bathroom, and along the way, though, she ran into two flight attendants, who asked her the very same questions. "You're Lois Lane! You know him!" they both exclaimed. Their questions dip into the personal, with Lois looking at them in anger. "How much man is steel?" they both asked with a smile. Meanwhile, at the Daily Planet headquarters in London, Perry White's phone suddenly buzzes. He picks it up hearing the voice of one of his best reporters on the other side. "Lois, aren't you supposed to be halfway through the desert by now?" he asks, and she looks down at her hands in cuffs. "I had a bit of a disagreement with the aircrew and the marshal," she tells him. Luckily, the UN showed up and they uncuffed her, and Lois hangs up on Perry, jumping into one of the UN Humvees. Short time later, the convoy is driving near Tanasha, Africa. Lois holds up her tape recorder to the soldiers in her vehicle. "So what do you know about this Angel of the Plateau?" she asks. They quickly explain that the local warlords take children from the villages to be their soldiers. The Angel takes the fight to the warlords and frees the children, although they've never been seen again. Lois looks out at the world around her, at the women and children of the village just trying to live their lives, when suddenly, rounds pop against the bulletproof glass of the Humvee. "Ambush!" one of the soldiers yell. From the alleys and broken down cars of the village, the soldiers spring up, firing their AK-47s. The UN troops disembark, ordering Lois to stay in the Humvee. She waits for all of a few seconds before trying to push her way free, when suddenly the Humvee is rocked by an explosion and she's thrown clear. She comes to amid the haze and dust of the battle, and a soldier is leaning down to her trying to pull her clear. "Lane, sit rep!" he screams. "Green with a little yellow around the edges," she coughs at him. She hangs her arm free, losing her Superman signal watch in the process. Bullets begin to kick up the dust and they snap past her head as the two of them run for cover. The hiss of an RPG can then be heard behind them, and another Humvee explodes, cartwheeling through the air. And then a truck fell on her. Lois gasps in surprise as she watches her death coming straight at her. She covers her head, waiting for the inevitable, yet it doesn't come. Turning back, she sees a figure holding the Humvee over their head. She stares, stunned, amazed that Clark came even though she didn't have the watch. "I might be super, but I'm certainly no man," a familiar voice tells her. Lana Lang reaches down, pulling Lois to her feet. The soldiers come forward, opening fire on the Angel of the Plateau, with Lana standing her ground, trying to catch the bullets in her hands. The rounds fall uselessly to the ground before her. Finally, the child soldiers' weapons click empty and Lana steps forward. "You don't have to be victims any longer," she tells them, as she reaches out, taking the weapons and placing them on the ground. Lois watches as she takes the children's hand and leads them away. She holds up her phone, snapping a couple quick photos. And one of the soldiers tell her that they should be getting back to base, but they can't order her to do anything, so she vaults the hood and chases after Lana. "You got your front page! What more do you want?" the soldier screams. "The rest of the story!" she calls over her shoulder. Later, Lois and Lana stand outside the Angel's sanctuary. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she asks with a smile. Lois is stunned as she looks up the wall that Lana created with old tanks and Humvees. "It's their sanctuary," Lana tells her as they walk inside. The two walk through the compound, with Lana explaining that she had to leave after everything that had happened in Metropolis. After her Prometheus suit gave her powers and absorbed so much kryptonite radiation that she couldn't go anywhere near Clark. "I wanted to be somewhere I felt I could make a difference," she explained. Lana and Lois look as a group of children play a game of soccer. And when the sun goes down, she sees that her children are safe. So Lana does feel that she's making a difference. But there's always another battle, there's always another fight. These children deserve to know what it's like to have a childhood, she tells Lois, watching the children at play. All children deserve that. Lana tells Lois about her contact within the Warlord armies, that bringing the children back to their village would only make them and their families a target. She reaches down, embracing several of them in a hug. Here, the only person the Warlords can retaliate against is me. In Tanasha, a group of Warlords are actually coming together though right now, arguing about what they're going to do about the Angel of the Plateau. They fight, they argue, and one suggests that possibly they can reason with this angel. Gunshots echo in the small room, and the former warlord then lays dead on the ground, with one of the warlords finally quieting the others, telling them that he has brought in a consult. Let a problem from the west be dealt with a solution of the same, he tells them, and the door swings open with John Corbin standing in the entryway, his chest glowing with a green light. Back at Lana's sanctuary, two old friends continue to catch up on old times, with Lois filling her in on the newest schemes that Lex has been up to. Lana offers Lois some stew that one of the children made, that all he wants to do is learn how to cook. The region just needs to breathe, to stand on its own with fear or hate, Lana tells her. But Lois thinks that is a lot of responsibility for Lana to take on herself, even with her superpowers. Lana pauses, looking down at the food in her bowl. This mission has helped her find herself one piece at a time. I feel like we should hug, Lois asks, reaching her hand out. But suddenly the women are interrupted by a roaring explosion outside. They found us! Lana exclaims as Lois pulls back on her bulletproof vest. She turns, but Lana is already flying out the door, telling her to keep up. Everything is moving in slow motion as Lana dashes across the compound, moving past the children running away from the explosions. But suddenly she's yanked out of her run as an arm collides with her. She moves fast though, her feet flying up, kicking Corbin in the face. The villain staggers away, smiling as he sees Lois crossing the compound. Didn't expect to see you here, Brown Eyes, he smiles. You might want to get the hell out of here. Things are about to get messy, he tells her, and Corbin and Lana begin to lock in a fight, with Lois trying to help by swinging a pipe. Corbin smiles as he snags it out of the air though, tossing it aside. You smell fantastic, he grins. Lois tries to throw a punch, but Corbin blocks it. But she distracts him long enough for Lana to get the drop on him, kicking him away. Lana then moves fast, throwing punch after punch, with Lois trying to warn her and Corbin grabbing her in a chokehold. His kryptonite heart begins to leech off the Prometheus tech that is powering Lana, and he gasps as the extra power fills his system. What did you do to me? He asks as he throws her away, his body irradiated with kryptonite radiation. And the nanites begin to react as Lois tries to pull Lana clear. Old weaponry and armor begin to pull towards Corbin, arming and shielding him. I don't know about you two, but my day just got a whole lot better, he smiles. When overhead, a military chopper spotlights the situation. On board, the pilots radio back to General Lane that they have found the target. Corbin looks up, smiling as the nanites react again, pulling the chopper out of the sky. The rotors pulling to him like the other weapons. The pilots bail out, yelling as they are pulled from the sky, with the rotor now spinning around Corbin. He turns once more to Lois and Lana. Lady, I don't know what my heart pulled from your skin, but I am loving it, he smiles. The rotors all begin to spin through the air, with Lois and Lana diving at the last second, while the sharp metal pierces the wall behind them. The women begin to run, but Corbin begins to follow them. Once I'm done with you, I'm gonna head back stateside and give the Blur, or should I say, Superman, a little taste of what a man of steel really is. Lois and Lana try to figure out how to stop the mercenary as the soldiers arrive and their weapons begin to open up. The bullets never meet Corbin though, as he uses his new powers to block them, finally ripping them from the hands of the military. He turns, aiming that weapon at Lana. Hey Angel, catch! Lois dives in Lana's way though, catching the rounds in her vest, with Lana diving for her friend, making sure that she's okay. I knew my legs and face would be fine. Lois coughs. My boobs, on the other hand, avenge my boobs! Lana moves quickly, jumping inside one of the trucks nearby. She drives at Corbin, ducking as he opens fire on the large vehicle. The truck smacks into him and she runs away, giving Lois a clear shot with the RPG that she's shouldering. Hey, crazy! Here comes the airplane! Corbin struggles free, smiling as he pulls the weapon from her. And Lois doesn't slow down though, turning back to the soldier behind her. Sidearm, she orders. She catches it midair and turns, sighting quickly. Oh, Corbin whispers as he realizes what's about to happen. Lois fires, hitting the RPG and catching the villain in the explosion. A few moments later, the two women stand over the fallen mercenary, and together they pry the heart off of his chest. Sunlight looks down on the scene the next day, as Lois and Lana stand on a cliff, overlooking the UN soldiers cleaning up after the battle. Lois tells Lana that Corbin is being moved to DEO, or whatever that is. She also lets her know that she'll be leaving out the Angel of the Plateau from her story. No coming home for you then, huh? Lois asks her. Lana shakes her head. Even without her powers, These children are gonna need her. I'll just steer clear of tanks in my spare time, she tells her. The two women look out on the sun as it raises in the distance. Here in this place, doing this work, even without my powers, I've never felt stronger. Gentle waves lap against the shores of a beach, and slowly a young boy comes back to consciousness, coughing and gasping for air. That's when a stick pokes him in the head. You're not a man, are you? A young voice asks as the boy pulls himself up, turning to see a young girl standing before him. Men aren't allowed, she tells him, her eyes stony as she braces her spear. Steve Trevor struggles to his feet, pushing the girl away. I am a boy, he tells her. For a brief moment, the young girl looks confused. Is a boy simply not a small man? She asks. But Steve doesn't know, and he points to the wreckage of his crashed plane, dipping beneath the waters of the ocean. He introduces himself, asking for the young girl's name, but suddenly she turns, readying her weapon. Silence, she hisses as the murmur of voices reaches her ears. Her sisters are coming to investigate the crash. I am Diana of Themyscira, she tells him, grasping his hand and pulling him down to the beach at a run. And you, Steve Trevor, will be my secret boy. 20 years go by, and Martha Kent is walking out of her house to a meeting in a sedan. She turns briefly to the sound of her dog barking at the window, but finally enters the vehicle, with smoke puffs coming from the shadows of the darkened interior. She greets the man with a nod. Director? Please, my friends call me Bones, the man tells her, taking another puff. Director Bones leans forward, giving Martha's hand a firm shake. He knows that she is coming to the end of her term as senator and wishes to extend an invitation to come and work for him. I don't see what good I could do for the DEO, she tells him. For a mere instant, Bones is taken off guard. He didn't know that Senator Kent had even heard of them, but she just smiles, explaining that she has acted as the Red Queen and is very aware of the DEO and their activities. The director nods, handing her a black card, asking her to think about it. They then head out, but the driver calls, "Hang on!" to the back of the car as a hooded figure suddenly appears in front. They don't have time to stop, but it doesn't matter as the vehicle slams into the strange bubble that surrounds the figure. Figures step out of the shadows, weapons firing. The car's bulletproof shells save the occupants, though, and the DEO agents begin to return fire. Kent, get out of here! The director orders, and Martha takes off for a nearby alley. From the rooftops above, a woman looks down on the battle. One by one, the assailants are taken out until the DEO agents manage to escape. In the alleyway, Martha Kent continues to run, and the lone gunman raises his weapon and fires. Metal on metal rings out as the woman leaps in the way of the rounds, deflecting them with her bracelets. The bullets ricochet back, taking out the shooter. Rest easy, sister, the woman says as she reaches down, picking up Martha Kent where she fell. Back on the street, the shooters converge on the hooded figure, and suddenly they disappear in a ball of light. In Metropolis, the cell phone of Clark Kent begins to buzz, and he reaches down from where he and Lois are floating above their bed. The voice of his mother sounds on the other side of the line, and Clark is instantly awake. Mom, what's wrong? Honestly, son, I don't know, she tells him as she walks to the car that is picking her up. She tells him that someone saved her. So the next morning, Lois and Clark are making their way through Washington, D.C. airport, and they discuss how Clark could have just flown them there, but Lois disagrees. All it takes is for one person to see Superman in Washington and look up to discover that there is no record of Clark Kent leaving Metropolis. Clark stops mid-conversation, though, hearing a young girl crying to her mother about how she left her teddy bear back at home. No disaster too small, he whispers. And with a whoosh of air, Clark is gone and back. Excuse me, Clark tells the girl holding out her teddy bear. I found this on the plane. Does it belong to you? A quick cab ride later, and the couple find themselves at Martha's home, a full dinner waiting for them. After a very large and filling meal, the family discussed the events that happened the previous night. We can only assume that the attack had something to do with the DEO, Lois explains. She tells Clark that they're going to have to divide and conquer, with Clark dealing with the vigilante while Lois goes to look into the DEO. I'll handle the DEO, Clark tells her, explaining that it would look less suspicious if Clark wasn't asking about her. Odds are Superman will deal with this vigilante at some point, he tells her. Plausible deniability. At DEO headquarters, Director Bones is berating his agent, slamming his fist hard on the wood of his desk. They explain that the hooded monk seemed to use some sort of teleportation spell to get himself and his allies out of the scene. Any luck with our consultant in London? He asks, heading for the elevator. We're trying, sir, but he just swears at us and turns our agents into frogs. Before Bones can leave, though, he's interrupted by an agent that tells him that someone named Kent is at the entrance to the base. So Bones sighs, taking a puff of his cigarette. Finally, some good news. Let her in, but they let him know that it is not the senator. Send up Agent 47 then. Outside, Clark Kent looks over a lake from the shore. I really don't think this is the place, Tess, he tells Watchtower over the phone. Call it a hunch. I've used my vision everywhere and I can't find anything. Suddenly, the waters of the lake begin to bubble and a strange apparatus rises up. Watchtower, I'm gonna have to call you back. Clark walks across the small bridge that extends to the DEO entrance, finding a man waiting for him. Welcome to the DEO, Mr. Kent. My name's Trevor, Steve Trevor says, extending his hand in a greeting. 15 years ago, the young Steve Trevor admires the football that Diana made for him from the inside of the crashed airplane that he's currently calling home. This is great, he exclaims. And Diana stands by, a large smile showing her pride. I'm pleased that you like it. I gave the honor to the largest boar on the island in order to make its crafting possible. The two head outside, where Steve begins to run through the motions that his father taught him. How does one use it? Diana asks. You throw it and you run with it and stuff. I was still little when my dad tried to teach me how to play. The game stops and the children hold hands, looking down at the graves of Steve's parents who didn't survive the crash. They return to their game with Diana knocking young Steve into the water. As they surface, the kids are interrupted by a voice from the shore. Daughter of mine, Queen Hippolyta calls, what have you done? The Amazons move quickly, trapping Steve in a net while Artemis grabs Diana. It seems that my daughter has found a wildling prince. Her mother sighs. My queen, she violates the law of the land. This transgression must be paid in blood. This little man must die, Artemis calls, trying to hold the struggling princess. But Diana is fast and rears her head back, drawing blood from Artemis's nose. The only bloodshed today will be yours! Diana watches as her mother and the other Amazons leave, dragging the trapped body of Steve Trevor with them. But back in our present day, Diana looks over the shoulder at the door to the rooftop that she stands on. You do not tread lightly, sister. Reveal yourself, she calls. So Lois enters, closing the door behind her. I see my reputation precedes itself, she smiles. And she lets Diana know that she wasn't that hard to find either. Eyewitnesses have seen a woman in white here at some point. So Lois introduces herself, bringing a question from Diana. Your father is in the American military? She asks, and the two women stand on the rooftop, overlooking the Washington Monument. As she is about to discuss where she is from and what her mission is, they are interrupted by a shriek from behind them. What are those? Lois asks, turning to see harpies winging towards them. The lands of legend and magic, Diana tells her, a look of determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the DEO headquarters, Clark Kent is continuing his tour with Steve Trevor. Clark continues to write as Steve explains that they can't reveal much more than their name and the overall mission of their organization. Our purpose is to deal with the ever-changing global landscape, he explains. Aliens, magic, supers. You're from Smallville and you work in Metropolis, so I know you know what I'm talking about. Suddenly, the alarm begins to blare in the building, and without hesitation, Steve turns and he runs down the hallway. You'll understand if I don't tag along, Clark calls. Who said you were invited? Steve replies. Back in the city, Lois swings a weapon at one of the harpies, trying to keep it back. You fight well, Lois Lane, Diana calls to her as her fist impacts another. She swings an incense burner at another one, taking it out of the sky, and another swoops in fast, drawing blood from Diana's side with its sharp claws. I thought you were bulletproof, Lois asks her, seeing the blood. That's when it comes to magics and gods, she tells her as she limps forward. Suddenly, there's a crash and Superman enters the room. Quickly, he takes out the harpies with his powers. What was that you were saying about my lack of subtlety? Diana asks as Lois helps her limp away. Superman, still fighting behind them, powers on display for all. Cover your ears, ladies, he calls to them, his hands coming together in a thunderclap, creating a sound that blows out the windows of the church they are in. The harpies begin to escape as Superman turns to the sound of the front door kicking in. Stand down, Superman, Steve Trevor orders him, his men flanking with their rifles. The DEO has this. Diana looks over her shoulder at the familiar voice, but before Steve can recognize her, she leaps up and away through the hole in the ceiling. Steve Trevor? Lois calls, crossing the room, smacking her old friend on the shoulder. Laney? Superman looks on, his arms crossed over his chest and one eyebrow raised. You two know each other, Miss Lane? She smiles at her secret fiancé. He's kind of my ex. The harpies that were attacking Wonder Woman, Lois Lane, Steve Trevor, and Superman have returned to their base, transforming back into their human forms as their leader, Lord Faust, waits for his report. I trust that you have not failed me, he asks as they report that they were able to wound the Superwoman. Oh, she is anything but, Faust tells them, taking the hand that sliced Diana, cutting it off. Even now, I can feel the godhood surging through that blood. He stands over a bubbling cauldron, raising his hand. With this blood, I will come one step closer to fulfilling the promise made to my master, and the world of man will be plunged into a darkness it truly deserves. The next morning, the church has been turned into a crime scene, with the police holding back the gawking civilians, while General Lane and Director Bones step inside. This is not good, Director Bones. What gave that away, General Lane? Eyewitnesses claim to have seen a woman matching the description of my daughter and a woman in white riding, well, flying lion people across the skyline. General Lane tells Bones, stopping in the middle of the scene. Bones nods, taking another puff of his cigarette. The world has truly rounded a corner, hasn't it? He tells him, no humor in his voice. The two continue to argue, with the General telling Bones that Superman seemed to have everything under control until Team 7 showed up. So Bones grabs the nearest member of the team. Where is your team leader? But the soldier doesn't know. Steve and Lois continue their walk around the reflecting pool, drinking coffee and catching up on life since they both knew each other as kids at an army base. Quickly, though, the conversation turns to the Wonder Woman from last night. She recognized my father. Why would she be looking into the military? Lois asked. Steve pauses, thinking it over. For all we know, she could have been stalking Director Bones. 10 years ago, Diana pulls one of the final ropes on her glider tight. Just what is it that you believe that you will accomplish with all of this? Artemis calls out to her. The warrior plops down on the hillside next to the princess as Diana continues to work, explaining that she cannot continue to wait for her mother's return. Sister, you are next in line to become queen once you come of age. If you were to leave, who would succeed you? Artemis asks. Diana stands there, straightening her stiff back. Perhaps a vote should be called? She explains. Artemis stands, drawing an arrow from her quiver. The oracles told her that Diana would act this way. One supposes that you've been sent to stop me? Diana asks her. Before Artemis can attack, though, Diana takes a staff in her hands, and with one quick leap, she is flipping over the warrior's head, bringing the simple stick down hard. She lands, driving her leg up and kicking Artemis hard in the stomach, dropping her to the ground. Is this about finding your mother or about finding the boy? Artemis asks, struggling for air from the ground. Honestly, I don't know, Diana growls her answer. Moving quickly, she rolls away from the fight to grab her glider, and with a quick run, she jumps off, flying away from the hills of Themyscira. In the present day, two children are fighting over a toy in the Marston home for wayward girls. Their mothers pull them apart, but this quickly becomes a fight between them as well. A fight that quickly comes to slaps and blows. Sisters, Diana calls in the doorway. There is a time and place for constructive violence. This is neither, she tells them. But the two mothers simply turn on her, startling insults. So Diana crosses the room, looking at the children who watch on. Children, look away for a moment. With ease, she lifts up the two young mothers into the air. Do I have your compliance now? She asks, and both women nod quickly. Ahem. Clark coughs an interruption from the doorway. Might I have a moment of your time, miss? Diana looks over her shoulder, dropping the women to the floor. You will have to forgive me. I do not find it best to socialize with strange men, she tells him, so Clark nods, removing his glasses and looking back at her once again. For a brief moment, she pauses, but then she recognizes him. That is remarkable, she smiles. Moments later, the two are walking down the streets of Washington, D.C., with Diana explaining that since she came to this country, she's been helping those who cannot help themselves. She pauses as she overhears a message from the watchtower coming through the comms. Nice. Super hearing, Clark remarks. I suppose that this makes more sense than hearing it from the gods, she remarks. So the two quickly change, with the watchtower reports leading them to a deserted tomb. The darkest of magics has perpetrated here, Diana intones as Superman begins to search the scene. She searches the walls, realizing that the tablets tell the story of her people. She realizes that these are a message. My mother is alive. Later that evening, Director Bones sits in the darkness of his office, smoking a cigarette. Director Bones, it's time for your weekly application, an agent informs him as he enters the office. The lights click on, revealing the suit-wearing skeleton sitting behind the desk. Appearances are everything, aren't they? Bones smiles, and as the agent goes through his protocols, he also lets Director Bones know that the fingerprint match was made through the database, and it set off one of his personal alerts. Who? The director demands to know, his bony hand slamming on the desk and rattling. At Martha Kent's home, Clark and Lois are quickly combing through the database that Batman's forensics tools have given them access to. They discover that the prints that Clark discovered at the Freemason tomb, they belong to a man named Felix Faust. These prints were entered into the system from records collected in the 40s, Clark tells her, leaning back in his chair. Unfortunately, they've been blocked out of the rest of the file. Martha smiles, stepping forward, cracking her knuckles. She leans forward, putting in a password that she had from her time as the Red Queen. And with a ping, they're given access to the file, revealing that Faust was a part of a group known as the Shadow Pact, and they existed in World War II. They all stop staring at the photo. That's Director Bones, Martha gasps. Clark points to another member of the group, John Zatara. Clark leans back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. I hate magic. Martha believes that Diana is probably following either Bones or Faust when she was attacked. But which one? She asks, and Clark nods. Why don't we ask? He says, and then he's gone in a red and blue blur. Meanwhile, over at the Capitol building, Faust looks up at the painting above him with the sounds of echoing footsteps entering the room behind him. You handled the effects of the artifact that we found in that bunker much better than I did, Bones comments. If by better you mean that my skin and muscles don't need to be painted on to be visible, then yes, I worked the kinks out, Faust notes as he turns around. The two shake hands with Bones getting straight to the point, demanding to know what Felix is after. I'll need that woman, the super, brought into custody, he tells him. But Bones shakes his head. Public support for the supers is too high. They can't risk bringing them in. The only thing that she's done is protect me from you. Hardly a crime. Faust moves his hand, and in a flash of magical energies, his staff is suddenly floating before him. He turns, threatening Bones with what he can conjure, but the director seems less than impressed. Our Team 7 can deal with whatever you can cook up. Energy surges across the room, connecting with Bones. Not once I finished what we've started all those years ago, Faust tells him, and Bones falls to the floor, the fake skin that they painted on blasting away. He struggles to crawl away from this. I'll do anything, he gasps, and with a pop, Faust disappears, yet his voice still echoes through the room. Take the woman into custody, or I'll make sure that that Team 7 of yours locks you up in the black room with the rest of your oddities. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Steve Trevor whistles while showering. In the shadows, though, Diana moves silently through the rooms. She pauses, whispering in wonder as she sees the old football that she made all those years ago. By the gods, she gasps, taking the ragged ball and holding it. I can't believe that he kept this. I got a gun, too, Steve tells her from the doorway, aiming down the sights as he stands there in a towel. If you're interested. Diana moves quickly, disarming him and knocking him to the floor. You dare aim a weapon at me? You're a burglar, he cries, surprise in his voice as he's thrown. The towel falls and the two stand there, awkwardly. Luckily, Steve is able to cover himself with the football. You've certainly grown, Diana says, before turning away in embarrassment. Steve quickly throws on some pants, confused since they've never been introduced. You were once when you were my secret boy, Diana tells him. Surprise and realization fill his eyes, and he rushes across the room, embracing her. When did you get super? He asks, and Diana explains that her powers grew with time. Their conversation is cut short, though, as Diana sees a picture of her mother with Steve, and she demands to know if Steve is the reason that her mother never returned. I don't know, Diana. I haven't seen her in years, I swear, Steve explains, when suddenly a spotlight blasts them through the window. Steve Trevor, Bones calls over the loudspeaker. Take the super into custody and escort her outside. She is under arrest. But across the city, Superman sees the smoke and he flies towards the commotion, radioing to Lois their location. Back on the scene, Diana swings her chain as the smoke clears from the tank's last shot. Your craftsmanship is remarkable, she comments as she begins to run forward. And while this is all in good sport, all beasts must be slain. She begins to swing her chain faster, and the soldiers inside scream over the radio, asking for permission to fire again. So the cannon erupts and a ball of flames begin to engulf Diana. She leaps through the smoke, wrapping her chain around the barrel, sliding beneath the mighty war machine. There is no shame in what is about to transpire, tank men, she calls to them. And on the other side, she yanks hard on the chain, flipping the tank forward. The barrel fires again and the tank explodes, with the men only being saved by the sheer speed of Superman. Steve Trevor steps outside, calling for Director Bones to stand down, his Glock still in his hand. The soldiers turn, see a weapon, and they open fire. Steve tries to move, but he isn't fast enough, but Diana is there, deflecting the bullets with her bracelets. Bones begins to scream at his soldiers, demanding that Steve Trevor bring in the super. If you don't, I have clearance to disavow you. At which point I can no longer protect you, he calls out. But Diana still protects her secret boy. Rest assured, Steve Trevor, no harm shall come to you, this night or any other. I thought you were mad. That does not mean that I do not care. Steve steps forward, telling the director to stand down, that Diana hasn't done anything wrong. And then on the rooftop, a sniper gets word to take out Steve Trevor. He fires. Diana isn't fast enough, and the bullet splits the air, sailing towards Steve's head, when suddenly, Superman is there, plucking the bullet out of the air. General Lane, I hope you evacuated the area before you brought a tank in, he asks, snapping the bullet in half in his hands. The general steps forward, assuring Superman that they did, and he tells the Man of Steel that everything that they are doing comes directly from the president himself. Diana hasn't done anything wrong. She's only here to find her mother, Superman explains. and Director Bones steps forward. Walk yourself in and I'll take you right to her. Diana grits her teeth, her anger making her words come out as a snarl. For this price, I shall comply. With her head down, Diana is led away in handcuffs. Damn it, General, Superman argues, but Lane merely walks away. Pick your battle, Superman. I'm sure you'll find another way to handle this. And as the military begin to leave the scene, Superman turns to Steve Trevor. You've just been burnt, Mr. Trevor. Now would be a good time to run, he tells him, letting him know that Lois is waiting in the alley. And in his dark cavern, Faust is informed that Diana has been taken captive. He smiles, knowing that his spell needs to be made stronger to free his master, and he slices open his palm, dripping the blood onto the floor, and soon, the one who imprisoned his master shall be the one who sets him free. Another blast of energy rips through Diana's body, bringing a gasp of pain from her lips. Is this what you've done to my mother? She struggles to state, as Director Bones flips the switch on her torture device. He shuts it down and Diana sags in her restraints, smoke curling off her body. I hate doing it, I really do, but I'm being blackmailed by a man named Faust. Bones explains that his unit discovered an artifact during World War II and made a deal with a voice from the other side. Made a deal with whom? Diana asks as another jolt of energy courses through her. Closest thing to the devil I've ever seen, Bones responds, cutting the machine off again. Hades, Diana gasps. She asks him why he's even allying himself with Faust in the first place. The why is twofold, he tells her, ticking off the reasons on his fingers. Faust needs you out of play for whatever he's planning, and I need to know what makes your kind tick, he tells her. Faust throws the switch and the energy once again courses through her body, but suddenly, over the crackle of electricity, she can hear a voice with her God-gifted hearing. Stay strong, Diana, and hold on, while I look for your mother, Clark whispers from a different part in DEO headquarters. Mr. Kent? A voice greets him, and he looks up to find a woman who introduces herself as Special Agent Cameron. Here to finish the tour, I assume? Clark nods, shaking her hand, and the woman leads him through the base, dodging the questions about a super being illegally detained, and then they pass by a group of purple-robed monks. Are these monks? Clark asks simply, and Agent Cameron explains that they are fully paid celestial specialists that chant a harmonic frequency that keeps the spooky out. Clark nods, looking around the area with his X-ray vision, and he finally spots a room that might hold what he's looking for. You'll have to excuse me, I think my lunch is coming back to haunt me, he jokes, trying to look as though he may be turning sick. Agent Cameron points him in the right direction and Clark quickly disappears. But using his super speed, he makes his way down to B-15, blasting through the security lock with his heat vision. Diana, if you could still hear me, I just found the closet where the DEO keeps its skeletons. He steps into the shadow-shrouded vast room, and around him, there are various creatures covered in cloth. Did you find her? Diana gasps as another blast of energy courses through her. Bones stops, looking up. Who, dear? Clark keeps whispering as he pulls back a cloth, revealing Diana's mother floating in suspended animation. Sirens begin to sound throughout the base as the security team pipes through to Bones, warning him about a threat coming in through the water. In the black room, Clark is suddenly thrown aside as the walls quake and cave inward. A massive tentacle slips its way in, followed by the jaws of a roaring beast. Pardon me, but I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Faust asks, floating in on his magical bubble. In the torture room, the warning lights flash as sirens wail and Bones hits the intercom, demanding an update and receiving a response from Agent Cameron. We're under siege from a hostile force, she shouts at him, firing her weapon at the attackers. The black-clad soldiers move fast, pinning down the agents and taking out the monks as they go. Bone hisses at Faust's betrayal, pulling out his own service weapon and heading into the room. While back on the main floor, Agent Cameron tries to pull some of the monks to safety as the bullets fly around them. Yet, too many have fallen and the magic wardings won't hold for much longer. Alone, Diana flexes her muscles, ripping the torture machine apart. Back in the black room, Faust floats towards the suspended form of the Queen of the Amazons. Finally! He smiles with glee. After the tiara or just the jewel? A voice calls to him from the room. The wizard turns, seeing Clark Kent on the floor. He blasts him with magic, pulling him into the air. And he tells him that the jewel is the Eye of Ares, which was crafted by Zeus himself to trap his brother in a hell of his own making. Greek gods? Clark struggles as he drifts into the air, trapped and helpless to magic. Higher beings. You can call them gods if you'd like. Faust tells him offhandedly. Bones suddenly rounds the corner into the room, not hesitating to open fire on the wizard. I don't care what deal we all made with Hades. I'm not going to let you end the world, Faust, he shouts, but the bullets stop before Faust, and he smiles, using his magic to drift them through the air almost lazily. Finally, he throws them back at the director, piercing him and dropping him to the floor. With a flick of his hand, he throws Clark across the room, crashing through one of the pillars. He then floats forward, reaching his hand into the cube that Hippolyta floats in, grasping the jewel. Throwing it to the floor, he smashes it with his staff. I will not delay any longer. Within Washington, the ground begins to quake, splitting the earth, with buildings beginning to shake and people running around screaming as the world opens beneath their feet. From the ground, Hades arises. It is so nice to see the stars once again, he growls as he steps once more into the world of man. Such beauty within the heavens. In the black room, Faust turns as a new voice shouts over the destruction around them. Get away from my mother! Diana yells, leaping across the room, punching him across the face. Faust falls at the strength of the blow, but his magic heals him within seconds. He looms over Diana, cradling her mother in her arms. But Clark stands there, blasting the wizard with his heat vision. He comes over to the Amazons, leaning down to make sure that they're okay. Diana, I know you've been searching for your mother for a long time, but we need to prioritize. He picks up the queen and they begin to run as Faust's creature continues to roar and thrash behind them. I need to get topside to deal with Hades. I can hear the screams from here. Magic and I don't get along at all. To be honest, I'm a little out of my depth here. Can I count on your help? He asks, pulling his suit off, revealing the symbol beneath. Diana hesitates, looking down at the mother that she searched endlessly for. I don't know. With all due respect, figure it out, Clark says as he blurs away as Superman. Beneath the waters of the lake that hides the DEO, the creatures thrash, and suddenly the skin begins to glow white hot, with Superman bursting through it with a blast of his heat vision, flying towards the surface and the destruction that Hades is causing. At the reflecting pool, Hades steps out onto the waters, staring up at the Washington Monument, marveling that mankind still wishes to pursue godhood. Overhead, helicopters spotlight both Hades and Faust, with the wizard turning, throwing his magic at the SWAT team. Hades smiles, for he has brought his own army to assault the armies of man. The ground begins to rumble in the nearby Arlington Cemetery, and the dead begin to raise up to serve their new master. In the city, Lois, Steve, and General Lane are driving when the general suddenly has to swerve to avoid a zombie in the streets. And then they watch as people are running scared. Bones in that damn black room of his. Steve curses, and the zombies begin to close in when suddenly a gust of super breath freezes them in their tracks. Superman floats above the city, looking down at the destruction below him, and he taps the comms, pulling out word to the Watchtower and his allies. If anyone back in Metropolis or any Watchtower hubs are receiving this message, pretty sure I'm gonna need backup for this one. Back at the reflecting pool, the helicopters open fire on the Greek god below them. Hades but smiles, turning to his wizard. Loyal Faust, deal with this nuisance, won't you? The wizard flicks his hand, turning the police around them into his loyal harpies. The creatures rise, attacking the chopper, and they begin to bring it down. But Hades turns, sensing a power before him. It would seem the humans have a new champion, a being not quite of this world or any I've known. He smiles, and Superman streaks faster towards the god. They call him Superman, my lord, Faust tells his master, with Hades smiling, calling forth powerful magic from the other side. Energy crackles and winds rage as a creature from the other side begins to rise. Back in the black room, Queen Hippolyta pushes the medics off of her, yelling that the DEO has done enough, and she turns to her daughter. Daughter, let us be gone. The affairs of this land are not of our concern. But Diana disagrees. She explains to her mother that Hades has been unleashed, and it will not be long before he arrives on the shores of Themyscira. She pulls on her mother's armor, grasping the lasso of truth. What will you do? Her mother questions. Diana places her mother's tiara on her head, grasping the sword and shield. I will do what my mother once did. I will fight. The monsters rage in Washington, D.C., with Superman trying to evade the creature's attacks, but he is in well over his head. He looks up to see Air Force One cruising overhead, with the wings of it being attacked by harpies. But he flies fast, pulling the creatures away, saving the president and his family. A quick tap on the glass in Morse code informs the president that Superman will deal with the situation. Go get him, son, the president whispers as he watches the Man of Steel streak away. Back at the DEO headquarters, Agent Cameron tries to load her pistol as one of the soldiers comes right towards her. Suddenly, a rope of golden light wraps around the man, yanking him away. So Diana comes charging in out of the smoke, attacking the soldiers head on. Her blade slashes and her fists fly. And outside, the army tries to ward off the zombies as Superman flies overhead. With a deep breath, he charges at Hades' magical monster, but the creature turns, knocking the Man of Steel aside with his massive fists. He lands in the reflecting pool, drifting for a moment. Okay, that hurt, he gasps, and Hades stalks towards the Man of Steel, lifting him out of the waters. What a curious specimen you are. Decidedly not of this earth, though not quite of the new gods either. Superman knocks the god's hand away, rearing back for a punch, and the blow stumbles Hades, yet the god quickly recovers. Superman floats before him. And you aren't a god either, just another being from another dimension with designs of bullying mortals into submission. Superman rushes in for another attack, but Hades is fast, knocking him away. It has worked time and time again, Starchild. Humanity didn't have me before, Superman tells him, struggling to his feet, yet Hades simply sighs, snapping his fingers. And the fists of a massive creature begins to roar down, slamming Superman hard into the ground. Faust floats inward, warning Hades of an approaching danger. I will deal with Hippolyta, as I have just dealt with their last supposed champion, he tells his servant. No, Faust warns him, it is her daughter. As Lois, Steve, and General Lane are driving to the city, though, their Humvee's roof is suddenly ripped free and a harpy reaches in, grabbing Steve, pulling him clear. The soldier struggles, firing his weapon, but he is carried off. Hades, on the other hand, is marching forward through his undead army, and he takes his place on the throne of the Lincoln Memorial. Diana suddenly lands on the steps, her sword and shield in hand. Hades! How dare you defile these sacred dead? But the god merely laughs. I merely gave them a purpose once again. He motions to the harpies that hold Steve Trevor before him. Stand down and bow before your lord and master, else your immortal love shall know oblivion and join the ranks of those you now oppose. But Diana, she charges forward, her sword slashing and her shield bashing against the undead. She warns Hades with each blow that should he harm Steve Trevor, I will act as a fury and wing you back to Tartarus on the tip of my sword. The god smiles as he watches her advance. An Amazon, defying one of her gods to honor a man. Perhaps I've been away for far too long. But Diana swings again, dropping another soldier. I do not fight for this man, I fight for all of mankind. Hades steps out of his throne, standing tall over Diana's head. She does not stand a chance, even with the power of the gods coursing through her veins. She's not alone. Superman grunts as he lifts the creature's fist off his body. The monster topples and falls as he throws the arm away, and then he floats down, landing to stand at Wonder Woman's side. Hades stops, surveying the two warriors that stand against him, and finally, he raises his arms. Defend your master! He orders his legions. The zombies and the harpies attack, and Wonder Woman leaps into fight as Superman blasts away with his heat vision. We have to defeat Hades! Yeah, no kidding. As they fight, Diana explains that they must send Hades back to Tartarus, but the only way to do that is to kill the soul that tethers him to this plane. The two finally disperse the army, and with two super claps, they stand once more before the god. So to defeat Hades, we have to kill Faust? Diana nods. But Superman won't kill, and he launches himself at the god. He dodges a blow, landing behind him and wrapping his arms around Hades. And in a blur, he launches himself and the god into the air, carrying him straight into space. The two beings begin to float above the earth, staring out into the vastness of space. Superman showing Hades the endless eternity. At any point, I can throw you out into the stars, into the breadth of 28 unknown galaxies. Hades' eyes grow wide as he stares into the heavens. An eternity, tumbling in the void, no kingdom to rule, only silence, only cold, only endless life, spent watching every light out there in the dark blink out of existence. Superman's voice grows hard and cold in the darkness of space. You have until the count of 3 to say uncle, and go back to hell with your tail between your legs. Superman makes it to 2 before Hades finally lowers his head. I yield. He turns, throwing the god back to Earth. Fire engulfs Hades as he re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, and beneath him, the Earth begins to open, creating a portal to the lands of hell. Faust sits on the edge, looking down into the pit as his master plummets below. Yet, Diana is behind him. Fret not, wizard. Before you share your deity's fate. She smiles, knocking him into the pit before it can close. Hades' creatures fall back to the earth, and the zombies once again disappear, and the two heroes stand together, with Steve joining them. What's next? He asks, and the three turn, surveying the destruction around them. That's a really good question. The next morning, the president addresses the people of America on the roof of the White House. Superman and Diana look out over the city. Superman tells her that he has fought with beings within the last year that have been close to gods as anything else. Diana nods, telling him that the people of Earth see them as gods themselves. That doesn't sit well with this farm boy, he tells her with a smile, but she just nods. Having descended from trans-dimensional Greek god beings, maybe I'm better equipped to just go with it. She smiles. He lets her know that his allies will be setting up a watchtower hub within the city if she plans on staying stateside. The sun rises on the horizon, and it bathes her face in the warm light of the future. After much discussion with my queen, I've decided to stay here as an envoy and representative to the sovereign nation of Themyscira. She knows that the world of man might fear them, but she and her sisters should be embraced. I will prove to the world that any who act on the beliefs of pursuit and justice can make a difference. And later, at Andrews Air Force Base, Queen Hippolyta steps forward to get on board the DEO jet that will take her home. And at the last second, she stops, turning back. When will I see you again, Agent Prince? She asks her daughter, standing amongst the other DEO agents. And Diana smiles at her mother, finally embracing her for a hug. Not soon enough. The jet takes off, and Diana's thoughts are interrupted by her new commanding officer. Ladies and gentlemen of the DEO, it's time we get back to work. Steve Trevor tells them as he steps forward. Hop to it, people. We got a world to protect. But that night, the president steps from the White House onto the lawn. He's been told that he has a visitor, and he's greeted by his Secret Service aiming their weapons into the sky, where he sees Superman floating overhead. Sorry to wake you, Mr. President, Man of Steel tells them. And with a wave of his hand, the president orders his men to stand down and put away their guns. Stand down, fellas. You saved my life last night. Just doing my job, sir. Superman lands in front of the president, prepared to finally deliver the news that he has discussed with his mother and Lois over the last day. Sir, you may call me Kal-El of Krypton, and I am an alien. The world is black. Suddenly the black is interrupted as the words "standby mode" ending flash across. Tess opens her eyes again, staring at the watchtower around her, her sensors telling her that Emil Hamilton has entered the room behind her. Careful, Doc. Tension like this and a girl might start to get some ideas, she tells him over his shoulder. No patient too unique, he responds. And all things considered, I'd say you're decidedly a special case. Tess has already begun checking in on her various teams around the world, making sure that the world is still safe while she was in standby mode. How have you been sleeping? Emil asks, walking over with a cup of coffee. You mean standby mode? She asks, not taking her eyes off of the holographic screens in front of her. Do you dream? He asks her, and Tess pauses. Data fragments that she saw while in standby mode flashing across her screens. Nothing so far, she tells him. Emil is about to respond when the warning lights begin to flash, giving her a signal from Seattle. Hold that thought, Doc. Radioing to the Seattle team. In the city, Black Canary and Red Arrow are sitting on a dark rooftop, looking down at the crime scene below them. Armed robbery in progress, Red Arrow tells her over the comms. Quickly, Tess asks the team if they think that the local law enforcement can handle it, but Canary doesn't think so. Robbers are using accelerated suits. The duo leap down, swinging on their tethers. As long as I can reload faster than they can run, you can call me whatever you want, Red Arrow jokes. The pair leap into the fight with Black Canary knocking down some of the robbers with her canary cry while Arrow fires. Roger, Seattle. Forwarding handling information to local response teams. With this crisis averted, Tess turns back to Emil. What was it you were going to ask me? Emil nods, holding out a sheet of paper. A series of questions, actually. It's a standard psychological evaluation. Tess questions why they need to keep doing this, and Emil tells her that they don't want another Hank Henshaw situation. Trust me, she tells him. If I go mental, you'll be the first to know. She pauses after she says it, staring at the scientist. The way that came out was more sinister than intended, she smiles, trying to change the subject. Emil smiles as he holds up a flash drive. He tells her that he has some new code that will allow her to install clothing options to cover your bits and bytes. Tess tries to smile, thanking Emil for what he's trying to do. But clothes are for people, and that isn't what I am anymore, she tells him, turning back to her work. In the penthouse apartment of LexCorp, Lex stares into the sky, looking at the large windows in his roof. Mr. Luther, Otis calls, interrupting his thoughts, and Lex pulls himself out of bed, looking at the assistant who holds a cup of coffee for him. I thought I told you never to come in here, Otis, he tells the man, and Otis nods his head, completely agreeing, holding out the paper and the coffee. He just worries about Lex is all. He knows that Lex hasn't gotten much sleep since the tracking device on Superman has failed, and his sister managed to get out of his brain. Both minor setbacks. If you prick us, do we not bleed? Lex tells him, looking at the paper, and Otis just nods behind him. Bleed enough and we don't get it off the floor, he replies. And for the briefest of moments, Lex stares at Otis quietly. Quickly, Otis moves on to other news, letting Lex know that the R&D boys have finally gotten some images of the thing that destroyed the Russian space station. Lex is stunned as he stares at the screen. Looks like a spaceship to me. But quickly, Lex begins to move around to the apartment getting dressed. Booked me some time with R&D today. I've bled enough for now. Back at the Watchtower, Tess is on the line with Clark as he tries to find the entrance to the DEO headquarters. But her screens flicker and she watches as Otis and Lex get into the elevator of LexCorp. Clark hangs up, seemingly found what he is looking for. But as Lex leaves LexCorp, the doors suddenly lock behind him, trapping Otis inside. Lex doesn't seem to notice, continuing down the front steps, directly into 3 waiting men. "Can I help you?" he asks. "You ruined our lives!" one of them shouts at him. "From what I'm told, you'll have to be more specific." The men surround him, yelling that Lex fired them, and Lex remembers that they were the ones who allowed some of his technology to fall into the hands of Oliver Queen. "Consider yourselves lucky. If this were several years ago, I'm led to believe that rather than fired you, I'd have had you killed," he tells them. But his answer isn't good enough for the men, and Otis watches as they throw Lex to the ground and they begin to beat him. Tess watches from her screens as the computer asks if she would like to call 911 about a crime in progress. "No," she tells it. And later, Lex wakes up in the hospital with a gasp, his face covered in bruises and his arm in a sling. He calls for Otis, but a woman is sitting in the corner instead. She tells him that she is his therapist and can call Otis if he'd like. But while Lex listens to the woman speak, he struggles to get out of bed and beginning to get dressed. "I assure you, Mr. Luthor, I am only present to help address some issues that Mr. Berg didn't feel confident enough to bring up on his own. Seeing how Otis seems to be the only person concerned for my well-being, since my return, that's the only reason he hasn't been completely fired," he tells her, buttoning his shirt. The therapist is concerned as to why Lex would allow himself to be beaten outside of his own company. Lex calls Otis in, ordering him to tell her how their stocks are doing today. And Otis explains that since the attack this morning, everything is way up. "Are you alleging that you allowed yourself to be attacked on purpose to benefit your company?" "Sympathy for the devil," Lex tells her with a smile. Tess watches in the hospital cameras as Lex finally calls for a nurse, asking for a real doctor so that he can be discharged. But she's distracted as the computers begin to beep again. A fire is raging downtown and Superman tells her that he's still busy dealing with some harpies. At the fire downtown, a young girl falls as the stairs give way underneath her, and her father leaps, managing to catch her before she plummets. Pulling her to safety, father and daughter look at the flames around them, and they have no choice but to turn away from the stairs, going out the windows to get away from the growing flames. The flames are too great though, and the firemen are forced to pull back as everyone watches father and daughter climb out onto the ledge. The helicopter pilots begin to veer away from the inferno, and their controls are suddenly not responding. And back in the watchtower, Tess moves, taking control of the helicopter. Over the loudspeaker, she speaks to the young woman, asking her name. "Mary," she says with fear in her voice. "I need you to do me a favor, Mary. Hold tight to your dad." Tess takes control of a construction crane, turning it so that the pair can grab hold. She swings back, bringing the pair to safety on another building. She sighs relief when she knows that the kid is safe. And at LexCorp R&D, Lex enters, apologizing for his lateness. They move through the lab while the scientists explain that they've been collecting samples of meteors that have crashed with the spaceship that destroyed the Russian station. They explain that the rocks are actually made up of the Earth's crust, as if we blew up, but we're still here. They tell them that the ship itself crashed into Smallville and it's being stored at Star Labs. "Excellent, I want it," he tells them. But they don't think that Star Labs will want to work with them after what happened to Commander Henshaw. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting that we ask." Meanwhile, in Star Labs, Tess is speaking with Commander Henshaw, his consciousness still trapped within a robotic head. She explains that ever since she managed to escape Lex's mind, she's been having issues with obsession. And Hank asks her, "Obsession with revenge." "I know the feeling." Hank tells her that he had the same feelings once his body was transferred, but now he knows that they were always there. "They were there long before Luthor stole my life," he tells her. But she knows the issue now. You aren't truly doomed until you've gone far enough to make Superman snap your neck off. She asks him how he deals with dreams. "Wouldn't know. Don't have any," Hank tells her. "Sometimes I think these visits with you are the only things keeping me sane." But Hank tells her that she needs to see her glass as half full. She can still move and see the outside world. "You got a second chance to do right by yourself and the people that you care about." Elsewhere in the complex, Emil is standing with his fellow scientists amongst their hangar of drones. They're going over their latest projects when suddenly Emil is interrupted by a radio from security. Motion sensors just went red, then offline out at the fence, they tell him. But meanwhile, Lex and Otis are watching the team move into position on the helmet cams. Quickly, the team cut through and move into the compound. "Begin," Lex commands. And inside, security tells Emil that the walls have been breached just as the security alarms begin to blare. Red lights flash through the building as Emil begins to order the scientists around. "Trigger the hyper-encryption to all Superman files. No information on the rest of his team leaves this facility either." With the work done, the group moves into the hall, and Emil orders them to get back into the panic rooms. He turns, seeing the group of soldiers moving towards him. "We don't need anyone getting hurt," the lead soldier tells him, but Emil tries to fight back, telling the men to get out of his house. Tess watches as Emil takes a swing, and one of the other soldiers fires, and the round catches Emil in the gut. He slumps his back against the wall, bleeding, and the soldiers keep moving. Shocked, Tess moves to call 911 to the scene, but all local transmissions have been scrambled. Anger flashes across her holographic face, and Hank tries to calm her down, but she isn't listening anymore. She taps into one of the drones in the hangar, taking control of it. "Hang on, Emil. This won't take long," she hisses, and holographic representations of the drone's limbs form around her, and the door to the hangar slides open, revealing the heavy robot. Outside, the night is quiet when suddenly the wall explodes as Tess explodes outward in the drone with a soldier locked in her robotic grasp. Inside their command center, Otis and Lex stare at the screens that have gone offline. Lex orders that their secondary measures be activated when suddenly the wall explodes inwards and the drone stalks forward with Lex yelling to Otis to run. He tries to escape the room, but the drone follows, and Lex looks on from her holographic view of the drone's feed. "What's the matter, brother?" she asks as she scoops Lex up, holding him aloft in her drone arm. He stares at the robot that holds him, anger in his eyes. "Just do it. I'm ready." But Tess hesitates as she stares at her brother. "Do it!" But she can't. "Damn it!" She sighs as she terminates the connection. And in the watchtower, the hologram of the drone evaporates around her. In his command center, the drone goes limp, dropping Lex to the floor. Damn it. And the world comes back to Tess as her standby mode ends. "Good morning," she hears as Emil enters the room, supported by a cane after his wound. "Checked yourself into a hospital, I see," Tess notes, and Emil nods, pouring himself a cup of coffee. "Care to talk about what happened last night?" Noting that she tried to save him and then tried to murder Lex. A holographic therapist couch appears, and Tess lets herself sit down. "Let's just say I morally broke even and call it a day," she tells him. And that is when she finally breaks down, telling Emil that she has been dreaming. It's why I didn't kill him. Not because he was afraid or pathetic. I don't know why I dream or how, or what it even means, but the sheer fact that I do, that has to count for something. Henshaw urged me not to squander my second chance. "When did you speak to Henshaw?" Emil asks. "You should visit him. He's lonely." The chair vanishes and Tess is standing again, explaining that she has Tess 2.0. If she is still herself, then I don't have blood on my hands or black in my heart. She smiles, turning back to her work helping Superman, and as Emil turns to leave, she stops him. "What were you saying about a new outfit?" she says with a smile. At LexCorp, Otis enters the room expecting to wake up Lex, but the billionaire is already dressed, standing at the window looking out over the city. No rest for the wicked, Otis. That's what they say, isn't it? Lex tells Otis that he's done feeling sorry for himself, that his near-death experience at the hands of a drone last night gave him a moment of clarity. "No more moping, no more meandering," he tells Otis. The man hands Luthor the schematics of the ship that the team was able to pull last night. For a brief moment, Lex studies it before Otis tells him what the scientists think. "They think it isn't from here, Mr. Luthor." That's when it dawns on Lex finally. There's another Earth out there somewhere. Or at least there used to be. "So how do we save this one, Mr. Luthor?" Lex looks back at his assistant with a smile. "That's something I intend to find out." The sounds of clapping fill the auditorium, and Clark's teacher tells him that it is his turn. He's a young boy about to give a speech in front of his entire school, but he is scared, and his nerves make him shake. "It'll be over before you know it," his teacher tries to reassure him, but Clark just shakes his head. Suddenly, his parents are there, asking if everything is okay, and when his teacher explains the situation, Jonathan Kent asks if he and Clark can have a moment. So Pa Kent sits him down, asking what's wrong. "He and Ma have been practicing all week." "I know," Clark tells him, looking at the ground. "But what if they don't like what I have to say?" he asks. Pa Kent looks at him, putting his hands on his young son's shoulders. "Do you believe in what you wrote? Do you believe in who you are?" Clark nods, telling him yes. So Pa gives him some advice, telling him to just remember these 3 things. Find your center, stand your ground, speak your piece. Clark steps out onto the stage, repeating the advice quietly to himself. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath before he looks out onto the crowd of students and family. "Hi, my name is Clark Kent, and this is my essay. What's so funny about truth, justice, and the American way?" These memories flash through Clark's mind as he drifts gently through low orbit. His eyes shut, he hears the thousands of voices below him, and they all say a mix of the same thing. Superman is an alien. What does that mean? It's a message from Lois that finally snaps him back, and he looks down smiling, and he texts her back stating that he loves her. Back to work, he grins. When suddenly a new sound reaches his ears and he takes off for Japan. On a bullet train, a young Japanese boy is playing with his action figures, headphones drowning out the noise around him. His mom finally gets his attention, and he looks around to realize that everyone is screaming in panic as that train is refusing to slow down. Looking out the window, someone points to see the Man of Steel flying past. "Boy Scout to Watchtower," Superman calls over his comms. Tess comes back fast, filling him in on the situation. A maglev train, no friction, can't stop. Superman nods, landing on the raised rail of the train. Keep an eye on your deceleration, Tess warns him as the train impacts with his hands. I know. I'd like to keep everyone inside the train too, Clark tells her, and as everything begins to slow down, the train finally stops. So Superman opens the doors, reassuring everyone that things are safe, and most of the passengers barely look at him running past to safety. The others gather around him, asking him questions about being an alien, while others film his answers on their phones. And he smiles. I just need the world to know that not everything from beyond the stars is a threat, he tells them. Meanwhile, over in Russia, a truck drives along the icy roads headed towards Moscow. The driver looks out over the snowy landscape when suddenly his eyes go wide and he watches a meteor streak across the sky, smashing hard against the earth. The impact creates a shockwave that throws his truck to its side, tipping it over. The driver pulls himself free, crunching forward until he reaches the site of the impact. These rocks from space always falling into Russia. Trust me, space rocks, Russia ain't so special, he says, but he stops short, staring down into the crater, and below him, a man lays smoking in the earth, dressed in a bodysuit with a strange device over his eye. At the White House, protesters stand outside holding up signs that show that they do not want extraterrestrials in the United States, and inside, one of the president's aides tries to get his attention, letting him know that Superman is waiting outside the designated airspace for approval. The president turns back to the rest of his staff, telling them to give him a few moments. And as he enters the Oval Office, he gives word to Superman that he's cleared to approach. With a blur of speed, Superman is in the office, catching the aide before she can fall to the floor. You caught me, she smiles. We all fall down from time to time, miss, he tells her. The aide leaves the office and the president offers Superman a drink. No thank you, sir. I never drink when I'm on duty. The president nods, putting down his own drink, and they quickly get to business, with the president handing Superman a red envelope detailing the recent meteor crash in Russia. Russia threw up some kind of scrambling field just after the impact, he tells him. One of our recon drones grabbed this before the field went up. Superman stares down at the pictures of the man at the crash site, and he recognizes this person from Chloe and Oliver's description. I think that's something called a monitor, sir, he tells the president. And the president looks at him quietly. A monitor for what? You'll know as soon as I do, sir. The president nods, asking one final question. Should I be worried? A look of determination crosses Superman's face. We should all be worried, sir. In LexCorp, Lex is watching the recent news report about the crash, with Otis stepping into the room asking him if he's seen that news. Meteorites strike in Russian wilds constantly, he tells him, and Otis shakes his head. You mean the Washington Monument turning into a massive golem? But Otis shakes his head again, indicating what everyone is saying about Superman now. Finally, Otis tells Lex about something the R&D guys found from the crash site in Russia. He fumbles with a crumbled sheet of paper, getting it out of his pocket, and he looks at it for a second. Please tell Mr. Luthor that the electromagnetics taken from the area Doppler radar at the time of the event matched the readings recorded when Korolive was attacked, he recites, and Lex looks over his shoulder reading the note. They wrote it down for you? They probably sent you an email too, Otis notes as Lex swipes back his phone. Lex smiles, realizing that the being who fell on Earth is just like the spaceship. Tell me, Otis, when was the last time we had a Cognic with the Russian premiere? Meanwhile, over at the Watchtower, Chloe is recapping what they know about the strange monitor. The ship arrived from Earth 2, which was destroyed by whatever these monitors are, Clark adds. And Chloe nods with the memories that they implanted from the Earth 2 Chloe having faded from her memory. But she is still able to remember the ships that filled the sky and rained death upon the world. She still remembers the death of Lois. Lois 2! Lois yells from across the room. Clark stands there asking what crime that the Earth has committed toward complete annihilation. If you plan on asking the fallen monitor yourself, I suggest you get a move on, Tess tells him. Lex just fueled up his shiny new private jet and he's pointing it towards Moscow as we speak. Lois nods, reaching for her phone. It's possible that she can weasel her way on board, keep an eye on him, and go from there. And Clark smiles. I have a better idea, tapping his Watchtower comms. At the airfield, Lex is crossing the tarmac with Otis dragging his luggage behind him. We can't leave just yet, Mr. Luthor, Otis tells him, but Lex has already begun to climb the stairs. Time and tide wait for no man. That's why I invited the press along, Otis tells him. So Lex whirls around yelling at his assistant. You what? To chronicle greatness, Otis tells him, his face a mask of surprise. He explains that he thought it would be good for LexCorp to be back in the headlines. And Lex just stares for a moment and finally lets it go. Fine, but I get to eat your peanuts. Suddenly, the two of them see a red and blue streak across the sky. Why fly over us specifically? Lex asks himself. The game is afoot. Perhaps it's less of a challenge and more of a reminder. A voice calls out from inside the plane. Lex enters the private jet, asking the occupant what it could be a reminder of, and Clark just smiles. I'm just putting the words in his mouth here, but Superman may just want you to behave. Lex sits across from the reporter, ignoring his offered handshake and his thanks for letting him tag along. Outside, Supergirl watches as the jet speeds away, radioing back to the watchtower that Lex bought it. And back in Metropolis, Chloe is walking Lois back to her office for lunch. They discuss the changes that Chloe and Oliver have gone through and how Oliver is still getting used to helping the city in a business suit instead of a costume. She explains that their lives are going really well right now. Then why, dead cousin, are you here and not there? I'm so bored, Chloe finally admits, and the two begin to talk about how Clark is handling the world knowing that he's an alien. The hate and fear is new to him, Lois tells her, when suddenly the two are interrupted as Lois's phone begins to beep. She holds it up, showing Chloe the picture of Lex that Clark took. I hope he knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, in low orbit, Lex looks up from his tablet at the reporter across from him, who is putting away his phone. Reporting back to your masters? He asks, but Clark laughs, telling him that he is merely chronicling every step of their journey. It isn't very often that I have the privilege of flying quite this high. Clark holds up his recorder, asking Lex several questions about why he thinks Superman is going to Russia as well. What exactly do you think crashed there? Does it have anything to do with the alleged attack on Star Labs last month? Lex stares at Clark for a few seconds before telling him that corporate espionage is not one of LexCorp's strategies. I'm not talking about LexCorp, Clark tells him, and that brings a smile to Lex's face. I'm starting to like you more and more, Kent, he tells him. But finally, Lex turns back to the question, asking Clark why he thinks they're going to Russia to investigate a crash. Lex deflects, holding up his tablet for Clark to see that he has been looking at Lois's social media. He questions Clark about why they've been engaged for so long but haven't been married. Carpe diem, Kent, he tells the reporter. Given the amount of coverage that she gives Superman, you might want to spice things up every now and then. I trust my fiancé, Clark tells him. But Lex just looks out the window, telling Clark that it isn't about trusting her. It's about trusting him. Wherever he is, you have no reason to trust him. None of us do. I'm just glad the world is finally starting to sober up. The conversation is then interrupted as the captain comes over the speaker system. Turbulence up ahead, Mr. Luther. Better buckle up. The pilot calls as the plane flies straight into a large storm, and the plane begins to buck and rumble as Clark buckles his seatbelt. Quickly, Lex charges to the cockpit, opening the door and demanding to know what he is paying the pilots for. They warn him that it isn't their fault. They're flying so fast and they lost the weather reports once they entered Russian airspace. Clark looks out the window and sees the engine get struck by lightning and begin to catch fire. Mr. Luther? He calls out, but the billionaire isn't listening. Not now, Mr. Kent! Clark snarls, glad that Lex is busy, and he begins to loosen his tie and shirt, preparing to speed away. But Lex sits back down, buckling his seatbelt. Good, you've loosened your tie. The last thing I need is you fainting on me before we crash. Clark looks around, pretending to be scared. Who says we're gonna crash? My pilots, nature, and the fact that we're moving slightly less than supersonic, and an engine just exploded, Lex tells him, tightening the restraints. Suddenly, the entire plane bucks again before straightening out. That didn't sound like lightning, Clark notes. I swear, a freaking Superman just caught my jet! Lex begins to rant, and the two look outside to watch as a group of armored soldiers are flying next to them, several others holding the plane beneath them. Privyet, comrades! The Red Rocket Brigade welcomes you to Moscow. Across the world, lightning flashes as rain pours down over Gotham City. I'll call you! Barbara shouts at her date over her shoulder as she runs out of the diner. She quickly moves through the streets, finding a back alley and changing fast. Moments pass and Nightwing is running across the rooftops. Elsewhere in the city, several thugs are sitting around a table playing cards. So this guy calls himself the Hatter. Here he's looking for a crow. We gotta wear hats? Yeah, we probably gotta wear hats. I don't want to wear hats. The skylight above them explodes inward, and suddenly a large object falls onto their table. The goons back up, drawing their weapons in shock as they look at Batman on the floor. We ain't done nothing wrong yet, one of them whispers. Batman struggles to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth, and he grits his teeth, ignoring the weapons pointed at him. You need to run. Now. Batman is not here for you, gentlemen, the voice calls as the door to the warehouse explodes. On this night, his quarrel is with Bane, the jacked-up villain announces. The goons run as Bane charges at the Dark Knight, and Batman dodges, letting the roided-up villain smash into the side of a van. He throws his batarangs with the explosives detonating, sending Bane flying. But as he shrugs off the attack, getting to his feet while smoking, he calls him out. You amuse me, Batman, he calls, hitting a button, juicing himself further. Why is that? Batman growls, watching as Bane's muscle pop and bulge as the green venom is coursing through his veins. Because no man can defeat Bane, he roars, rushing forward, driving his knee into Batman's stomach, cracking a rib. No man can wound Bane. No man can kill Bane. Batman struggles to his feet, lashing out at the villain. Hence the name, I get it, I really do. But this isn't about defeating you. He notes, scissor kicking the man around the throat. He slams his fist into the side of the monster's head next. Or wounding you, and I don't kill. Bane shrugs off the attack, twisting Batman around so that he has him by the back of the head and the arm. Then what's this about, detective? You are adorable. Bane will miss these moments. He truly shall. I'm not going anywhere. Batman growls, and Bane lifts him over his head, ready to bring him down on his knee. No, but Bane does not duel with men in wheelchairs. He notes, and as he lifts him up, Bane asks Batman for one word of mercy, and he shall give it. And Batman does. Car! He hisses, and the Batmobile explodes through the wall, crashing into Bane. Batman flips through the air, landing on his feet, and Bane rolls. But Batman orders the car to activate the EMP, and the device that pumps the venom into Bane's veins begins to hiss and crackle as it shuts down. Bane staggers, suddenly weakened, and he stares at Batman, claiming, I can still fight! Can and should are two separate things, hombre. Nightwing notes, cracking the villain over the head with her escrima sticks. Where the hell were you? Batman asks, checking on Bane. Hey, I got here as fast as I could, she tells him. From where? A date, if you must know. Batman stops staring at her for a moment. With the gymnast. What's his name? You're the detective, you figure it out. The two jump into the Batmobile with Nightwing asking if she can drive as the bat signal shines over the night sky. I've 7 broken ribs, so yes. Lightning cracks overhead as Commissioner Gordon tells his team to take 5. And Batman lands next to him, so he asks him about Bane. Powered down and waiting for retrieval. What do we have? Gordon nods towards the corpse that lay at their feet. The young man was beaten to death, blood spattered on a Superman shirt and cape that he was wearing. I'll keep you posted, Batman tells him. Back in Metropolis, Chloe looks out the window as Lois enters the room, calling her name. She has a surprise for her cousins. Because Chloe was complaining that she was bored, her and Lois are taking a trip to Gotham. Lois smiles as she hugs her cousin, showing her the plane tickets. In Moscow, Lex stands with the Russian premier. The diplomat notes that Lex offered him information for a chance to view the alien. Perhaps you should sit down, Lex tells him, but the premier shakes his head. Yesterday, an alien man fell out of the sky. That was time for sitting down. Lex uses his hollow projector to explain the idea of the multiverse, and that the alien actually comes from one of these other realities. The premier nods, quickly sitting down. And Lex continues to explain that the debris that destroyed the Russian satellite last year was one of those destroyed Earths. A year ago, I would not have believed such things, but now. The premier notes as the two men take a drink of vodka. But enough of such things, he notes, motioning for Lex to follow him as he punches in the codes to open the security shield. The viewport opens up, revealing the monitor, restrained in the next room. The being turns, staring at Lex through the glass. Outside, Clark Kent crosses the tarmac, waving to the Red Rocket Brigade. I know Lex didn't take the time to thank you all for your efforts up there, he tells them, and the commander removes his helmet, revealing a face that Clark recognizes. At least you are a polite American, Mr. The Russian asks, Alexei? That is my name too, the commander laughs. And Clark quickly explains that he means he recognizes the man from the report of Superman saving the station. My name's Clark Kent, Daily Planet. Alexei nods and the two men move towards the hangar bay and out of the cold. Here to chronicle the excesses of rich men with too much time on their hands, he asks. And Clark asks the man if he means anyone in particular, but Alexei shakes his head. It's not my place to judge, merely to serve our sovereign nation. As a superhero? Clark asks, motioning to the armor. If I have taken anything from Superman, it's that all heroes can be super. We are merely doing our jobs. Clark smiles at the man. I'm sure it would be humbling to hear. Alexei explains that the Rocket Reds have stopped several meteors from striking Russian soil. Heaven loves Russia so much, it's always giving us things, he calls out, motioning to the sky. Clark nods, asking about the rumors that the latest meteor wasn't a rock but a spaceman, and Alexei nods. Yes, he was not large enough to show up on our radar. Suddenly the man pauses. But I've said too much. You will not quote me on that, will you? Clark nods, patting the man on the back, letting him know that he's sure that there will be much more interesting things on this trip. He then scans the area, finding the monitor being held in his prison. In the chamber, Lex is standing before the monitor, promising that their conversation will be private. Welcome to Earth, though something tells me this isn't your first time. Thank you, Lex. My reputation precedes me, Mr. Raylon, and you have no idea, Raylon tells him. Lex nods, telling him that they are working on a chamber to hold him at LexCorp, until we can figure out how to reunite you with your people if any survived the destruction of that parallel Earth. But anger flashes through Raylon's eyes. We do not hail from the filth that lingers at the bottom of the bleed. I have only chosen to descend from my point of observation to initiate your reckoning. Now, Ray, that's the kind of attitude that won't get you any favors in the US of A. Lex tells him, leaning forward. He then turns to go, offering to leave the being to rot, but Raylon's words give him pause, as he tells him that he knows what is happening to this world. I know how you are different from your designate. He offers to refill the cup of Lex's mind, to return the memories that were lost to him. In exchange for what? Lex asks with a raised eyebrow. Outside, Clark and the Rocket Brigade have reached their hangar, where Alexei tells Clark that he is not permitted. Even the mighty Rocket Red Brigade must rest. You do not have clearance, he notes, holding out his hand. Clark nods, shaking it. I understand. And finally, Alexei asks him if he can do him a favor. If you ever bump into the Man of Steel again, please tell him that Alexei once again thanks him for saving his life. Clark nods, promising that he will, when suddenly the group is interrupted as alarms begin to blare through the station. Alexei orders Clark to return to the panic bunker as the brigade suits up quickly. They launch themselves over the hangar, but some are shot out of the sky as a blast hits the team. The rest form up, aiming their weapons at Raylon. Visitor from beyond, we do not want to hurt you. Trust me, you will, Raylon tells them, his weapons powering up. Meanwhile, over in Gotham, Lois and Chloe pull up to the curb, with Chloe asking if it's the right place. Oh, this is the right place, Lois notes, stepping out of the car, looking at the man hanging from the roof above them. Victor Zsasz is screaming in the pouring rain as Batman holds him over a ledge. I'm on parole! I'm behaving! He yells, and the duo pull him back onto the roof, questioning him about the killing. But Zsasz tells them that they don't know how to feel about the whole Xeno thing yet. If you already have a working slur in place, then you know how you feel about things. Nightwing tells him, charging up her Eskrima sticks. Batman scans Zsasz's face with his visor, ordering Nightwing to stand down. Heart rate, pupil dilation, he's telling the truth. He tells her, and he pushes the man away, ordering him to check in with his parole officer. Don't tell me the big bad Batman has gone soft, Lois notes from under her umbrella. Lane? Sullivan Queen? How? Batman questions, but as Lois tosses him a phone, Chloe notes that his encryption isn't as good as he thinks. Plus, all the screaming. Later, the group stand in the Batcave with Chloe looking around in awe. Okay, now I'm impressed. I understand why you weren't interested in getting the Watchtower hub installed in town. He has a submarine, Lois whispers, peering over one of the ledges into the waters below. Alfred walks up, offering refreshments that Bruce recommended. And Lois questions how the man could know that she likes coffee. I'm pretty sure he knows way more about us than we do about him, Chloe tells her. Oh, he's got profiles on everyone, Barbara tells them as she towels off her hair. The women fill them in on the fact that something is bothering Bruce about this death that they found in the city. I don't like variables, he tells them, and he informs them that the body's fingerprints do not match any agency anywhere. The computer beeps though, revealing the facial recognition software has finished, and the images appear on the screen with the women looking at the results in shock. What the hell, Batman? Lois asks as they look at an image of Clark Kent. Back in Moscow, Alexei screams for his men to hold the line as they launch rockets at the monitor. But Raylon waves his hands and the missiles explode against the shield. His weapons morph into a cannon and he begins to open fire on the armored soldiers. Why are you doing this? Lex screams, running over, waving his hands. But Raylon turns to him, disappointed that Lex doesn't know that these people are little more than bugs. You are truly unworthy of the regard that your designate has acquired over the multiverse, he tells him, raising his cannon and aiming it at Lex. Embrace order! But Raylon is then thrown aside as Superman collides with him from behind. The Monitor smiles back at him. This is good sport. I can't wait to see how inferior this world Superman is as well. But Superman cracks him across the jaw, throwing the Monitor to the ground. He shoots his heat vision and the Monitor opens up a portal and the blast hits Clark from behind. The Monitor then charges and the two lock together in a struggle, with Superman demanding to know what the crisis is. Oh, you mean you don't know? Raylon laughs, but his smile disappears as the Man of Steel headbutts him. Illuminate me, he snarls, but both men stumble, staggered by the force of the blow. Raylon then turns, firing his cannon into the building, dropping debris on the brigade and Lex. Superman moves fast, pulling them out of danger, but when he finally stops moving, he's shocked to find that blood is dripping from his head. How the hell did he hurt me? Clark whispers as he stares at the blood in his hands. Can you hear me, Superman? Lex screams as Superman clutches his head, blood running between his fingers. Why are you just standing there? Taking a breath, Luthor. The Man of Steel whispers, telling the group that they all should take a breath. Turning to Alexei, the commander of the Red Rocket Brigade, he tells him that medical is on the way. Good. Superman states, launching himself into the air. Streaking upwards, he finally breaks through the clouds overhead, basking in the warm light of the sun. Oh, that's more like it. His comms begin to beep and the static voice of Tess finally breaks through. Finally! She shouts from inside the watchtower over at Metropolis. Is everything okay on your side of the world? Clark lets her know that he's been better, and she lets him know that she's been watching the action. Enlisted the help of a comms expert called the Ray, who can recalibrate the USGS Keyhole satellite to at least get a visual on your location. I'm sorry for not helping you out earlier, but Clark lets her know that that's not important. Of greater concern are two things. One, where is our fallen monitor escaping to? Two, how the hell was he able to hurt me? He tells her that and then he flies back down to Earth. Back at the base, Lex is crossing the tarmac yelling for Otis, when suddenly one of the doors bursts outward and Clark stumbles into him. Kent, I suppose you ran so far from danger that you circled back around? He asks. Is it over? Not even the mighty Superman was able to stop the creature from beyond. Luthor tells him and Clark nods, holding up his recorder. For the sake of accurate reporting, why did you fly all the way to the other side of the globe to see this creature from beyond, and how exactly did the being escape from your custody to begin with? Clark asks him, but Lex stares at him for a moment before answering. You've got nerve, Kent. I like that. That's about all I like, but something's better than nothing. Finally, Otis steps up to interrupt, explaining that LexCorp is tracking the monitor's movements through his portals. Tears in the fabric of reality. Continue. Otis nods, telling Lex that the monitor finally stopped, and Lex nods, taking the phone, showing it to the Premier. But the man shakes his head. That area is abandoned for a very specific reason. If it has anything to do with our wayward guest, I refuse to touch it. Lex nods, taking Clark and pushing him towards the Jeep that sits nearby. Looks like it's just you and me, Kent. I really think that I got all I need for my story, Clark tries to explain. Nonsense. Things have barely gotten interesting. Otis tries to explain to Lex that he can come with, but the billionaire tells him no. Stay put. Stay safe. You I need. I won't lose any sleep if something happens to Kent. Meanwhile, over at the Batcave, Chloe and Bruce sit on the floor meditating. Chloe sighs, letting Bruce know that she doesn't think that this is the time to relax. I never relax, Bruce tells her. Meditation clears the mind, and I need to focus. Chloe stands looking around the cave, and she asks if Bruce has anyone in his life. Bruce Wayne has Gotham, he tells her, moving into an exercise. She nods, asking him if that's why he doesn't think globally. I was wondering when you'd get back to the big pitch of joining you in the Big Boy Scout. He sighs, landing back at his feet. The team could use heroism like yours, Batman. Outside of Gotham, she tells him. All I'm suggesting is that you start looking beyond the town line and you brace for impact. Something big is coming. How do you know? He questions, with memories of Earth 2 Chloe flashing through our Chloe's mind. She just shakes her head. I've seen it for myself. Meanwhile, back in Russia, Lex and Clark step out of the Jeep. The quiet cold of Chernobyl greets them, and from the layers of snow, the long-forgotten children's toys beckon them to enter. Is this safe? Clark asks, looking around with fake fear at the whole Chernobyl situation. Nothing is safe, Lex informs him, pulling on a warmer jacket. The two men move through the deserted city, with Lex looking at his phone for the coordinates. His last portal has to be somewhere around here, he mutters, and Clark stops him with an arm, pointing at a large hole in the ground. I guess you could say that, he notes, and Clark begins to back up, telling Lex that they should go back for help, but Lex Luthor shakes his head. Two enterprising young men like ourselves? Nah, he tells him, leaping into the hole before Clark can even stop him. Clark sides down the frozen hole, emerging into a vast chamber. Reaching Lex, the two men stare up at the large ship that is before them. I guess we know why he ran to Chernobyl, he notes. But back in Gotham, Lois and Nightwing are walking through the city streets. The young woman begins to question why Lois isn't more freaked out about a dead Clark Kent. I know my Clark. The real Clark is safe and sound, she tells her. In Russia, under a blackout, facing off against both Luthor and an alien menace, Nightwing notes. Lois stops, staring at Barbara for a moment. I'm gonna move on now, she tells her, and Nightwing nods. The two women keep walking through the rain-filled streets of Gotham City. Barbara lets her know that the other Clark, we'll call him Dave, was beaten to death and appeared to be completely human. Even under blue and gold kryptonite, Clark's DNA does not change from Kryptonian to human, Lois notes. And suddenly the two are stopped by a large gang in front of them. Their leader smirks, demanding the two women's wallets and purses. Lois and Barbara smile at each other, and escrima sticks are drawn while Lois's umbrella is turned into a makeshift weapon. The fight is kind of easy, as Barbara Gordon begins to question Lois about how her and Clark can make their relationship work in secret. I assume there's a super fella or super Bella in your life? Lois asks, cracking a goon across the face with her umbrella. But Barbara tells her that he's just a boy as she flips another, and her sticks smack him to the ground. He's wonderful and amazing and completely normal, she tells her. Lois nods, taking out another goon and noting that Barbara is always busy with Batman. Pretty much, plus he's always busy with his parents. Stupid circus, Barbara tells her. And the two women keep fighting, fists and feet knocking goons aside with Lois nodding. Keeping the ones we love keeps us grounded. Reminds us what we're fighting for, she tells her. And Barbara nods, telling Lois to get up, and she drives the escrima stick into a puddle. The electricity then knocks the goons to the ground. You're wise, Barbara smiles, bowing to Lois. Hell no, this just ain't my first rodeo, Lois tells her, and with the goons down, the two find what they're looking for. A hole in the earth that, well, Dave seems to have come from. Lois nods, taking a look, because this feels very familiar, and not in a good way, she notes. Meanwhile, back at Russia, Lex and Clark are moving through the Monitor's ship. Lex's flashlight playing around with the shadows, and Clark asks the billionaire what he knows. No use in keeping you in the dark. Here's what my team knows, Lex tells him, and he explains to Clark that he knows of the parallel Earths, which is nothing that Watchtower and Superman don't already know. That's distressing, Clark notes, and the two turn around another corner to finally enter into a large chamber within the ship. What's that you said about parallel Earths? Clark asks as the two men stare at the large tube that holds hundreds of small Earths. Some blink with light while others appear to be darkened. So many already dead. Lex whispers as he stares at the other worlds, and they look on with Clark noting that they're too late to save so many. Not for ours. I'm not, Lex tells him, but Clark doesn't understand as they realize that their Earth sits at the bottom of the tube. Why not just wipe us out first? Let all the other Earths stack above us come tumbling down, he asks. We tried, a voice calls out from behind them. So curious, your kind. And of all the planets in all of the universes, humans cause the most trouble, Monitor tells him. His armor warps and morphs again, forming a cannon on his arm that the Monitor aims at the two men. Your Earth has outlived its usefulness. I doubt you'll live to see the very end. Meanwhile, over at the GCPD, Batman is standing over the body of Dave, scanning the young man's face. Fingerprints don't hit in any known database, Gordon tells him. Though I can't shake the idea that this kid looks familiar. Batman nods, noting that under the damage, the kid has one of those faces. The scan finally finishes, and Batman lets them know that he has the DNA of the killer. Can you share? No, Batman growls. But back at the Batcave, the three women are interrupted when Batman comes over the radio. Batman to Nightwing, going dark. Lois turns to Chloe, letting her know that she doesn't like the sound of that, and both women turn to ask Nightwing, but the young woman is already speeding away in her motorcycle. Minutes later, Batman is moving through the shadows of the amusement mile, and he turns to the sound of Nightwing's approaching motorcycle. Going dark means you stay behind. It's protocol. He snarls at her, telling her to leave before Clark's killer can find them. I'm the one being hunted right now. Barbara questions who could hunt Batman as suddenly bombs are thrown at them. I am, you silly bird! A voice calls out as Batman pushes Nightwing away, and she moves to pull Bruce from the rubble. Behind you! He groans as she whirls around, pulling free and activating her escrima sticks. Shock fills her voice though as she sees who is attacking them. Bruce? She questions, but this isn't the Bruce Wayne that she knows. Though they look the same, this one's skin is pale and his hair is green, and his mouth is twisted in a sadistic grin. Brings a smile to your face, doesn't it? Back in Moscow, Clark is thrown through a door as the Monitor stalks them through the ship. He explains that they can't destroy the lower Earths first. Do things in the wrong order, and the entire endeavor is for naught. Is that why another one of your colleagues murdered Chloe on Earth 2? Of course. You presume that your Earth is prime? Typical. The Monitor notes. The blast that Clark has sent at him seems to have no effect, and Clark just turns to run. We'll have to begin your destruction ahead of schedule. The Council will reprimand me, but I'll manage. The Monitor tells them, continuing forward, and finally the two men escape the ship, heading for the same hole that they took to get beneath the Earth. Guess there's no easy way to get back up. Lex notes, looking at the steep tunnel. Nothing's easy, Clark notes, turning as the entire chamber begins to shake. The ship begins to launch behind them with smoke from the engines filling the room. He turns to throw Lex to the ground, shielding his body. And a moment passes with Clark launching them up and through the Earth, emerging once more into the open air, before they both tumble to the ground. How did we? Lex asks as he's brushing himself off, finding himself on the surface at what appears to be super speed. Do you have a good grasp on physics? Clark asks. No. Then consider ourselves lucky and go. He yells as he pulls Lex away from the area. The ground then begins to shake and collapse as that ship is taking off. Clark and Lex stop for a moment just before the blast from Raylan's cannon strikes Clark in the chest, throwing him away. He shatters through the ice of the river below him, sinking into the waters. Perhaps I will spare you, he tells Lex, smiling, and let you alone bear witness to the end of creation. Lex turns, diving into the crack in the ice that Clark created, and he swims after the reporter, trying to save him. Unconscious, though, Clark is unaware that his clothes have been torn and that the Superman shield beneath is exposed. Back over at the Red Rocket Brigade's hangar, Otis tries once again to reach Luthor on his phone, but he's still not getting an answer. Think, Otis, think. What would Mr. Luthor do? He questions with his eyes scanning the room before they land on one of the battle suits. Meanwhile, Lex is continuing to swim, closing in on Clark. He reaches out his hand, about to grasp the man's jacket, but then another blast from above hits Clark, pushing him out of Lex's reach, deeper within the frigid waters. Lex has no choice, swimming towards the surface, and he breaks free of the ice, gasping for air. At least your designate survival instincts remain intact. Raylan notes, pulling Lex free of the water by his head. I expect this is when the begging will begin, he tells him, holding the billionaire by his head. He tosses Lex aside, throwing him into the snow. Luthor begins to crawl away, the cold taking his body. You'll get no begging out of me. He shivers, reaching down, pulling a rock free of the cold snow. You killed Kent. We can only hope. Raylan smiles. What did he ever do to you? Raylan aims his cannon, destroying the rock in Lex's hand. Cutting you will be a fine end for a sorry specimen. Lex struggles to his feet, questioning why the Monitor wouldn't let him die with the rest of the world. There's a majesty to oblivion that you simply are not worthy to witness. That stings a little. The Monitor knocks him to the ground again, standing over the fallen body. At least grant me the decency of an explanation before you end my miserable life. Whether from pity or amusement. I will grant you a single question, the Monitor tells him, and Lex looks up. Why Superman? He asks. He wants to know why he can't shake him. Begins to feel the shiver of the cold, but he continues. My memories are gone, but I can feel it writhing in my chest whenever I see that damn chest. Lex falls back, and the Monitor aims his cannon, but Superman is there, yanking the weapon, forcing the being to shoot into the sky. He throws him, sending Raylan crashing through the trees, and then Superman turns, seeing the fallen Lex. He heats the ground around him, trying to keep him warm and from going into shock. He launches himself into the air, breaking through the clouds to bathe in the light of the sun, and the comms crackle, calling for the Boy Scout. Emil breaks through the static. Please tell me you know why this guy can hurt me without any color kryptonite or red sunlight, he asks. And Emil and Tess explain that Superman's weaknesses react to the laws of this universe, which the Monitor doesn't. They ask if they should scramble aid and send Supergirl in. No, if he can kill me, he can kill her, he tells them, feeling himself growing stronger. The two ask Superman what he plans on doing as he launches himself back down to Earth. Improvise, he answers as he flies towards the Monitor's ship, but back at the amusement mile, Batman wipes the blood from his wounded face. You're good, he growls at the Joker version of himself. Oh, I'm bad, the Joker version smiles. They both reach for their belts, with Batman pulling free a Batarang, launching himself at the villain, but Joker Bruce is fast, dodging the attack. The Batarang is thrown and he sidesteps that too, so Batman moves forward again, watching as the Batarang circles back around, and it explodes behind Joker Batman, launching the villain forward and straight into Batman's elbow. He turns though, seeing the bombs at his feet. Damn! Batman growls and the blast knocks him off his feet, throwing him. Joker Batman catches him with a clothesline. At least, we're still devastatingly handsome, he laughs, removing the man's mask. Let me see what I can do about that, Barbara yells, cracking Joker Batman in the back with her Eskrima sticks. She hits him again and again, and Joker Batman stumbles as if stunned. He whirls back around, driving a hidden blade into Nightwing's stomach. You're much funnier than my Barbara, though she didn't put up much of a fight. Wheelchair and all. Batman rams him from behind, pushing the villain away from his partner, and then he throws him to the ground, raining blows onto his head. Why did you murder Clark Kent? Joker Batman snarls up at his doppelganger. He found out who I really was, and he told the cops! Stupid homemade hero. You give a kid a comic book and he straps a cape, starts jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Batman rolls him over, handcuffing him. None of that matters anyway. My Earth was going down in flames while I chased the little caped pansy through the portal. Batman turns to Nightwing, demanding a report as she clutches her bleeding stomach. Back to the tank for old Babs. Batman pulls the Doppelganger to his feet with Joker Batman letting him know that he should just finish him off. I don't know what happened in your world, but this Batman doesn't kill. Not after what happened to his parents, he tells him. The Joker Batman smiles, blood leaking from his mouth. Ha! Guess you didn't kill yours then. In Russia, Lex watches from his ring of fire as the Monitor ship continues to rise. Raylon turns, watching as Superman is charging at him in his ship. With all the other worlds, you are again delinquent in saving this one, Superman. But Superman swoops in, plucking the Monitor from the ground by his armor. Better late than never, he throws the man, ripping the armor free of his body. How do I stop your ship? He demands, standing over the fallen Monitor, but Raylon smiles, telling the Man of Steel, there is nothing you can do to stop the end. Kill him! Lex yells, his body shivering from the cold. If his people don't fear us, they'll keep coming. But Superman shakes his head. Mr. Luthor, killing this man won't solve anything, and it isn't my style. He launches himself upwards at the ship, turning the weapon against itself. The ship crashes into the earth, ripping apart in a flash of fire and destruction. The wave of destruction is about to take Raylon and Luthor, but suddenly Otis sweeps in wearing Rocket Brigade armor, pulling Lex clear. I got you, Mr. Luthor, he tells him. Clark struggles to his feet, watching as Otis flies away with Luthor, and then he turns, seeing Raylon pierced by a piece of rebar. I'm sorry, he whispers, closing the once villain's eyes. Later, Lex opens his eyes in Metropolis Hospital, calling for Otis. He stepped out for a bit to stretch his legs, Clark tells him from his bedside. He knows better than that, Lex tells him, sitting up. I told him to stretch his legs for a bit. That's more like it. You're alive. Clark nods, telling him that Superman found him down a river and warmed him with his fire eyes. Heat vision, Lex corrects. The billionaire struggles out of his bed, apologizing for dragging Clark off to Russia, for letting his need to know more about his past get the better of him. You're only human, Clark tells him, letting him know that the Monitor probably would have gotten free no matter what. Clark begins to leave the room when Lex's words stop him short. You're a good liar, Kent. I can see the judgment in your eyes. Something tells me that I've been receiving the end of that glare before in my old life. Your need to save the world has always come to blows with your ego, Clark tells him, pulling on his jacket. From the bed, Lex asks him, which side usually wins? You're waking in a hospital bed. Which side do you think? Later in the Watchtower, Lois yells in frustration as she reads a Daily Planet article written by Cat Grant asking, which side is Superman on? Cat doesn't necessarily have all the facts wrong, but on the bright side, she at least didn't claim that the ship belonged to me. Clark tries to explain, and Chloe and Tess smile, convinced that Lois is just upset because they didn't run her story about what happened in Gotham. For now, the world will just have to see what happened in Gotham as it appeared to be, Chloe begins. A Superman-related hate crime, Clark finishes for her. But Clark tells the others not to worry about it. From what they learned, there are more Earths out there. The crisis is no longer a matter of it, but when. Which is why we'll be facing it together, Bruce tells him as he enters the room. Chloe stands up with surprise. I thought you were only worried about Gotham. There won't be a Gotham to protect if these monitors succeed, will there? The two men shake hands, with Bruce letting Clark know it's good to see him. Does this mean we can add you to the team? At least temporarily. Meanwhile, at the DEO headquarters, Commander Steve Trevor watches on as his scientists begin the autopsy of the Monitor. His comms beep and Trevor begins to talk to Agent Prince. What's the word, Agent Prince? And Diana explains that she's been studying all of the data from the crime scene. I've discovered something disconcerting. What is it? She tells him that one of the devices from the Monitor's armor has gone missing, and it looks like it was some sort of comms device. At LexCorp, Lex looks on as his techs finish hooking the comms device that they managed to steal from the Monitor. Ready to activate, Mr. Luthor, one of the techs tells him. Lex nods and begins to broadcast. To any and all of my counterparts who reside in what's left of what my people are calling the multiverse, my deepest apologies for arriving late to the party. My name is Lex Luthor, and I do believe that we had a little talk. Two years ago, energy shoots up from the top of the building into a great swirling vortex. Blue kryptonite? Clark asks, looking at Zod. I told you, I'm not going anywhere. Zod knocks Clark against the wall, trying to stab him with his blade. You knew that blue kryptonite would prevent you from ascending with the others. Better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven, Zod hisses at him. The blade slashes, cutting into Clark's chest, and the two trade blows until they tumble outside, falling beneath the rain. Zod moves to stab Clark, but he stops the blow. Unlike you, I will lead from the throne, not the shadows. And he spits. Every human, including the woman you love, Clark, will kneel before Zod. But Clark knows what he has to do, and he lets the blade sink into his stomach. You destroyed my first home. I won't let you take this one, he tells the man. Clark falls away, taking the blade with him. Zod watches on, a smile on his face, in his moment of triumph. But the light begins to glow around him and he realizes what Clark did. He's pulled into the air, ascending with the other Kryptonians. No! He bellows into the sky. And he appears in the Argo colony with the others gathering around him. Sacrificed himself to defeat me. The others gather, thanking Rao for bringing them to the new world beneath a yellow sun. All the better so that we may punish the men who led us to war. One offers as they glare at Zod, but their leaders tell them that they will deal with Zod later. Argo is Krypton's new beginning. Even now, Rao smiles upon us, Vala says, looking up into the sky, and a green light streaks across above them. The flame bird of legend, blessing of our travels, she whispers. The Green Lantern ring begins to scan the planet beneath it, with the population having returned to Sector 2813, and thus its recruitment cycle has begun again. Kryptonian life forms detected. It beeps, scanning closer. Error. Artificial life forms detected. It beeps again. The ring cannot connect with an artificial life form, and so it streaks off into space, searching for a viable Kryptonian recruit. Now we go to the present day over in Metropolis with Oliver Queen staring at his array of weapons on the wall. He can hear them begging to be used. The kind of use that involves free archery at the park on a Wednesday, and not the kind that involves trick arrows, right? Chloe asks, coming out of the bathroom in a towel. She stretches her lower back, her pregnant stomach giving her issues. They crawl into bed with Oliver telling her that he just misses the danger sometimes. You think I love riding the bench? She tells him. At least you got to go to Gotham, he points out, and she raises an eyebrow, shocked that he even knew about the trip. You went with Lois, Chloe. The barista at a coffee cart knows you went to Gotham. He jokes. The two sit up, making a promise that if trouble finds them, they won't sit on their hands. We certainly won't be running from a fight, Chloe promises as they lock pinkies. Meanwhile, Lois and Clark are coming out of a movie theater, with Clark seemingly a little down, letting Lois know that he doesn't know if this is the best way to distract themselves. Given the crisis that's on its way, I don't know if we should be seeing a movie, he tells her. But Lois disagrees, which means that we can enjoy the quieter moments while we have them, she replies. Clark nods, kissing her on the forehead, letting her know that she's right. He laughs, taking the popcorn from her. I know we're not married yet, but the least you could do is share. Lois isn't listening to him anymore, though, staring at the glowing green light in the sky. Macrovision it, she orders him. Telescopic vision, he corrects her. But he still can't tell what that light is. It's coming right this way, he tells her, throwing her so that she lands on an old sofa on the curb. The light streaks towards him, causing Lois to yell as it collides with her fiancé. The green light and the flame, they bathe Clark, and he stares around him, hearing a voice. If you are hearing this, it means that you have inherited both my ring and my duty, the ghostly image tells him. The image solidifies, becoming an alien in green armor. And then it begins to recite an oath, and Clark begins to speak with him. And the brightest day, and the blackest night. Lois watches as Clark begins to rise within the green light, drifting into the air. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light! Lois stares at Clark, who is now dressed in glowing green armor. Guess we're gonna have to take a rain check on dessert, huh? She says, eyes wide. Kal-El of Krypton, welcome to the Corps. Meanwhile, over in New York City, the police chase a homicide suspect through the alleyways of the city, and one of the cops chases the perp down on foot. Who is it? One cop asks. Who do you think? The detective turns the corner with the perp opening fire, but the rounds bounce off the green shield that is suddenly appearing. Really wish you hadn't done that, the detective tells him, the green energy glowing in his eyes. The cops watch as the perp comes flying out of the alleyway, a massive green fist striking him in the face. What the hell was that? One officer asks. Beats me, fellas, though I'm open to suggestions, the detective asks, walking calmly out of the alleyway, the ring on his finger beginning to glow and beep. Detective John Stewart, where'd you get that ring stone? One of the cops asks, and he tells him, you know, guys, it's a long story, and he steps away, placing the ring to his ear. Lantern dispatch to 2814. New recruit in need of orientation and acclimation in your sector. Salick tells him through the ring. John is stunned. Thought we learned our lesson about having more than one human on deck, he asks, flying into the air with a burst of green light. Who says that he's human? Salick asks. But meanwhile, back in Metropolis, Lois asks him, have you tried heat visioning it off? Yes. He tried heat visioning it off, Lois says into the phone. Freeze breath? Arctic breath, and yes, I did. Suddenly, the massive green tools appear in the air. Okay, Emil, now it's making ghost props everywhere, Lois says on the phone, and finally Clark is able to pull the ring free and it launches into space with Lois nodding. He took the ring off and everything faded, she tells Emil. He chucked it into space. Meanwhile at Star Labs, Emil nods, tracking the ring as it begins to circle around the moon, and it begins to come back to Earth. Duck and cover, Lois! Duck and cover! He orders her. Lois nods, pointing to the incoming object that is coming to Clark. He launches into the air, colliding with the ring in a giant ball of green light again. Oliver notices from the window and tells Chloe that he's going for a jog. So, Lois notes, staring at Clark in his green armor again. Ring came back, huh? Clark suddenly turns, his hearing picking up an alarm at Metropolis National Bank, and he streaks off into the night sky. The cops begin to open fire, but suddenly Superman appears. Sorry I'm late, and don't ask, he tells them about his new green uniform. Ladies and gentlemen, please lay down your weapons, he tells the masked crooks. Suddenly, green missiles appear around him, aimed at the crooks and their mech. The missiles begin to explode, forcing the criminals to run. The mech then launches its own rockets, aiming at the Man of Steel. Clark catches it, but suddenly a massive green Superman appears and pounds his fist into the mech. The criminals come running out, giving themselves up to get away from Superman. Apologies, everyone, he tells them sheepishly. I promise I'll get this all cleaned up when I get my new skill set in order. He then flies away, looking at the destruction he called. Tough first day, recruit? John Stewart asks, floating in front of him. We need to talk. Meanwhile, back at the crime scene. Superman's green now? Oliver asks the cops. He tries to get some information of the crime from the cops, but they don't seem to be forthcoming with it. Meanwhile, back at their hideout, the crooks who got away enter. I heard the Super foiled the heist, their boss says, and they nod, letting him know that they just made the distraction work better. He nods, picking up a weapon and shooting it at the human targets in his range. You'll find your fees have been transferred into your various offshore accounts, he tells them, and they nod, fearfully heading towards the door as they let him know that the cops confiscated the mech. Prometheus nods, looking at the vast armory around him. Somehow, I think I'll manage. Clark, meanwhile, is looking at the projection that has appeared all around them. The projection of a destroyed world. Why me? He asks, and Lantern Ray stares out over the destruction. If you are experiencing this sentient message from my ring, I have fallen defending Krypton from destruction. The projection tells him, my sector, my duty, is now turned over to you. Lantern Ray tells him that life must be returned to the sector, forcing the ring to find a new recruit. Right, so what is this place? Clark asks, looking around the world, and Ray shows Clark the home world of Oa, home of the Guardians and the Green Lantern Corps. Clark looks and sees a group of robots glowing with green light. The cosmic entity known as Parallax infected one of the Guardians and repossessed the Manhunters as a weapon of fear, Ray tells him. Earth's first Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, was compromised. Possessed by Parallax, he turned on his compatriots. Ray tells Clark that Parallax decimated the Green Lantern Corps. Where once there were thousands of lanterns to police the stars, there are now hardly a dozen. You among them, he tells him. But Clark shakes his head, telling the projection that Earth is his home. You are assigned to Sector 2813, Lantern of Krypton. The projection ends and Clark is once again standing in the watchtower. That's not how this works, Superman, John tells him, but the group doesn't understand. How does the ring choose who has the capacity for the strongest will? You're saying that you're more strong-willed than me? Lois asks, and Tess questions how Alan Scott came in contact with the ring so long ago. But Clark interjects again, questioning what right the ring has to forcibly conscript sentient beings into service. Orders are orders. You're now a soldier, Superman, John tells him. You're one of us. Meanwhile, somewhere in the vastness of space, an asteroid floats before a great star. Within, the Manhunters detect multiple Green Lantern signatures in one place. Terms of agreement violated. They begin to chirp, their eyes glowing with yellow light. One supposes that it was only a matter of time, a creature growls from the shadows. Go, my faithful, squash the Resurgence, let them know fear! Back at LexCorp, Lex is sitting at his desk questioning why none of the other Lex Luthors in the multiverse have reached out to him. Maybe you're the last Mr. Luthor in existence, Otis tells him, trying to help. Thanks for your optimism, Otis, Luthor answers, and he stares at his screen, trying to figure out a way to get back to the Monitor's ship. What if the thingy we took from the guy? Otis begins, forcing Lex to turn on him. The comm units from the dead Monitor, yes. I can't wait to see where this goes. But Otis just stares at him for a moment. What if we just put in a bigger battery? He replies, and Lex stares at him for a moment before smiling. Put a meeting on the books with Cord and Holt. I may have spoken too soon when I turned down Wayne's offer to join them in their Super Collider endeavor. he tells his assistant. Otis nods, pulling out his phone, and Lex turns on the news to watch the coverage of Superman and his new powers. And the report shows a close-up of the ring, the symbol. I know that symbol, but from where? He wonders. Meanwhile, at the Fortress of Solitude, Clark tries another blast from his ring, getting nothing. You understand my frustration here, right, John? He wonders, and Stewart nods behind him. It's natural, but it doesn't mean you can let it get to you. Clark nods, looking at the ring. Explain to me again how imagination is tied to will? John shakes his head, not really understanding the question. In the heat of battle, why bother taking the time to manifest a wrecking ball instead of just firing a regular energy blast? It's the same energy, right? It has the same effect, and he demonstrates by firing a blast of green energy at the ice. John shakes his head, not having a good answer for Clark. It's not our place to question the rules, he tells him, and Clark nods, telling John that he isn't really debating tradition. But I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life with a weapon stuck on my hand and I don't know a thing about it. John nods, noting that they don't have an expert to consult. The two of them take to the skies, and Superman tells them that they may have the next best thing. So meanwhile, over at the Watchtower, Tess is looking at Oliver and Chloe. Didn't you say that you were abstaining from hero work? She asks, holographic eyebrows raised. I didn't say anything about hero work. Did you, sweetie? Oliver asks, looking sideways at his wife. Of the many words that I've said, I don't believe those were two of them. Chloe nods, and Tess looks at them both, noting that while Clark is dealing with the alien tech, she's willing to let this one slide. But I have my eyes on you, she tells them. She informs Oliver of his theory of the heist being a fake was accurate. With several heists taking place in nondescript buildings, they all lead back to the DEO. Our thief stole from the DEO, Oliver muses. And at Star Labs, Emil questions whether John knows where this ring's power comes from. Nothing more than what I've said, he tells them. And you've worn the ring for how long? A decade. Stewart shrugs. Emil nods, turning to show the charts that appear on the massive screens. As my team can giddily attest to, the technology is ancient, predating anything here on Earth, he tells them. What's interesting is that the rings don't generate the emerald energy of will. The ring slinger does, John nods, and Emil shakes his head. The rings enable the user to tap into the power beneath the fabric of reality, he tells them. He turns back to Superman and John, telling them that everything that they know about the ring seems accurate. My mind seems to filter and implement this energy. The signature of the EM spectrum is distinct, so much so that we can track it in local space. He nods, pointing to the screens which show two green dots standing in the room. Suddenly, another scientist rushes in, letting them know that similar yet not identical energy signatures are converging in the lab. Mr. Stewart, did you invite company? Emil asks, turning back to the heroes as the green armor appears. No, Doctor, I did not, John tells him as their rings begin to beep a warning. The two lanterns fly outside, and Clark questions if the rest of the lanterns are arriving. The ring wouldn't go into an alert for a pep rally, John tells him, and then stops short. No, that's not possible, he whispers as he looks at the group of Manhunters floating before them. Meanwhile, over at the Daily Planet, Lois and Oliver sit before the screen, video chatting with Steve Trevor and Diana Prince. Trevor lets them know that despite the intruder knowing where to hit their warehouse around the CCTV cameras, they didn't know to avoid their mystics. The images that flash over the screens are of Prometheus. Sinister much? Overcompensating is more like it, Oliver scoffs. Oliver believes the man to be a danger considering the amount of tech that he stole from DEO, and Trevor nods to that. His face is hidden and his MO is new on our end. I've dispatched Agent Chase and a field team your way, he lets them know. Mr. Queen, you and your alter ego are authorized to join. Are you gonna suit up, Oliver? Lois asks, looking at her friend, when suddenly a green light streaks by the window, followed by a yellow. Nice to know that Clark's keeping busy, Oliver notes. Over the city, though, the ring chirps a warning to Superman. Warning lock, warning lock. Incoming! Stewart yells, and both men throw up a green shield, but the missiles strike them, shattering the shields, sending both lanterns crashing into the buildings. That shouldn't have happened, Stewart tells him, and Clark quickly catches the rubble before it falls into the streets. We have to get these Manhunters away from the populated areas before anyone gets hurt, Superman tells him, and John nods, launching his own missiles back at the Manhunters, but they keep coming. On me, Lantern Stewart, Clark orders as both men streak upwards into space. They lead the Manhunters to the moon, but John begins to smash them with a giant hammer, and both men turn to stare to see if the Manhunters are being defeated. And that's when they suddenly emerge from the crust of the moon, robotic hands grasping our heroes. A congregation of lanterns violates the treaty. A congregation of lanterns violates the treaty, the robots repeat over and over. What are you talking about? Clark questions. I wish I knew, John growls. And the group of new drones arrive on the scene with Clark patching through to the watchtower. Gentlemen, this might need a woman's touch. Tess tells them over the radio, launching her drones into the fight. One of the Manhunters' faceplates begins to get knocked loose, revealing the yellow ring within. And John is shocked for a moment until ordering Clark to fall back. Yellow, fear, counteracts will. That's why our rings can't make a dent on them, he tells his partner, and Clark nods, ordering the watchtower to duck. He fires his heat vision into a circle, quickly destroying the remaining Manhunters. He then turns to John, asking if that's the last of them. There's always more. Meanwhile, Mrs. Hunkle enters the room bringing in a tray of tea, and Lex smiles at her from the table, apologizing for barging in. I read about the Justice Society, and I know the hour is quite late. He smiles at her. But if you don't mind, I'd like to know more about the Green Lantern. While Lex is looking into the Alan Scott Green Lantern, back on the moon, John and Clark stand before the projections of the other lanterns. Lantern Stewart, I have repeatedly stated what remains of Owen archives bears no evidence to any treaty having been broken with the Manhunters. Clark nods, asking if the information could have been destroyed in the archives, but the Lantern shakes his head, for he was the archivist before their destruction. I assure you both there was no treaty. Lantern Aya breaks in, wondering if the Manhunters are merely rogue units. But John shakes his head. Then how were they running off yellow rings instead of emerald ones, he questions, and Clark questions the yellow rings, citing that he's the new guy. The Lanterns explain that the Guardians created the Yellow Lanterns as shock troopers to combat the Manhunters, when the Manhunters began to experiment with whole populations. Citizens are terrified, which makes the Yellow Corps stronger as they arrive to combat the Manhunters. Clark finishes, but the Lanterns suddenly look sad, telling Clark that the Yellow Corps drew out of the being known as Parallax. The Lanterns begin to drift away, citing that John and Clark must return to their sectors. The Manhunters are swarming Earth, John cries, stunned, but the rest disappear, leaving the archivist alone. John, there's something you should know. Something the other survivors of the Parallax War can never learn. Meanwhile, beneath Metropolis, the DEO team is moving through the subway tunnels when suddenly the tunnel is filled with green light as Oliver Queen pops a flare. Director Trevor gave me the go for a ride-along, he smiles, and the commander nods at him, wondering what a millionaire could possibly bring to the team. But Oliver nods, shooting a smoke arrow to show the laser grid that blocks their path. Who do you think disabled the traps that you already walked into? He asks with a smirk. So the team moves forward, their lights finally playing on Prometheus in the shadows. Drop the guns! Agent Chase orders, and the man smiles, dropping the guns, but they explode in a flashbang, blinding the group. I can still hear you! Oliver yells, drawing his arrow, and he fires the bolt sticking into the wall behind Prometheus. It pops open, creating a beeping sound. Aim for the sound! He orders to the soldiers, and the DEO agents open fire, but Prometheus moves fast, throwing his own soundwave machine to the floor with a rippling sound, knocking the agents down, and he one by one moves through the group, dispatching them. He drops Oliver last, taking him out with a few well-placed kicks and punches. Game on. He smirks, and the tunnel is filled with an echoing boom as a tube opens up and the villain disappears. Meanwhile, Clark and John are flying through the fastness of space. I can't believe that they lied to all of us, after everything that we went through, Stewart fumes. The two men enter an asteroid, shocked as a dark voice reaches their ears. John Stewart, I could taste your fear before I saw it in your eyes, the massive dark being known as Parallax hisses. His jaws twisted into a smile, with Clark staring stunned at the creatures that seem to be held in the creature's chest. Are those? Yes, those are the Guardians, John tells him, nodding at the blue-skinned aliens, but Parallax hisses. They offered themselves to him. A treaty. Their fear was an eternal fuel to feed my hunger, with the promise of never being hunted again. Black tendrils snake out, wrapping around Clark and John as they explain. The treaty was not violated. Lanterns are gathering to destroy me! Parallax snaps, but the being pulls Clark in as he tries to explain. Tell me, Kryptonian, how many lives would you fear to lose if I feasted on your adopted world? The being opens its jaws wide and yellow rings begin to rain forth. Perhaps it's time I started my own corps! The yellow ring streaks through the darkness of space, falling down upon the planet Earth. Somewhere in the world, Jaime Reyes awakens, his blue beetle scarab giving him the warning. What alien threat? He whispers. The one's heading right for us, Connor tells him in the other room, where the Titans are watching the yellow lights fall through the window. Scarab doesn't know what they are, Jaime tells him. Neither do we, but I think we're about to get a real close look. One of the rings peels off, crashing through the window, and the Titans duck as the ring swirls around the room, spiraling around McGann for a moment. before claiming to be incompatible and streaking away. We gotta get the watchtower online, now, Connor tells the team. Meanwhile, in Gotham City, rain pours from the sky and the mutant leader is shouting, "Just cause you nasty lickin' chegs doesn't think I ain't slicing." Nightwing first connects with his face, dropping him fast. "Some kind of storm coming in from the west?" she asks Batman, and the Dark Knight stares up into the yellow lights that are streaking across the sky, and he starts to move. "No, but whatever they are, they're headed straight for Arkham," he growls, pulling out his grappling gun. Nightwing begins to mutter, pulling out her phone so that she can cancel her date with Dick Grayson. Meanwhile, back on the asteroid with Lantern Stewart and Lantern Kal-El, Parallax laughs at the two of them. "By now, my rings have reached your fear-addled planet. My harvesters will till your feeble human soil, and I shall feast," he growls when suddenly both Clark and John hear a voice in their heads. "John Stewart," the voice calls, and John is shocked to recognize the voice of Ganthet. He tries to speak with the Guardian, but there's no time. "Find that which the creature fears, then—" "Silence!" bellows Parallax as he hears the thoughts of the ancient Guardian. He plucks Ganthet from his tendrils, briefly freeing John and Clark. Stewart moves to try and save the Guardian, but Clark pulls him away. As they move, they watch as Parallax pulls Ganthet apart, killing him. "He's buying us time. We have to fall back, soldier," Clark tells him. And fast. The two lanterns zip away with Superman turning back to John Stewart, who has stopped. "Any ideas?" he asks, and the two fire their rings, creating a shield that blocks Parallax from escaping. The monster charges against the green construct, slamming against it with his bulk, but John charges up his shield, turning to look at Superman. "Now get back to Earth and stop those yellow rings. The more fear that they generate, the stronger that this son of a bitch will grow," John tells him, and Clark refuses to leave, not wanting to leave John Stewart behind. "You don't have a choice, soldier. Now ring up and go," he yells. Superman finally nods, turning away, heading back through space. "Good luck, John." Moments later, the shield shatters and Parallax opens up his jaws wide for John Stewart. Meanwhile, in the Metropolis General Hospital, Oliver awakens with a gasp and Chloe is by his side. She glares at her husband, letting him know that she isn't dead. Yet. Oliver struggles up, asking about the rest of the team. Agent Chase is in critical condition, and another member of the team is dead, she tells him. "What do we do now?" Oliver asks. "We find Prometheus and we kick his ass." Meanwhile, at the former headquarters of the Justice Society, Mrs. Hunkel tells Lex Luthor, "Politeness aside, you're gonna have to leave now." But the billionaire takes another sip of tea, asking once again, "Where is Alan Scott?" She refuses, and Lex points out that it wouldn't take much for him to buy the neighborhood and do anything he wants with it. "Always the same, real estate. Your type seems to think that real estate is a good idea." She points at him, threatening to wake up Mr. Grant. "The smug smile of yours won't do anything to stop the Wildcat." Suddenly, the Green Lantern within the case begins to glow brightly and a voice fills the room. "This is Green Lantern of 2813 sending out a distress call to any and all available lanterns. Lantern Stewart is engaged in a battle with Parallax. The creature has unleashed yellow rings onto Earth's population. Superman is calling out as he streaks through Earth's atmosphere." The only response is from Emil, though, who has tapped into the Lantern's comm spectrum. They let him know that they've been tracking the rings ever since they reached orbit. Superman asks where the highest concentration of yellow rings has landed, and Batman barks as they are bathed in yellow rings. "Report! Getting my ass kicked! No big," Nightwing tells him, but before them float some more of the worst villains, now clad in yellow armor. "Earmuffs!" Batman yells, throwing a flashbang that briefly disorients their enemies. He then orders Nightwing to fall back in the moment. Inside, Victor Freeze is staring at his beloved Nora, who is now glowing yellow. The wall explodes outward, throwing Dr. Harleen Quinzel onto the ground. "I apologize for what is to come," Freeze tells her as he steps through the wall clad in yellow armor. Green light cracks against him, though, throwing him away, and Harley Quinn looks up, staring at the Green Warrior before her. "Haba haba," she smiles at Superman. "Ma'am?" He nods, and he flies through Arkham quickly, reaching Batman and Nightwing. "Mind if I cut in?" "To help clean up your mess? Why not?" Batman responds. Meanwhile, up in space, Parallax is chasing John Stewart around the asteroids as the Lantern does his best to stay ahead of the monster. "You miss him, don't you? Hal Jordan." John turns, anger flashing across his face, creating a massive Hal Jordan that lashes out, punching the monster. "I can bring your friend back to you, John Stewart," the monster whispers, unfazed by the attack. John pulls an asteroid free, throwing it at the creature. "Rayner, Gardner, He continues. You use hell to murder them, John screams back. I used Jordan to release them, and I can bring them all back to you, you know. Yellow light lashes out again with John meeting it with his own green blast. Parallax laughs as he can sense the fear in John. He can feel it growing inside of him. The Kryptonian planted seeds of doubt in you, but your mission is a lie. Your purpose is false. John's energy beam wanes, growing weaker. You've been deceived into giving your life away. Allow me to show you a new way to see things. Parallax whispers as the yellow light grows stronger around John Stewart. Embrace the fear. In Metropolis, Tess is now online with several heroes around the world. She orders the Titans to work on crowd control, while legacy heroes deal with the immediate threat. Oliver prepares to suit up, but Superman comes on the line telling Oliver to deal with the threats that aren't Ring-related. Meanwhile, back at Arkham Asylum, he's fighting against the Man-Bat, who is now glowing in his own yellow armor. If there was more man than bat in there, I take no joy in this, he whispers, before throwing the monster against a roof. He then flies away. Arrow. A situation like this is the perfect chance for other threats to go unnoticed. Chloe then helps move Tess in directing their forces while Oliver runs over to the 3D printer tapping buttons. Chloe looks over her shoulder surprised that the DEO just activated Arrow as a field agent, and Oliver stands before her in the new armor that he just 3D printed. What's one more job, right? He asks with a smile. Meanwhile, back at Arkham Asylum, Superman shields a group of doctors as Firefly is burning them with yellow flames, and from behind, Bane rushes him. Murder the Lantern! He bellows. His death will ripen the fear of this entire world for our master. Poison Ivy laughs, and Batman and Nightwing, wrapped in yellow vines, are behind her. Bane crashes against Superman, knocking him away. Superman, that ring isn't doing either of us any good! Batman yells, and Superman nods. Luckily, I've got more than a ring, he says, flexing and bursting free of the green armor to reveal the Superman outfit. The Yellow Lanterns suddenly stop, all bowing. That's all I needed to do? Superman asks, looking at them. Batman and Nightwing are suddenly free, dropping to the ground. You've got a bad feeling about this, don't you? I've got a bad feeling about everything, Batman hisses, and all three heroes look up as yellow light fills the area and John Stewart, now clad in the armor of yellow, with Parallax swirling around them, smiles. Let the feast begin. Meanwhile, at the DEO headquarters, Steve Trevor is filling in the watchtower, letting them know that he dispatched Agent Prince to deal with half the Senate and half the House. Oliver breaks in asking where they are on locating Prometheus. Steve Trevor nods, letting him know that the Mystics got another hit on his boom tube. Whatever he's after, it's on. Is Arrow ready to transfer? Oliver looks around confused. He thought they were sending a jet. Steve turns, looking back at Zatanna next to him, whose eyes begin to glow. Not sure we have that kind of time. Arrow, brace yourself, he warns, and Chloe watches as Oliver suddenly disappears into a purple cloud. Chloe keeps moving, trying not to think about what her husband is doing. She gets online with Emil from Star Labs, and reports indicate that the yellow rings are actually controlling their hosts. Emil nods, guessing that that means that they're using a central signal. Therefore, we can isolate channels that are being used by the yellow rings. He begins, and both Chloe and Tess begin to work on the problem. Watchtower to Batman! The comms crackle as the Darknet avoids another one of Firefly's blasts. We gotta get our hands on one of those yellow rings. Batman nods. I'll see what I can do. Superman looks up at John Stewart, who is now wrapped in the yellow light. Stewart, stand down! But John lashes out with his power, ordering Superman to release his fear, so that we can feast on it. A yellow construct of Doomsday then charges at Superman, but he locks arms with the monster, and he shoots at John with his heat vision, forcing him to drop the construct. The Lantern Corps has convinced you that fear is a liability. Fear is what makes a person stronger, Superman tells him, leaping at Stewart. But John creates the jaws of a massive beast that rises out of the ground, grasping Superman. John, you're not listening! I know you're in there, pretending you don't have fear, that you don't feel it. That's where your trouble starts. The construct weakens as Superman pulls free. He flies to John Stewart, telling him it's okay for a soldier to ask questions. And John looks at him, faltering. So Superman reaches out a hand to his friend. That's when yellow light flashes through his eyes and he snarls at the Man of Steel. Let us see how well your fear serves you as your life slips away. A yellow blade appears in John's hands and he stabs upwards, piercing Superman's chest. And you watch as I murder your world. Superman falls as the yellow light grows stronger within the area. But from space, the other Green Lanterns are watching. I thought we were told not to interfere, Aya asks. and the other lanterns continue to watch.
How are we supposed to fight a threat this large?
Chip asks, and Kilowog nods, agreeing. The core was almost destroyed last time we fought Yellow Lanterns, but the archivist showed us a message from John, and it tells us to find the ring that Parallax fears most. So we shall. He tells the others and the lanterns to move off. Meanwhile, in Fort Knox, a boom tube opens and Prometheus steps through with his goons. He levels a minigun at the guards, forcing them to scatter, but suddenly an arrow is fired, stopping the gun's rotation. I expected you to actually learn from our last. He begins as he sees Oliver standing before him in his armor. But Oliver this time doesn't hesitate, moving into the group, and he launches taser darts at Prometheus's men, dropping them fast. The villain moves in, kicking Oliver back against a stack of gold, and he asks why he doesn't care who he really is, or why he doesn't make some funny quips. Arrow moves fast, taking to the bricks and beginning to wail against Prometheus's face. He drops the building, holding him up by his uniform. You're right there, though. I should probably quip. Got your nose! He snarls as he headbutts the man, breaking through the armor. Prometheus drops to the floor, broken and beaten. Arrow to Trevor. Area secure. How's it going for everyone else? Batman fights Firefly on the back of a giant yellow dragon. Your city will fall, as will your world. Batman nods, grasping the villain by the throat. Parallax, I'd like to speak with Garfield for a moment. There is no Garfield, only fear. Well, if you see him, let him know. Building. The dragon collides with a building, creating a flash of yellow light. Batman leaps clear with the yellow ring clasped in his hand, and then he jumps onto the Batwing. Bruce Wayne of Earth, the yellow ring chirps. You have the capacity to harvest great fear. Batman holds the ring before his face, scowling at it. Take a deeper look. Let it linger. The ring stops for a moment. Harvesting protocols paused, it seems to whisper. That's more like it. Batman drops the ring into the scanner, letting the Watchtower know that it's about to upload. Roger that, Batman. Tess acknowledges, passing the ball over to Emil. Emil acknowledges, letting the group know that he's isolated the carrier frequency, both types of rings used to communicate. Superman, we can't turn off the rings, but we can reboot them. He calms through. John looks down on the Man of Steel who has fallen with a blade in his chest. Your vessel is resilient, Kryptonian. Meanwhile, the man rears back as the dark shadow of Parallax crawls out of his throat, the being smiling at Superman. Let us discuss the nightmares that trouble your magnificent mind, the monster whispers. Emil, hit the button. Superman chokes, and suddenly all of the yellow lights disappear, and John falls to the ground, 2 rings in his hands. What have I done? What's happening? He questions, looking down at the rings, which both chime that they are resetting. We're leveling the playing field, Superman tells him, and the yellow blade disappears from his chest. Above them, the inmates that were flying suddenly begin to fall out of the sky as their yellow light is disappearing. Superman flies through the air, catching them all. But back on the ground, Parallax is still moving, chasing John through the rubble of Arkham. Even without my harvesters, this world has enough fear to feed me forever, he snarls. John jumps into a crane, whirling the wrecking ball to smash into Parallax's jaws. I know your mind and soul. I have seen your... But the monster is cut short as green light bathes him. Enough! This realm shall feed you no more. The green whale-like snake that is the physical embodiment of willpower bellows as it slams into Parallax. The 2 cosmic beings begin to thrash and fight, curling around each other. I see you got my distress call, Superman notes, watching the beings fight it out. He flies towards the light, ordering the other lanterns to stand down, and they all suddenly fall through, their lights disappearing as their rings reboot. What the grok? One of them mutters, as John explains that the rebooting the signal was the only way to stop the yellow lanterns. Superman slams into the 2 beings, throwing them back through the rift into the source before it closes. He ain't no boozer, is he? Kilowog notes. All in a day's work, folks. Superman smiles as he lands among the lanterns. And later, the Arkham inmates are escorted away with John asking Salak what the plan is now. I do not know, the alien archivist admits. Our lives are our own, John tells the group of aliens looking at them. What does that mean? Chip asks. Superman smiles, leaning down, putting a hand on the shoulder of the squirrel-like alien. Whatever you want it to, he tells him. All of the rings finally reboot and they stand ready, waiting on command. Later, John and Clark stand at the rooftop of the Watchtower. The core? Clark asks. John nods, telling him that it endures. We, the new Guardians, took a vote. No one else gets conscripted into service against their will. Not ever again, John tells him, and Clark nods, asking what that means for Sector 2813. We'll make sure your ring finds its way out to the colony, and then we'll decide who will represent them among the stars. John transforms in front of him, clad in his green armor. Rest assured, they'll have no knowledge of Kal-El of Krypton once being their Green Lantern. John salutes the Man of Steel before leaping into the sky. So, have I lost you to the cosmos? Lois asks, walking out onto the roof. Clark smiles, taking her in his arms. Not by a long shot. He offers to buy her that dessert that they missed the other night, but Lois smiles, telling him that it'll have to wait. They have one hell of a story to write. Green Arrow is back! Lex, meanwhile, is walking back into his office with Otis asking how it went with the Justice Society. You don't see a lantern on my desk, do you, Otis? Lex replies angrily. He tells Otis that he wants a list of everyone that was possessed by the Yellow Rings that came to Earth. They're already back in jail is my guess, Otis notes, and Lex nods. That's the last place I need them to be, he tells his assistant, and he looks back at the pile of inert rings that are laying on his desk. I can't save this world alone. I'm going to need a team. South drifts down from the sky on top of Holt Cord Super Collider in Antarctica. Inside, Lois Lane thanks the two billionaires once again for inviting the Daily Planet to the grand activation of their project. Ted Cord nods as they tell her that the goal of the Super Collider is to create easy, renewable energy. A remarkable goal, to be sure. She begins holding up her phone to record some of their answers. But what makes the Collider better or more likely to succeed over the other colliders around the world? Holt smiles as Ted Cord notes that he is a genius when it comes to business and science. I do believe that you're recording this interview on one of my phones, he tells her with a nod. As they enter the main chamber, though, both billionaires inform Lois that none of this would even be possible without their late backer. I waffled in a bit earlier on the subject. A voice calls out to her, and Lois turns, her face turning into a scowl. But I'm beginning to learn from my mistakes. Lex smiles at her, and Luthor holds out his hand asking how Clark is, but Lois ignores the polite gesture. He made it out of Russia alive, no thanks to you. She turns back to the others, commenting on the rumors that Lex has stolen some of the tech from the DEO, while Luthor turns to Cord and Holt, a charming smile on his face. Gentlemen, please! I have no intention of doing anything here today but giving. Meanwhile, inside of the Collider, Otis is counting off the sections, making sure that he doesn't miss anything. He stops shining his light around, and reaching into his backpack, he pulls free the device that Luthor gave him, and he attaches it to the Collider. Here goes nothing, he breathes, watching as the device lights up. Inside of the control room, the machine is activated, and Lois watches as bright lights begin to glow, and she holds up her phone. The light begins to meld and shift, and one of the technicians tries to get a hold of Cord and Holt's attention. We didn't generate a single Higgs boson, he explains, and shock comes over Holt's face as he looks at the shifting portal. We're in the process of generating an infinite number of Higgs bosons, all existing in the same space, Cord finishes. The air splits apart in the chamber as the portal shifts. Warning lights begin to blink around them as the glass begins to shatter, and Lex smiles as the bleed energy fills the area. The room begins to swirl, and Lois feels herself being yanked off her feet. Reaching out, she grabs onto a banister. Typical, she gasps. Meanwhile, over in Metropolis, Superman is dealing with a criminal when his comm suddenly chirps. He leaps into the sky, breaking the sound barrier in seconds. Lois gets yanked free, being pulled towards the bleed portal when suddenly Superman's arms are circling around her. I've got you, he tells her. But who's got you? She asks, and in the chamber, Holt slams his fist onto the controls, shutting down the Collider. As darkness fills around them, the portal disappears. Where did Superman and Ms. Lane go? Cord asks. Though no one can see him, Lex smiles, dusting himself off. I think I just killed two birds with one stone. Meanwhile, the DEO headquarters, Steve Trevor and Oliver Queen lean over the banister. Trevor explains that they believe that Green Arrow is the perfect person to train a new tactical squad. Women and men I can drop into a dangerous situation handling super-related threats. They walk back over to Chloe and Diana, who is marveling at the pregnant woman. You given the big pitch yet or what? Chloe asks. Oliver just shakes his head. Of course she knew about this. He smiles. When suddenly the conversation is interrupted as everyone's phones begin to chirp with the Watchtower party line. They all answer, listening for a second. What do you mean they vanished? Oliver demands. On the other end, Booster Gold is finishing explaining that Lois and Superman were pulled through a tear in reality. Otis stands in the shadows in the corner, holding a device that sparks with bleed energy. He dashes as Booster and Skeets round the corner with a little robot tracking the alien tech that it detected. The historical records that we traveled back to the 21st century with, do they have any data on either Clark Kent or Superman or Lois Lane vanishing from reality? Booster Gold asks his friend as they continue down the corridor. They do not. Skeets chirps after checking. In fact, I'm having an incredibly difficult time accessing any records we brought back with us. Something's gone sideways, Booster notes, leaping into the air to fly down the hallway. I hate when things go sideways. Meanwhile, over at the DEO, Zatanna Zatara sits within a magical sigil, her eyes glowing with arcane energy, and there's a pop, and Chloe and Oliver look on. Everything calms, and Zatanna turns to them. Lois and Clark are in Metropolis, she tells them, but Chloe shakes her head. No, they're not. I didn't say this, Metropolis. Superman opens his eyes. The sky is dark overhead. Lois, he murmurs, and the woman is next to him, her voice barely above a whisper. Get with the program, Smallville, she hisses, and she pulls Clark to his feet with the two of them looking around at the destroyed remains of Metropolis, smoke and fire bellowing around them. Clark quickly grabs her and the two leap into the air. Lois is still whispering, though, asking if they could have possibly time traveled. No, that rift that we fell through is just like the one that Chloe's doppelganger from Earth 2 crashed through. And why are we whispering? Look around, this is the kind of place where you whisper, she tells them. And they both stop and look around, staring in shock at a costumed hero that hangs from a building. We're lost in the multiverse, Clark tells her, and the two of them turn to see the Monitor ships in the distance, laying waste to everything. How do we get home? I don't know. I don't know what we do, he whispers. Back in Antarctica, Lex stands in the hangar bay, about to board his own plane, and he finishes explaining to Cord and Holt that he is out. This facility is unstable, so unstable, in fact, that it ate Superman. Thank you both for your time, he tells them. Otis steps back off the ship, calling to Luthor, explaining to him that the Monitor tech is already starting to lose its charge. Lex sighs irritably. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out his phone, and hits a few buttons. Finally, he turns back to the two businessmen. You know, guys, I was wrong to say that I wasn't interested. Quite the opposite, actually. He smiles, putting his arms around the two men. I would like to buy you out, actually. We aren't selling, Cord tells him, flabbergasted. Yellow energy suddenly explodes all around them, and the two businessmen are forced to take cover. Consider this more of a hostile takeover, Lex tells them with a smile as his yellow lantern appears out of the snow. Meanwhile, in another reality. This way! Lois yells, swinging her crowbar, smashing the face of a manhunter. The heads fall off, but the robot keeps coming. She looks up at Clark, who's surrounded by robots, and he tears them apart with his hands, swooping over Lois. She jumps up as he catches her, flying away fast. The manhunters then surround them, though, closing in fast. He darts away, forcing them to collide with each other. More follow, with Clark leading in on a chase through multiple buildings. But the manhunters don't give up. I thought they were lantern baddies, Lois asks. Clark nods, turning and blasting one with a heat vision. These ones are running on bleed energy. Best guess, they deal with each Earth's supers and metas while the Monitors move their ships into firing position. With a brief moment, Clark picks up the sound of a prayer with his super hearing, and they land quickly, standing in front of a church. Clark pushes the door open, revealing a large cathedral. People murmur in quiet prayer, and a person stands rushing to the back where he tells them they need to leave. Capes are the reason why most of us are dead, the man huffs. Superman stares stunned at the person before him. Jimmy? He whispers, but another voice tells him that they can stay. There's nowhere else to run, she sighs. Lois stares at another version of herself, tired and old. You're? She gasps. Am I? The older woman questions. Superman steps forward, putting his hand on the other Lois's shoulder, asking what happened. Tears fill her eyes as she explains that she watched them murder him. Mr. Majestic along with every other hero. They walk through the church with Lois explaining that the Monitors positioned their ships on opposite sides of the Earth. They did something to the Earth's core, and then they started joining in from above the cities. It's only a matter of time before the one over us follows suit. As if on cue, the light shining through the windows turns a reddish hue of the bleed. The group look on as a beam of bleed energy shoots from the ship, destroying Metropolis. We have to get out of here, Smallville, Lois whispers. She turns back to the group, trying to get her doppelganger to get people moving, but despite the destruction coming through, no one moves and they continue their quiet prayers. Lois turns to her angry. And go where? She asks. Anger flashes through her, and Jimmy is holding her back. They're doing this to every major city. They hit DC and Australia first, did something beneath the crust, always in pairs from opposing sides. She falls to her knees, tears streaming down her eyes. Nothing could stop them, not you, not your Superman, nothing. She reaches into the waistband of her jeans, pulling free a pistol. Outside, Superman destroys another detachment of Manhunters. With them dispatched, he turns to the Monitor ships that have begun the destruction of Metropolis. Another group of Manhunters descend, floating in front of them. "You will not harm these people," he tells them, when suddenly the blast of bleed energy ceases, and the Manhunters stare for another second as they turn and return to their ship. "Prepare for the purge, prepare for the purge," they chant. That doesn't sound good, Clark notes, with gunshots ringing in his ears, and he tears back through the church, shouting Lois's name. She stands there, tears in her eyes, with Lois holding her as they look at those who took their lives rather than face the end. The ships blast again, and Clark tells her that it's time to go, pulling her outside. "Go where?" she asks, and they leap into the sky, flying away as the buildings are torn apart by the bleed. This world still had a Kryptonian in the form of Majestic, he tells her. Even Money says that his overbearing father built him an ice castle too. Behind them, Metropolis disappears in a blast of bleed. Back on Earth, a yellow bubble has trapped the people of Cord and Holt's super collider inside, and both businessmen are trapped by the restraints made by the yellow energy. "Gentlemen, be reasonable," Luthor tells them as he stands over them. "Give us the access code so that we can take your marvelous machine out for a spin." But they both refuse, telling Luthor that he was the one who killed Superman. "And Miss Lane," Otis whispers. "We should be so lucky, but something tells me that they'll manage. So I ask you again, with less kindness and a smidge more sinister, I'd say don't be heroes, but heroes are what I need." Yellow guns appear and they begin to fire. And during this, Booster Gold is watching on his own feed. "The fate of the world now rests in our hands, sir," Skeets tells him, and Booster simply says, "Terrific." Lois stares in fear behind them as Superman flies through the air. Sweetie? Not to be a bother, but she points out as the wave of bleed energy that has been following them is destroying the world and getting ever closer. "Must go faster," Clark nods. Finally, he looks upwards and asks Lois, "How good are you at holding your breath? How good do you need me to be?" "I'm probably gonna need you to be a bit of a rock star," he tells her. Flying upwards as fast as he can, she takes a big gulp of air, and they begin to break through the atmosphere. "All right, things are about to get quiet and very cold. Know that I've got you, and I'll fly as fast as I can," he tells her, pulling her in even tighter. They begin to break back through the atmosphere, going towards Earth, with Superman telling her that she can breathe, and she gasps for air as they get near Majestic's Fortress of Solitude. They land inside with the fortress standing quiet, and Clark moves forward, hoping to reactivate it. But a crystal surrounds him, and an image of Jor-El appears. "Imposter!" it bellows, and the sound echoes through the caverns. "My son is dead!" Lois begins to move forward, beating on the solid crystal that now holds her fiancé. Great! Daddy's a wackadoo with grief on this world. Her blows do nothing as she turns back to the memory of the lost Krypton. "Jor-El, this is your son, a version thereof. You're making a mistake," she tells him. The head looms larger over her, filling the space. "Who are you to question me?" "I'm Lois Lane." Back in Antarctica, Holt jumps back as sparks hit his fingers. Both men are still restrained by yellow constructs as a yellow lantern watches on. "You've got a hole in your knee and you're worried about your fingers?" Cord asks him. "I work with my fingers," Holt hisses back. Elsewhere, Otis is standing with Lex, asking him if it's a good idea to fire the machine again. "You're right, Otis," Lex tells him, barely looking up. Shock and fear suddenly crossing the assistant's face. I am?" he asks, but Lex finally looks up. "No, of course not," the billionaire tells him. Otis's face turns to sadness and irritation for a moment, and then he hands Lex the blueprints for the device that he is working on. "If you're so smart, then maybe you should be putting this communications interface together." Lex refuses, putting the man back on the task, and Otis finally asks Lex who he plans on talking to, since none of the other Lex Luthors even responded to the first message that he sent out into the multiverse looking for a council of Lex Luthors. To hell with them if they won't respond. My biggest mistake was thinking that I could rely on whichever Lex Luthors are left. Failures who didn't see fit to reach out to me in the first place. He tells Otis after handing him a bottle of water and turning away. No, this time I'll be making a different kind of long-distance call. Elsewhere in the building, 2 yellow lanterns are continually streaming a steady stream of fire. "You think he's still hiding back there?" one asks, and the other nods. "At least he ain't crying no more." "At no point have I cried!" Booster shouts over the steady fire. I believe they are trying to get a reaction out of you, sir, Skeets notes. Booster leaps out of cover, blasting the two soldiers, and then as he leaves them behind, he flies into an open vent to get some fresh air. But suddenly he's hit by a yellow Mack truck, knocking him to the ground. Let's get this blowhard down to Luther and be done with it, the Yellow Lanterns call back. Skeets watches as they drag Booster away, screaming, "No!" Back on Earth Majestic, Lois is trying to reason with Jor-El, yelling at him, telling him that now is not a time for emotions. You want to grieve? Grieve later, she tells him. And with a pause, Jor-El studies her. You are a curious specimen. She quickly explains that Clark is Kal-El, but from another reality. And Jor-El pauses once again. Within the knowledge of the 28 known galaxies exists reference to the multiverse, he admits. The head moves forward and his voice takes on a note of sadness as he explains that he doesn't see what good leaving this doomed world for another would do. It gives us a chance to get back home and save our Earth from dying the same way that this one has, and as many others will. She reaches out a hand, trying to speak to Jor-El. I have no way of guaranteeing what Earth, if any, you will arrive on. I am not perfect. She turns, seeing Clark still trapped in the crystal, and tells Jor-El that they will take their chances. He pauses, before finally asking, will you take me with you? On behalf of all Lois Lanes across every universe, I owe you that much for bringing him to me, she tells him with a smile. As the crystal begins to rise, glowing bright blue in the cavern, Lois reaches out. Outside, the bleed has reached the fortress, cascading over it like waves on a beach, and it swallows up the fortress. And Earth Majestic is no more. Lois opens her eyes and Clark lays on the pavement next to her, the crystal that contains Jor-El between them. They stand looking at the destruction around them. Is this an out-of-the-frying-pan situation? She asks, but they're shocked to find the body of Manhunters around them. Looking up, they see the vastness of Apocalypse floating over the horizon, the fire pits burning brightly. I think we landed in a different kind of nightmare. Later, Clark is sitting on a pile of rubble, watching the fires of Apocalypse burn, and he asks Jor-El to explain everything to him, but the memory of his father informs him that there is not much to tell. He informs him that long ago, when the ancient Kryptonians began to research into journeying into the stars, they discovered something beneath our reality. Bleed, Clark confirms. Even with all of Krypton's technology, we were never able to explore it. It would seem that nothing could come in contact with the bleed without being destroyed. This race of monitors, beings who can not only travel through the bleed but wield it? Clark begins, but Jor-El interrupts him. There would be stopping such a race of beings, under the light of any sun. But Superman motions towards the vast sea of destruction that lay before them, a world where no ships of the monitors have flown. Then who did this? He asks. Clark returns to Lois, sitting on a destroyed monitor fighter. She points upwards, telling him that she spotted a surviving ship. This world is so doomed that they aren't going through the trouble of finishing it off, she tells him, stepping down. Clark follows her close as Lois begins to break down all of the destruction that they have seen, when suddenly a strange noise reaches his ears. Do you hear that? Of course I don't hear it, she tells him with a frown. It's the only sound that he's heard since they've gotten here. He scoops her up, and they fly to investigate. They fly, looking for the source of the sound, with Clark telling her that it's getting louder as they land. Ominous. She nods, and Clark agrees, telling her that it's an understatement. Finally, they turn as a voice speaks to them. You are Superman, the deep voice calls out. Superman turns, seeing an opposing figure standing on a platform. On your Earth, however, you were known as Clark Kent. How would you know? Superman asks, the figure turning, looking over his shoulder. Because it is you who felled the mighty Darkseid, and he never forgets a face. The Lord of Apocalypse turns, his eyes glowing red as he regards Superman. Meanwhile, yellow energy is smashing into Booster Gold again. Please, sir, may I have another? He gasps, and Lex enters the room, telling the Lanterns to stand down. All right, get the interrogation or torture, whatever, on with. Booster glares at Lex. Eager, are we? Lex says, sitting in front of the hero from the future. It's just been happening a lot lately, he tells him, sagging in his restraints as Lex finally tells him, we're not going to kill you. I'll be the first to admit I probably killed my fair share of people in my old life, before the memory wipe. Since returning to the land of the living, I haven't taken a single life. I'll undoubtedly have to do so at some point. I most certainly don't want you to be my first, he informs him. Lex begins to move out of the room, turning to his men. Strip him of his tech. Throw that useless ass back with the others. Lex re-enters the chamber where Cord and Holt tell him that they believe that the machine is ready. He nods, ordering the Lanterns to throw the two geniuses in with the other prisoners. Now, without further ado, push the button, Otis. The machine activates and light once more fills the room, when suddenly the monitor's device begins to glow with the energy of the bleed. Let's make history, Otis, Lex tells his assistant. Meanwhile, on Earth Omega, Darkseid has turned away from the Man of Steel, raising his hand to stay him. I am not interested in what you would attempt to make a fight, he tells Superman. So the me from this reality and you have already met? Clark asks. But Darkseid continues to look at the destruction of the world. There is no Darkseid in this reality. There is only one Darkseid, and there will only ever be one. The being explains that he tried to enter every reality at once. From here, I was the lord over all creation as king, but these beings from beyond, these so-called monitors, broke me. He turns back to Clark, his eyes still glowing. Something no version of Superman has managed to do, though I commend you for trying. It is fortunate for you that I have not reached full strength when you flew into me. Clark points up into the sky, telling Darkseid that they need to board the monitor vessel in high orbit. Why would you assume that I have a method of assisting you? Clark looks around at the destroyed monitor ships that litter the area around them. Something tells me that all of these monitor ships didn't just die in their sleep. Darkseid nods, telling Clark, there will be a price. And he motions to Lois. I will need someone to entertain me as I watch the stars above wither and die. I have a much better idea, Clark tells him, his face determined. The monitor ship nears the bleed portal that it has opened, and from Earth, two beams launch forward, curving around it, destroying one of the hatches. Deep breath, Superman tells Lois as they push out into the atmosphere, and he rockets forward at a great speed, when quickly the two fall into the monitor ship as the bleed energy crackles around them. We have to take the ship, Lois whispers, and Clark nods, but thinks that they should find out if their ship is still here before they storm the bridge. The two hide in the shadows as a group of monitors run past, trying to seal the hatch before the bleed tears them apart. Back on Earth, Darkseid stares at the small crystal in his hands. This feels like a second chance, he intones before throwing the crystal away. Energy spikes and the crystals begin to grow, forming a palace. This feels like a second chance, he intones before throwing the crystal away. Energy spikes and the crystals begin to grow, forming a palace. It feels like a new beginning, Darkseid whispers, watching his fortress of solitude grow. A new Genesis. In Antarctica, the Yellow Lanterns look on as their prisoners try to bang against the construct that they're trapped in. Enough! Just ice these three and let's be done with this, one of them says. Another disagrees, but his friends cut him down, staring down at the body. We are in Mercs for a reason, he says, holding up the dead Lantern's rings. With these, we can go anywhere and do anything. But everyone here is a loose end, his friend says, and the Lantern nods. We start with the prisoners and we move on to the rest. Superman and Lois look out the viewport into the reaches of bleed space. So many worlds passing them by. So many dark and dead. Clark tells Lois to place her hand on the controls, and an image of their Earth opens up. We haven't hit home yet, Lois sighs. Our Earth is still alive. For now, yeah. A voice calls to them, and a monitor floats over them. Bleed energy swirling around his body. He launches an attack at Superman, but the Man of Steel is fast, dodging out of the way. I am the Weaver, trained since birth to manifest bleed energy, he tells the Man of Steel. Clark steps away from Lois, telling her to stay put. I need to make him loop around in on himself. Bleed hurts him too, he tells her. True enough, Designate. Others call. Superman turns to see three more monitors entering the room. You do the rest of your Designates proud, don't you? Their leader asks, and the bleed energy swirls around the room, cracking Superman in the chest. He screams in pain and falls to the floor. Lois screams, but she's quickly caught by the Weavers. Neither of their fates is for we, the Weavers, to decide, the monitor tells them, taking Lois by the arm, and they throw the two of them into a vast room. Let the council decide these matters. Well, this is going well, Clark groans as he comes back to consciousness. Lois nods, and they look at the vast chamber, at a crowd of monitors that look down upon them. All of the beings looking at a single image, a transmission in the middle of the room, and the voice echoes with both Lois and Clark stunned. I know I got beat down pretty hard back there, but please tell me I'm seeing things. Smallville, we are so screwed, Lois says, and the monitors watch Lex as he continues. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make you a deal. If you are truly unhappy with how each universe has turned out under your watchful eyes, why not use your powers for good? He asks. No, Lex, don't you dare. Clark whispers, and they watch as the image of Lex smiles. What if this universe, with this reality, you simply rebooted it? Consider this Earth a test. Clark finally steps forward, yelling for the billionaire to stop. This is madness! He cries, pushing through the crowd. The image of Lex Luthor looks on. Is that Superman? I was wondering where you ran off to. Miss Lane, nice to see you as well. The monitors surround them, clasping the two of them in restraints. Go to hell, you monster! She snarls at Lex Luthor. I'm sorry, but which one of us is trying to save the world right now? Through compromise, ideas, and innovation, as opposed to shoving our problems into space. He sneers. The transmission ends and the monitors look around the room. My fellow monitors, we have much to discuss. They turn their attention to the two prisoners, and they recognize Clark as the one who killed one of their architects. For his crimes and to prevent him from interfering from what's to come to his planet, we hereby sentence both of them to death by bleed. The pair lead the way, marching down the corridor to their deaths. So what, you just gonna throw us out into space? Lois asks. Clark nods and Lois asks if he can survive the bleed. No, but by the looks of those lifeboats and suits, neither can they, he tells her, motioning to the spacesuit-like uniforms that line the walls. They now stand before the opening, staring out into the swirling lights of the bleed. Lois, I can get us both out of here, but you need to trust me, Clark whispers to her. Trust you about what? You have to let me kill you first. Meanwhile, over in Antarctica, the Yellow Lanterns stand over their prisoners with yellow gun constructs behind their heads. The three of you should know that this isn't personal, one of them says. Given the elevated levels of endorphins in your system, I find that hard to believe, Skeets tells him as he wraps his wires around the Lantern's neck. He jerks him away, slamming him hard into the wall. Holt and Cord spring to their feet, fighting the remaining Lanterns. Fists connecting with jaws and the Lanterns fall, their rings pulled from their fingers. Booster Gold is still wounded as Skeets pulls him to his feet. Thanks, pal, he whispers. Looks like we've been paying the wrong guy, Holt notes, and Booster nods, smiling. Looks like you have. On the ship, though, Lois and Clark pull from their embrace as the monitors seal Clark within the airlock. Trust that you will see each other in oblivion, the monitor intones. The chamber is open and Lois watches as bleed energy snakes out, wrapping around Superman. It all comes from the bleed, and to all it shall return. Superman turns, though, launching himself into the burning energy, and he reaches out, grasping the side of the ship. Inside, the monitors push Lois into the airlock next. Let us hope that you embrace entropy as well as your other, they tell her. Clark pushes his way into another blast door, opening the inner door with his strength, and inside, a monitor looks on with fear. Get to the nearest lifeboat, Superman gasps as smoke is curling off of him. Before the chamber can get opened on Lois, alarms begin to blare, giving the monitors pause. The doors then slide open and Lois begins to run down the hallway as the warning to abandon ship repeats. She rounds a corner, coming face to face with three more monitors. It would seem that we have underestimated the prisoner, they tell her, and Lois nods, rolling up her sleeves and balling up her fist. You bet your ass you did, she snarls, grabbing a metal pipe, swinging it at the monitors. One falls down from the blow and Lois turns to the others. Maybe you didn't hear me the first time I asked, but I called dibs on that lifeboat. Their ship rocks though, and the ceiling above them collapses and the three monitors are buried beneath the rubble, clearing Lois's path to the lifeboat. That works too, she cries as she straps herself in, when suddenly a hand slaps against the glass and she looks on as Clark is struggling into view. Shotgun! He gasps. The two strap in, launching away from the doomed vessel, and the bleed begins to clear when suddenly the lifeboat is rocketed through normal space and towards Earth. Inside the ship, Lois is yelling for Clark, who has fallen unconscious, and the lifeboat bounces off of a mountain, finally coming to a stop on a cliff. The hatch opens up, and Lois tries to drag Clark free. Come on, honey, make yourself lighter for Lois, she whispers. The world is dark around them as Lois screams into the cold air. Somebody help us! Anybody! In Antarctica, Lex and Otis are heading to their ship. You think that went well, Mr. Luthor? I think that went well, Otis tells his boss. We wouldn't be leaving if it had gone poorly, now would we, Otis? Lex tells him. Suddenly the two are bathed in the yellow light. Leaving so soon, Lex, the Lanterns ask. Luthor looks up at them, making the assumption that this show of power is their letter of resignation. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity you've given us, but we've decided to pursue other endeavors. Lex nods, pulling the glove off of his destroyed right hand. I knew this was coming, but this is disappointing all the same. He tells them, revealing the ring on his finger. The Lanterns just laugh, as Lex only has one ring and they have 8. But each of your rings is a slave to mine, he tells them, and a construct of a self-destruct button appears before Lex, who pushes it before the others have a chance to pull free their rings. They all explode, killing all of his yellow lanterns. Otis tries to help Luthor yank his own ring free. Yes, mine is self-destructing as well, he nods, and he tosses it away, allowing it to explode in the air. Lex doesn't pause long enough though, continuing towards his plane. Come, Otis, we're losing our escape window. In the DEO headquarters, the president is ushered in. He turns to Agent Prince, asking why he isn't on Air Force One, but Diana tells him that he won't have time to escape. None of us will, Steve Trevor confirms, looking at the monitors that begin to show the end. The president turns to see Zatanna and the other mystics glowing with arcane energy. Agent Zatara and our mystics will do what they can to shield this facility from the attack, Trevor tells him. The president watches them launch an all-out assault, but their analysis indicates that it will be useless. What about Superman? The president asks, and Chloe steps forward. Watchtower just tracked a wayward monitor vessel that crash-landed near Nepal. Oliver wraps his arm around her from behind, hoping that Superman and Lois are alright. Even if it is Big Blue, he's too late. It's here. The crisis on Infinite Earths. Outside, the monitor ship comes to a stop over Metropolis, and the lights from its cannons begin to shine as the people look up in fear. At the Source Wall in the 31st century, a ship is hovering outside the shining material, drifting ever closer to the Great Monolith. And inside, the crew of Dominators has thrown themselves to the ground, their prayers echoing throughout the ship. We pray to the gods of order and chaos to forgive our transgressions against the master plan. We are deviant. We have left in search of something more than dominion. Suddenly, the ship rocks and the Dominators look up in shock. A tractor beam. We've been saved. Moments later, members of the Legion of Superheroes watch on their view screen as the Dominators yell at them, telling them that they do not deserve to be saved. The screen goes black as the transmission is ended. Dominators, even the free-thinking ones, can be so dramatic, Brainiac 5 notes. Garth looks up from his controls, questioning why they should save them if they wanted to die anyway. That's what Kal-El would do, is it not? Brainiac asks. And Garth nods, looking sheepishly. You're right. You're always right. Statistically, yes. Yes, I am. Brainiac agrees, with blaring alarms beginning to ring out through the Legionnaire ship. Brainiac calls for a report, but all of their readings indicate nothing is happening. Chameleon Boy looks up, telling him that the readings are spiking from beyond the source wall, that it all adds to nothing. Yeah, well, a hell of a lot of that is coming our way, Garth notes as a blinding white light seems to be erasing the universe behind them. Brainiac orders them to force the Dominator ship into hyperspace. Jump us back to Earth, now! He orders, and the ship leaps forward, but with the white field of nothing continuing to follow them, Brainiac fingers fly over the controls, discovering that it is an entropy wave that is consuming every reality in the past, present, and future. He thumbs the comms. This is Brainiac 5 to all Legionnaires. Observe Protocol 7, he orders, and Garth looks confused. There's no such thing. That's because I'm inventing it right now. Brace for impact. And in the 21st century, Steve Trevor turns to the President of the United States asking if he needs anything. I need answers, Director Trevor. What the hell is happening out there? He asks. But Trevor and Diana inform him that no scanners can pierce the DAO bunker walls. So drop the damn magic force field and open a window, the President demands. Agent Zatara's efforts are the only thing keeping the blue substance released from the monitor ships from vaporizing us, Diana tells him, and Trevor informs the president that it is possible that the world as they know it is gone. Diana pulls Trevor aside, whispering to him just out of earshot. At which point would you like to disclose that Agent Zatara is beginning to break under the effort? Never? Elsewhere in the bunker, Oliver Queen stands as Chloe finishes her doctor's exams. He holds her close, telling her that they need to get out of here. We're at the front end of a trans-reality extinction event. Good luck with that, she tells him, but Oliver smiles, looking out the window at the blue light that is shining around them. I think I know how we can leave, with a little something I picked up from a very bad man I met recently, he tells her. On the other side of the world, though, Superman sits up, gasping. He looks at the small home that he lays in, and a man clad in robes pushes him back. Clark looks down at his body, healed from the wounds that he sustained in the bleed while traveling through the multiverse with Lois Lane trying to find their way home. The sun, it is truly a marvel, the man tells him as he hands him a cup of water. You'll need all the health that you can muster. Superman stands bowing to the man and thanking him, and outside Lois stands in a small village talking to Watchtower. You can't be serious! Tell me you're not serious! She yells into the phone, and Superman suddenly is next to her, and she looks at him with concern in her eyes. The crisis on Infinite Earths, Washington got hit first, she tells him. Clark looks stunned. Both their parents lived in Washington, and Lois tells him that the ships have already started rebooting everything. We're too late to stop it. We didn't get back in time. But Clark reaches out, taking her hand. It's never too late to make a difference, he tells her, and he pulls her close, telling her that it's time to go. Where? She asks. Up, and away. Meanwhile, Luthor's plane descends into Metropolis, and he watches out the window as Otis stands before the TV, watching the news of the Manhunters Attack. Lex turns, watching the footage of the blue beams. This blue bleed seems to have broken down everything for reconfiguration. He muses. And Otis asks how the monitors could possibly sort all of that data out. Something tells me that if they know how to get that far, they know how to line everything back up just the way they want it. Lex tells him, taking his seat once again. Otis, I'm counting this as a big win. But all those people will wake none the wiser that anything was different, Lex explains to his assistant. The two look out the window, and Otis finally asks if Lex thinks that the monitors will put them back together the way they were. No, Otis, I don't think they will, Lex tells him. Lois and Clark zip across the ocean, trying to get near the United States, and as they look up, they see the fleet of monitor ships shooting blue bleed energy down on the Earth. Looks like they took Lex up on his offer, Lois notes. She looks down, seeing the water breaking down before them. The air too. I can already smell it breaking down into those base elements, Clark tells her. Anger flashes on Superman's face as he thinks about what Lex did, the deal that he made that is bringing this to their world, the recreation of Earth. But he might have bought us some time, he tells Lois. Is being rebooted any worse than being vaporized? I don't plan on finding out. They pass one of the monitor ships, and a quad of Manhunter robots is released after them. Superman quickly dodges as the robots fire at them. No man escapes the Manhunters, they bellow. And in NORAD, the soldiers are readying their weapons as the boom tube opens up. They prepare to fire, but arrows fly from the portal, stunning the soldiers with tasers. Green Arrow steps through, yelling for the others to hurry up, and the president is following behind him, ordering the men to stand down. Everyone that could be evacuated from the DEO bunker passes through as the president explains the situation to the general in command. It survived the attack? The general asks, and the president nods as Chloe steps through last, carrying the exhausted Zatanna. Thanks to this hero. Yes, sir, it did. As their feet touch solid ground, Chloe looks at the young magician. You can let go now, Z. Rest easy, sister. Your part is concluded, Diana tells her. And the magical aura that surrounds Zatanna drops. The young woman falls to the ground. Chloe catches her, yelling for a medic, and Oliver turns back to the portal, ready to keep fighting. But Diana nods, prepared to join him. And she turns to Trevor one last time. No matter what happens, Steve Trevor, you shall always be my secret boy, she says, pulling him in for a kiss before jumping through the portal. Later, Chloe and Oliver stand in the watchtower with Tess, and the door opens, revealing Superman and Lois. Sorry we're late, he tells them. Traffic, Lois notes, and the two turn to the group of gathered heroes. All of those that have worked with them in the past stand ready for the final fight. The Titans, Batman and Nightwing, Martian Manhunter, and Supergirl. Superman tosses the head of a Manhunter to Batman, hoping the Dark Knight can learn as much as possible. More ships are on the way, Clark tells Oliver. Where to? Batman asks. Everywhere. Later, Oliver stands by the 3D printer, tapping away on some keys when he finally turns to Tess. I know you don't sleep anymore, he tells her, but the pacing is driving me crazy. Tess apologizes, letting Oliver know that she feels useless. Oliver knows, telling her that he's known her to be very resourceful ever since she washed up on that island with him, as he begins to load up from his arsenal that is located in the watchtower. At least I can stand up for myself and throw a punch, she tells him, and he buckles the straps to his quiver. If you want to take a stand, take one. You want to throw a punch, throw one. How? She asks. The same way that I've been fabricating parts for the watchtower installation on the moon, with the printer that you've had online and at your disposal for months. Oliver begins to walk away when Tess stops him. How many times have you died, Oliver? She asks. He pauses, looking back at the hologram. If I become tactical again, that means I can lose again, she tells him. At Lois and Clark's apartment, Bruce and Clark sit around the table trying to figure out a strategy, and they can't seem to figure out how to bring down the ships that are killing the monitors without killing the monitors and destroying the data that they've already collected. You know how maddening this is. Put on another cup of coffee, he tells Clark. And the next day, the sun shines bright on the rooftop of the Daily Planet. Clark stands before the gathering of the superheroes, the American flag waving in the breeze behind him. Thank you all for staying. I know some of you no longer have homes to go home to. As for the rest of us, Metropolis is where we make our stand. With Manhunter attention focused on us, they won't be taking any shots at the civilians. Anywhere. Below them in the streets, the military and the police begin to evacuate the cities as best as they can. All the same, the Watchtower is currently spreading word to the surviving cities to evacuate to the Heartland. If this doesn't work, we won't be able to undo the damage done. Then at least there will be survivors to rebuild. Say whatever goodbyes you need and suit up, he tells them. He then turns, looking at the swarm of monitor ships that have begun to float over the city. I never in my life thought I'd have to say this, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go to war. All around the world, the bleed energy is breaking down everything, in every city, on every mountaintop, the very oceans themselves. You know you can't talk me out of this, Lois tells Clark in the Watchtower as she tightens the straps to her own gear. When have I ever been able to talk you out of anything? Clark asks her, helping her with the backstrap. She looks over her shoulder, telling him the plan again, with the Manhunters focusing on the soups. I get on the ship, upload Bruce's virus to get access to their networking systems. Watchtower then tells all of the ships to reverse the process and reconstitute everything. And we save the world, Clark finishes. It writes itself, right? Lois smiles. No pressure, but you're literally the most important person in the world right now, Clark tells her. Was there any doubt? She asks, and she looks down at the equipment that she has, asking how she's supposed to get onto one of the ships in the first place. Clark nods, not sounding happy. Regretfully, we're going to need the help of the last person I feel like talking to. Lex, meanwhile, is looking up from his balcony, smiling as Superman is floating above him. I'd welcome you to the end of the world, but that wouldn't be accurate now, would it? So welcome to the beginning of whatever's to come. No thanks to you. Superman glares down at him before landing on the balcony. Yes, thanks to me. Otherwise, we'd all be vaporized by the red bleed right now. Superman looks at him, asking if he used his time communicating with the monitors to map their ships. I'm impressed. Lex smiles as he turns back to the Man of Steel, offering his help and holding off the reboot. I'm going to need a skeleton key to give us access to one of their deconstruction ships. We already have an agent in place, which would be Lois, wouldn't it? The only person in your hero circle that Manhunters don't see as a threat. Superman glares. Despite her moxie, she's going to need backup. Loop me in or you get nothing. And we all wake up with different histories in the morning. Superman nods, extending his hand to seal the deal. Lex and Clark shake. Rest assured, I know the consequences of letting anything happen to Miss Lane. Superman flies away with Lex telling him that he'll meet him there, and he turns back to the suit of armor that he was working on. I need to slip into something more comfortable first. Up on the rooftop, Superman stands before the gathering of heroes now in full costume. What we're about to do is holding on to this Earth, this reality, this continuity. We won't be reset. We won't be rebooted by anyone, anywhere. The heroes watch on with Oliver pulling Chloe close to him. And the names of every other Earth that has fallen, here and now. This is where we draw the line and we hold it. This Earth, our home, has a past. It has a future of untold promise and folly. A future that is ours to write and no one else's. He then turns to the ships and the Manhunters approach. This is our time! Make it count. The heroes launch themselves into battle, meeting the Manhunters in a clash of power, flesh and metal, with Superman informing his team that the Manhunters can hurt all of them as he blasts through a batch with his heat vision. Supergirl and McGann at his side. I don't plan on getting shot, do you? Nightwing asks Batman on the ground as their batarangs and fists do the fighting. No one ever plans on getting shot, Batman notes as he drops down another robot. And on the rooftops, Oliver is being chased by a group. He turns, firing his gauntlet arrows, and the roof explodes as he leaps away. Arrow to all points. I could really use a hand right now. He reaches out for the next ledge when suddenly a hand grabs his. Even though you've been negligent, old Speedy still owes you more than one, Speedy tells him, pulling him up. And Green Arrow and Speedy begin to empty their quivers, calling for aid. But Chloe can't find a hero that isn't engaged. Wonder Woman comes over the comms as she reports that she's trying to reach the manufacturing ship, her sword slicing through robot after robot as her shield bashes off of them. I believe that we will be able to provide assistance. A voice suddenly comes over the comms, and Arrow and Speedy are suddenly shielded by a green light, deflecting the Manhunter lasers. Sorry for showing up late to the party, kids. Jon Stewart calls out. I think you bought us like 30 seconds, Speedy notes, but Jon just nods as he and Lantern Aya are bathed in blue light and the rings chirp that they are now at 300%. Don't worry, the cavalry brought backup of its own. The two lanterns extend their shields outward, destroying the manhunters that are surrounding them. Mia Deirdre and Oliver Queen of Earth, fear not, all will be well. The alien blue lantern known as Saint Walker tells them as he floats in. Both archers pause, staring up at the really strange sight. "'Kay," they say in unison, with Chloe coming over the comms telling the lanterns that Wonder Woman could use an assist. The heroes then rush back into the battle, and elsewhere Superman begins to clear a path of manhunters as Lex leaps off of the building clad in his armor. Lois holds onto his back as they fly through the air, and she looks on in fear as the door opens at the last second, admitting them to the ship. Quickly, the two begin to move in, entering a chamber full of monitors, and Lois pulls out her batons. "Gentlemen, my name is Lois Lane, and I'm gonna need you to stand down," she orders them. But Lex sighs, pulling her aside and opening fire with his arm cannon. "What the hell, Lex? This is a zero body count mission," she yells at him from the floor. "Self-defense, Miss Lane," he tells her. They break through into the next room with Lois moving to the control panel. "Watchtower," she reports over the comms, "uploading the virus to the network now." Chloe and Tess nod, confirming that they need 15 minutes to have control of the fleet, so Lois begins to turn as she hears Lex approach her from behind. "This is when the betrayal happens, isn't it?" she asks as he reaches one of his armored hands out for her. He blows a hole in the wall before lifting her into the air. "I promised Superman that I wouldn't hurt you. I didn't say anything about keeping you safe," he tells her as he tosses her out into the open air. Otis is watching through a pair of binoculars. "Mr. Luthor, please tell me you didn't just..." He calms in. "Don't fret. The sky is full of heroes, remember?" Lex replies and he begins to move through the ship. "Why stop the reboot when I can shape everything as I see fit?" Lois is plummeting through the sky, falling to the earth, and she looks around at the battle around her. "At least it looks like we're winning," she notes, when suddenly a hand snags her and she looks up to see Wonder Woman riding a Pegasus. "Far from it, sister," the Amazon tells her as she pulls her onto the horse's back. More ships begin to arrive and the Manhunters disembark, yet these ones are intended to reconfigure and are powered by blue bleed. "Superboy to all points. They're heading to Smallville. Titans will engage." Superboy calls out from atop a roof, his team of Titans behind him, when suddenly a portal opens up over their heads and members of the Legion of Superheroes stand before them. "Easy there. The future no longer rests on your shoulders alone," Brainiac 5 tells them. Superman arrives, shaking the Legionnaires' hands, and Brainiac tells them that they will hold the line with the Titans in Smallville. "Titans, together!" Superboy calls as his team takes off. Superman snags Lois off of Wonder Woman's steed, telling the Amazon that they will fix her home. "Until then, I will fight as though my mother and sisters ride beside me," Wonder Woman calls out, returning to the fight. On the ground, Oliver is fighting alongside Batman and Nightwing. "Is this a normal day for you?" Oliver asks. "I haven't had a normal Friday since I was 11, Batman tells him. "Oh my god, you guys love each other!" Nightwing screams out in joy, and above them, the pods begin to break free of the Monitor ships, and Martian Manhunter informs the teams that the living beings have entered the fight. "Is this where we fall back?" "Fall back to where?" Batman replies as the heroes join together, with Superman dropping Lois onto the rooftop, asking if she planted the virus into Lex's armor as well. "Hell yeah, she did," Tess smiles from the Watchtower. Inside, Lex suddenly hears his sister's voice over his comms. "The Watchtower Network would like to thank you for your service during this crisis. Have a nice day," she tells him, ejecting him from his own battlesuit. "Tess?" he questions as he hits the floor. On the ground, the heroes have met the Monitors in fierce combat. Lex falls to the floor, but Superman saves him. "Leave now," he growls, fighting off another Monitor. "For once, Superman, I completely agree." As the Lanterns fight, Saint Walker is attacked by two of the Monitors, falling in battle. Aya moves to defend her friend, destroying the area with her green constructs, but as the smoke clears and Saint Walker lays there, they see that he has fallen in battle. The ring slides off of his hand, beginning to search for a new candidate, a new Blue Lantern. Inside the Monitor mothership, the captain notes that they are on the verge of losing this reality, and she nods, ordering the Manhunters to be recalled and to position all ships over Metropolis. The large pod is launched from the mothership, exploding through the atmosphere and heading for the city. Let the Omega Monitor usher them into oblivion. Superman turns, seeing the pod appear in the sky, and Martian Manhunter flies forward, sensing a life form within. Superman and Supergirl streak towards the falling object, impacting against it hard. They push, trying desperately to slow it down, but the pod continues forward, with Jean sending out a signal warning the other heroes of the impending impact of this thing. Do we worry about this jump or the sky falling? Oliver asks Batman, motioning to the monitor that is standing before them. First world problems. The monitor launches himself forward while Batman and Green Arrow brace for the attack, but the falling pod suddenly breaks through the sound barrier, vibrations throwing everyone off their feet. Oliver stares in horror as the pod is racing towards the watchtower. Chloe, get out of the damn building! Run! Oliver screams out. Do it, Sullivan! Batman yells into his own comms. Chloe stands at the window, watching the pod coming straight towards her. Oh, Oliver, I don't think I'm gonna have time for that. She whispers, clutching her stomach, trying to shield the baby. Ollie, sweetheart, I love you, okay? She says into the comms, tears falling down her cheeks. Oliver dashes across the rooftop, tossing aside his weapons as Batman yells for him to lighten his load. He ejects from his armor as Batman tosses him a grappling gun. You'll never get here in time. Chloe breathes. Like hell I won't! He snaps, leaping off the building, firing the gun. He swings through the air. But inside the watchtower, Chloe sits down on the stairs, resigned to her death, when suddenly there's a ding and a computer voice. 3D printing complete. Sorry that took a little bit longer than I was expecting, Tess states, stepping out of the printer in a shiny new body. You just had to go with red, didn't you? Chloe asks with a smirk. Oliver lands on another building as Superman blurs past him. He screams as the building explodes. Hang on, Chloe, Superman whispers, tears streaming from his face as he flies through the air, when suddenly the air is filled with a strange red tornado heading for the ground. Oliver asks Clark if Chloe made it, and Clark can only say that something flew past him. Something may have been the nicest thing that anyone has ever called me in quite some time, Tess says with a smile, her new body shiny and red. Oliver and Lois pull Chloe in for a hug, and Superman steps up to Tess. Didn't know you had it in you, he says with a smile. Yeah, well, a little birdie gave me a pep talk earlier. She frowns though, letting them know that they've lost contact with the Monitor's network. And Black Canary lets the team know that the Manhunters are coming back as well, when suddenly the ground begins to quake as the being from the pod begins to emerge. We stand together, Superman tells the gathered heroes. We fight as one, Batman agrees. Now and forever. Wonder Woman nods, and in the destruction of the city, Lex Luthor stumbles to his feet, looking up at the monitors that stand before him. For once in this miserable second life of mine, I have no ace up my sleeve. No angle to exploit other than embracing your beloved oblivion before entropy takes hold. He tells them, but a garbage truck comes tearing from the side street, smashing through 3 monitors and killing them. The truck careens, twisting and landing on its side. Well, I stand corrected, Lex whispers as he tears open the truck doors, revealing a grinning Otis. Don't worry none about me, Mr. Luthor. Wearing my seatbelt, he tells his boss, flashing him a thumbs up. Lex calls his assistant a buffoon, pulling him free. But as a blast shoots out, striking Otis in the back, it leaves a smoking hole. Lex runs over to the struggling remains of a Manhunter, and he screams in rage, stomping on the robot, destroying it. And then he falls to his knees over the body of Otis. Meanwhile, across the city, Batman is knocked away by the Omega Monitor, but he quickly struggles to his feet. This is way above our pay grade, Bats, Nightwing tells him. Ugly over there isn't wearing clown makeup, and last time I checked, you can't crack concrete with your pinky finger. Not yet, I can't, Batman hisses, getting to his feet, but Superman agrees, catching the creature's fist, asking Batman and Nightwing to get Chloe and Lois free of the battle as the two crouch behind an overturned truck. What about Queen? Batman asks. They stand a better chance with you than me, Oliver tells him, firing 2 arrows at the monster, and they have no effect. You're better, stronger, and faster than I am, so shut the hell up and do what you're told for a change. Sir, yes, sir. Batman smiles, saluting the hero. The duo drop Lois and Chloe off at a safe place, and then they turn back to the war zone. The 2 lanterns, John Stewart and Aya, are attacking the Omega Monitor, but the creature tears through their constructs. Wonder Woman leaps in, slashing with her sword, and Jean flies in, trying to use his psychic powers to alter the Omega Monitor's mind, but he's also thrown back. I am from beyond all universes. Your Martian mind cannot handle all that I have seen, the creature growls. Okay, he's a tough one, Oliver notes, and Wonder Woman nods, getting back on the comms. Take off your kid gloves, Superman. She orders him and he nods, rocketing downwards, pummeling into the creature. The creature falls, its armor finally cracked. Tell your masters in orbit that the fight is over. No more blood needs to be shed, Superman tells him when suddenly cables snake out of the Monitor's armor, wrapping around the Man of Steel. As with the rest of your designate, you lead your peers into battle, so your fall will do more to break them than I ever could. Omega snarls. Omega to all deconstructors, fire on my position. The ships converge overhead, blasting down into the Omega and the Man of Steel, deconstructing bleed energy hitting Superman hard. They won't be rebooted, he gasps, and elsewhere Lex kneels over Otis, the assistant coughing, smiling up at his boss. I try to help you get out of here, but I can't see, Mr. Luthor. Maybe there's a first aid station in one of these buildings. Lex begins, but Otis suddenly sits up, grabbing onto Lex with the last of his strength. Whether they win or die today, you don't have to be the bad guy. Otis gasps before falling, dead. Lex lowers the man to the ground gently. How do you know? He whispers. The Lanterns hold the Manhunters at bay as Batman tries to repair the uplink to the Monitor network. Watchtower to Batman. Superman is down. His comms chirp. Damn it, Clark. The Dark Knight whispers. Nightwing dodges another blast, which fires at Aya. She screams for her new friend before falling back to Batman. How long? She asks. Too long. He confirms and he looks at her, for a moment questioning whether he should have taken her on as a partner. Oh, come on. Butch and Sundance could have landed on pillows. She tells him as the Manhunters get close. They didn't land on pillows. Barbara smiles, turning back to her partner, telling him, you need to have hope. And that's when a blue ring swirls around her, colliding with her stomach, knocking her away. Barbara Gordon of Earth, you have the ability to instill great hope, the ring chimes. The blue light fades and Batman now looks at Blue Lantern Nightwing. Duh. She smiles as the blue construct bats begin to attack the Manhunters. Superman looks around and he glows blue with the light of the bleed. He sees his life flashing before his eyes, traveling backwards. He's standing on the Daily Planet. He's saving Lois. He's seeing his father in the Fortress of Solitude. He's at the dinner table with his parents in Smallville, and he's a little baby, taken into the arms of Martha Kent after having been dropped from the sky. He flexes, anger coursing through his body. His name is Clark Kent. He will not be rebooted. And the heroes turn as they see the Man of Steel within the blast of blue energy. My name is Clark Kent, and you will not take my reality from me, he yells, with the energy feedback blasting the ships overhead. All will be well, Batman whispers as he watches the ships explode. Told ya! Blue Lantern Nightwing smirks, and Batman taps his comms, letting Tess know that she's back online with the network. Oliver and Diana help Superman to his feet, and the Man of Steel orders Tess to turn the ships on anything that isn't a collector and reconstitution ship. We'll work out the fate of the Monitors themselves once we've set the world right. On the mothership, the captain looks down at the world below him. It would seem the universe itself is aligned against our mission after all of these eons. And so, for the first time since creation, let us close our eyes. She orders her crew. Below, the heroes look up into the sky as it's filled with the blue light of the bleed. Later, the Earth shines brightly in the vastness of space. And at the Fortress of Solitude, Superman stands before the captain of the Monitor ship, who has been placed into restraints. With nothing left to monitor, he asks her, if your actions to eradicate every universe in the multiverse had been successful, what would you have done? What would you have seen with nothing left to observe? The captain bows her head before looking up at the heroes that gather before her. Peace. Finally, after an eternity, we would have known peace. The heroes look down at her, noting that the universe is a messy place. But that wave of entropy has just dissipated. Do not deny me Oblivion's embrace beside my fellow monitors, the woman asks. But Jean shakes his head, offering the woman that most of the Kal-Els within the multiverse do not kill. But those that do, she begins before Superman interrupts her. Ain't here right now. And we're not killing any of you. He tells her that they will be deconstructed and placed into stasis until they can be dealt with. You were there for a moment in Oblivion. What did you see? The captain asks. Was there silence? Clark reaches out, touching the crystal before him. No. The captain is deconstructed and placed into the crystal, and with their work done, the heroes return to their lives. To live. Batman lands in the cave, finding Nightwing waiting for him. I expected you would have already shipped out. He frowns at her, but Barbara smiles, letting him know that she still has a few moments. I always expected your moxie to kill me one day. he tells her, pulling off his cowl. But it saved me, just like it did when you showed up in that ridiculous costume at the policeman's ball, he says, reaching out his hand to shake hers. Before she can, though, he pulls her into a tight hug, surprising her. Even the Batman needs help from time to time. Never forget that. Barbara smiles, winking at him before she flies away. Alfred appears behind him, letting him know that someone is waiting for him upstairs. So Barbara floats into space where Aya and Chip are waiting for her, and the three of them streak off into the vastness of space. Bruce watches the 3 points of light disappear, and then he heads into the room. He said that Mistress Gordon recommended the two of you get to know each other. Alfred tells him, and Bruce smiles, extending his hand. You must be Richard. The young man smiles. Grayson, Mr. Wayne, but my friends call me Dick. 3 weeks pass, and Lois stands in the park listening to Lex give a speech on commemorating the battle that took place, and the heroes stand behind him as the crowd gathers. It pains me to say this, but we would have been lost without them. Superman steps forward, shaking the billionaire's hand. Coming from you, Lex, that means a lot. The Man of Steel steps up to the microphone, giving his speech to the world. And in Washington, Martha Kent is watching her son on TV and sheds a tear because she's so proud of him. In their headquarters, Superboy puts his arm around McGann and the rest of the Titans as they gather around to listen. In the 31st century, the Legion of Superheroes watched the recording of this historic event. We will always rise to the challenge when anyone or anything threatens your safety, well-being, or way of life. A unified League of Heroes will never fail to champion truth, justice, and freedom for all people. And we're here to stay. Superman finishes as the curtain is pulled away, revealing the statue of the heroes who fought in the battle. Weeks pass again, and Tess is sitting at dinner with Emil Hamilton. The scientist asks if she can feel herself pinching her own skin, or if she can taste the food that they're eating. And at the end of the night, he walks her to an alleyway where the two of them share a tender kiss. She flies away in a blur of wind, landing at Star Labs, where she plugs in her new robot body to a machine, transferring herself. And on the Watchtower moon base, Tess emerges as a hologram. Watchtower is officially back online, she announces. Back over on Earth, Oliver and Chloe stand in the headquarters of the DEO, talking with Steve and Diana. Have you given any thought to the offer that we made? The Amazon asks. And Oliver smiles, pulling Chloe close. Chloe Sullivan Queen and her mister will join you in your quest to protect everything all the time. Chloe tells them with a smile, and Director Trevor shakes Oliver's hand, pulling 2 badges out of his pocket. So you want to meet your ragtag group of misfits? Trevor asks. The door slides open and Diana motions to the group standing within. Allow me to introduce you to your students, Instructor Queen. Oliver steps into the room, reading the roster. Dropouts, convicts, and he tosses the tablet aside. So my little band of outsiders. Lesson number 1, he says, pulling one of his bows out of the weapons locker. This is a bow, and this is an arrow. He smiles at them. Over in the city, Lex looks out of the window of his car before his attention is drawn back to his new assistant. He sits listening to the woman drone on about his day's schedule. And once they finally arrive, she opens the door for him. Is everything all right, sir? She asks. Lex stares at her for a moment. On paper, yes. You're practically perfect in every way, he tells her. I very much appreciate this opportunity, and I know I have loads to learn. Thank you, Lex. Don't call me that, he snaps, making her look at the ground. I'm sorry, sir. Not that either. Just refer to me as Mr. Luther, okay? She nods. Yes, of course, Mr. Luther. The anger falls away from Lex. Now slump your shoulders, he tells her. Of course, Mr. Luther. Is this better? She asks, slouching. No, I don't think it ever will be. He sighs, looking up at the White House. The billionaire crosses the Rose Garden, where he finds the president hard at work. The man shakes his hand, congratulating him on his efforts during the crisis. And he asks that Lex act as a go-between with the government and the new Justice League. You have been considering a career in politics, right? He asks, and Lex smiles at the man. You know, Mr. President, I've always thought that I was meant for greatness. Meanwhile, over in their apartment, Lois and Clark are packing when suddenly their Watchtower comms begin to buzz. Clark swoops up his love and they dash out of the room. But suddenly, they fly back in. Don't whoosh back! Time is of the essence! Lois yells. But Clark smiles, pulling the little green bow out of one of their boxes. I know, but I don't want to show up empty-handed. He smiles. Over at the hospital, Oliver looks at his child as he holds Chloe close. This is a beautiful baby, Chloe remarks, with a head as big as her father's ego. The nurse pokes her head in, letting the family know that they're cleared to leave. So Oliver parks Chloe in a wheelchair, and he pushes her towards the exit. The family is all smiles, and Chloe begins to worry about the world that they're going to raise their kid in. But Oliver just kisses her on the head. I wish we had a family here to share this with, she tells him. And as the doors slide open, Chloe looks on surprised and happy. Sweetheart, haven't you been paying attention? Oliver tells her, motioning to all of their friends that are standing in the waiting room. We've got all the family you'll ever need, right here. For a moment, Clark seems hesitant to hold the child, but Lois pushes it onto him. Come on, Clark. You've moved a planet. I think you can hold the baby, she tells him, but Clark shakes his head. It isn't that, Lois. We've lost so many people over the years. It's nice to finally have someone new join the family, he tells them. As much as I love referring to him as a preposition, what's his name? Lois asks. Chloe looks at Clark, the man that she grew up with. His name is Jonathan, she tells him, and Clark looks down at the child that was named after his own father, the tear in his eye. Later, Lois and Clark break through the clouds, and they float into the night air. Clark pulls her close and asks if they're high enough. You ready to let me go? She asks with a smile, and he pulls her in tight, and the two share a kiss. Never, he whispers. Easy, Romeo. She smiles, pushing off of him and dropping through the night sky with a parachute on her back. This girl's gotta fly. Clark watches the woman that he loves descend towards the earth until her parachute opens and she begins to float. With suddenly his comms chirp. Watchtower to Boy Scout. Go for Boy Scout. Tess comes through telling him that a tsunami is headed for India. So Superman nods, telling her that he's heading to intercept. Roger that, Boy Scout, she confirms, and Superman smiles as he begins to cruise through the atmosphere. I think it's time that we changed my call sign, he tells her, breaking through the sound barrier, because this looks like a job for Superman. And there you have it, a full story that is huge. 5 hours. 5 hours plus. This may be our longest full story ever. Only to have the competition of Injustice 1, Ground Zeroes, and 2, and then maybe Batman No Man's Land. I hope you guys enjoy. This was super long. If you made it to the ending, let me know in the comments down below by giving me the secret phrase. And the secret phrase is, I wish Tom Welling had gotten to wear the suit. Say that in the comments down below. I'll know you made it to the end of this video.